Welcome to the whoop-de-wop.
Drifting off and
We're
getting away
going
from
to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words to remind everybody we don't owe white people. We do not owe white people shit.
It's a place.
I run the risk, and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know who's your
hand me the whoop-de-wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana thing.
You got some money?
You know what?
We're going to the whoop-de-wop.
I actually don't.
Okay. Got something to do with things.
Throw some cool.
And from a future, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen.
Well, I do know at one point Indiana was like the center of the Klan.
It's like cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
what's up, y'all? It's your boy ML Brew, and today we back with another one. This time we gonna be reacting to Antonio Speaks again. Last video I had a problem with what he said, but I want to react to this one because I do want to say Antonio be on point about a lot of shit, and he get a lot of shit right. So we gonna react to this video. It's called The Truth About YNs and Black Dysfunction. Let's do it.
Explain it to him like, if your mom ain't on crack or if she got a job and she doing 8 hours a day and your daddy in the graveyard in the jail cell, who the fuck gonna babysit?
Now, first and foremost, this is not one of those black fatigue videos. So if you clicked on this video thinking I'm about to stroke your racist ego, wrong video, pal. See, one thing about me, man, I'm always gonna give the black perspective. Most times, a lot of these media outlets just run with the same narrative that comes from people that aren't even in these situations. And this is why we need more black media outlets, okay? Now, today we're gonna be talking about YNs. Just think of someone like King Von or any other hood dude. That is what a YN stands for. I wanna bring up that I also do not support degeneracy. I do feel like in order for us to reach our full potential, we got to have a set of moral codes that is the standard and everyone should follow. But before we even get to that point, we got to address why things are so up.
They called it the projects. They put us in projects.
So I recently copped a new book, The Color of Law. This is a book that goes deep into topics like redlining and also just other racist tactics that have been used and are still being used today. Something that I found interesting though in this book was public housing, or what we know today as the projects, originally was not intended for black people. It was for working and lower middle class white folk. Now fast forward to
welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. New Year's edition. The Immaculate Conception of Words. I thought King Rooster, that is like one of the funniest things I've heard all year, just the concept. So shout out to King Rooster, who is my new favorite Southerner, by the way. This show might go on till midnight. We shall see. I'm old and tired. And welcome aboard, Kimmy. You and I will be consulting over the next month. You and I don't know if you heard Stan Autry yesterday, but you know he has given me a good idea as well. But everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Even if you are listening to this on replay, please make sure you hit the like button. It helps. Comment early and often. I usually respond to comments, once the replay comments. This point about public housing originally not even being for black folks, 100% right. And that seems to be something that the Soul Brothers and the anti-black blacks or the black conservatives know. All was not well during the Jim Crow days. You couldn't even get into public housing. So after this particular video, there's a guy named Richard Rothstein, who's fairly famous, who wrote a whole book about redlining and public housing specifically, that no one seems to have read. It's a great book. I read it years ago, and I guess maybe I'll reread it and maybe even talk about it in the upcoming episodes. extremely important book. And apparently none of the anti-black or black conservatives or soul brothers or whatever they call themselves these days, apparently none of them have read it. So let's get back to the show.
I gonna lie, I did not know that. So he put me on game about that. I did not know that the original projects was for lower class white people.
Today, and the demographic of the public housing looks entirely different. Now, this wasn't by accident, it was by design. See, with things such as the urban renewal and redlining, most white families ended up moving to the suburbs, and the black folks went to public housing.
A boy last week, who was 16 in San Francisco, told me on television, thank God we got him to talk. Maybe somebody will start to listen. He said, I got no country, I've got no flag. Now, he's only 16 years old. And I couldn't say you do. I don't have any evidence to prove that he does. They were tearing down his house because San Francisco is engaging, as most northern cities now are engaged, in something called urban renewal, which means moving the Negroes out. It means Negro removal. That is what it means.
So, the projects.
Bro, how crazy is it living in that time, bro? Like, we look back on history and talk about it, but they was in real life. They was real life reacting to that in real time, bro. That's crazy. Like, damn, they witnessed, they try to get black people out of the...
It's in the name, the project. Just imagine you stick a bunch of poor people in overcrowded areas with the little to no jobs in the area, horrible food choices, with drugs and guns everywhere. What do you think is going to happen? And this is where we get into the whole black on black crime thing. It's not real, by the way.
Well, let's look at the stats. Black people commit about 6,000 murders a year. 98% of it is against other black people. That's 6,000 murderers. Mm-hmm. There's 40 million black people that live in America. The overwhelming majority of black people are not murdering anybody. The chance that you get struck by lightning is probably more than getting murdered by a black man. It's concentrated areas of poverty and violence. When I was a police officer, I noticed that white crime and poverty go together like black crime and poverty. Only different.
Bro, is this AI? I know that ain't Tatum saying that shit. I know that ain't who I think it is. This gotta be fucking AI. Cause now if you hear Tatum talk, he don't know shit about this. He ignorant to the fact about this knowledge.
It's gang-related violence, which make black people go up another notch. Right. But when you talk about abandoning children, meaning fatherless homes, when you talk about people using violence, killing each other, stabbing each other, robbing, stealing. White people had the same
that's weird
rate of some of this stuff as when I grew up. White neighborhoods are still places you don't want to live. The poor, impoverished, white.
Wow, this is weird. This keeps stopping. Something weird's going on with my earbuds.
Neighborhoods. People that don't understand that because they never actually patrolled and lived anywhere other than some little small area where they only had negative experiences with black people. They really don't understand the totality of what we're really looking at here.
That was a statement from one of the biggest black conservatives on the internet, Officer Tatum. He said that out of his mouth. What are we talking about? Now, I want to piggyback off one of his talking points where he said the majority of black people aren't murdering people. Yes, most people living in the hood or the projects aren't doing any crimes. But what tends to happen is you get infected by your environment. If you're waking up every day seeing the same thing over and over, it might just rub off on you. It's the same way when we see a lot of these black kids that live in the suburbs. You'll literally hear people tease them because they're talking white, but everyone is just a product of their environment. Now let's go back to around the 60s and the 70s. The projects, they weren't really that bad, and this was because we had groups around such as the Black Panthers and other prominent black leaders within the community. Now
and the Bloods and Crips. I know Bloods and Crips are horrible right now, but they was a part of that leadership group.
Let's bring up Richard Nixon. And I know Ronald Reagan gets a lot of hate, but Richard Nixon should get the same amount. Now, I say this all the time, but black unity has always been a threat. I'm going to read you words verbatim from his aide. The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and the blacks with heroin, they criminalized them both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the...
God damn, that's some evil ass shit, man. You put all your focus on the fucking with people that's making the world not a worse place. people minding they
Kim, there are actually all black neighborhoods. There might be one or two um you know, non-black people, but there are plenty of them down south. So they do exist. Maybe not in New York City. New York City is not like the South. So, you got to bear that in mind. Um, and what's up there, Speak Radio? Hey, yeah, if it's because of you, I am not above learning stuff from other people, sir. So if you taught me or made me wise to a good content creator who actually does stuff that's interesting, thank you, sir. No problems with learning shit from other people. Unfortunately, I'm not the smartest black man in America. Wish that were true. Wish I was.
fucking business and you put all that work into stopping them, these are horrible human beings, bro. Let's get that fucking understood. These are horrible people. Who could do some shit like that and go to sleep at night?
Drugs? Of course we did. Just gotta let that sink in right fast.
Y'all niggas brainwashed. They just wanna rap and hoop. Could have been a lawyer until they came and shackled you.
One thing I love about, a lot of us that are living in Black America, we go through a lot of the same things, no matter the area. I'm from South Carolina, man, and just growing up, everybody literally thought the only way out was by playing basketball, football, or rapping. And ball has always been right, man. That's all we did in the neighborhood, bro. Play football or play basketball. But I do wish a lot of us would have dabbled into other things. A lot of these young athletes are very smart. They could have been a lawyer. They could have been a doctor. Doctor, they could have been, anything big, but instead they put all their eggs into sports. And I don't want to crush anybody's dreams, but let's be realistic, bro. You're under 6 foot. You not really doing too good in high school basketball. I don't think you're going to the NBA. Let's look at other options. But let's say you grew up doing other activities.
The thing is, what he talking about, the reason why everybody want to rap a hoop, bro, when you in the hood, that's the only fucking way out, bro. You don't have no option to go to no STEM classes like the other teenagers do. That's literally fucking it, bro. So I wouldn't really crush people for doing that. I would say,
hey, Kim, you're in education. That's not true, is it? If you live in the hood, say somewhere like New York City, you don't have the options of going to STEM class. That's hard to believe. So, you being the professional, I'm not going to say yay or nay, but there are all kinds of, stories you see about kids growing up disadvantaged and doing well. Now, you might have to get lucky and find someone who takes notice of you. And this isn't just a hood thing. JD Vance. JD Vance is the perfect example of someone who grew up disadvantaged in his white community and made it out. And Hillbilly Elegy, maybe the vice president is not the same man or author that wrote Hillbilly Elegy, but poverty is actually a huge problem. And anyway, it's hard for me to believe that a smart kid in the hood, it's going to be more difficult, but I don't think it's impossible.
our leaders need to do a better job at giving the kids that opportunity to make that choice.
Really, Brian?
The choices they got, hoop, play ball, or go to the goddamn, or go rap. Not content creating too. So
was in robotics, you was in STEM programs, you were in reading clubs, chess clubs. You in these clubs at a young age are already opening doors and giving you a higher chance of success than, you know, the sports. Now, don't get me wrong, playing sports does have its positive. It keeps you out of trouble, you're getting physically active, and it's building community, you're having fun with your friends. But what we really have to start doing is telling the youth that this isn't guaranteed. And you know, some of them may perceive this as hating, but you're just being honest. Most likely, you're not going to make it to any of these big leagues. Now, this is where we have to study the failed athlete to street dude pipeline. If you go on Facebook right now and look up some of the most notable athletes you went to high school with, they might be on the block right now. You know what I'm saying? Growing up, they only had one plan in mind: get to the NBA, get to the NFL. And once their biggest dream and their main goal failed, they had nothing to fall back on and went to the only thing that they grew up knowing: the streets. Now, let's shift our focus to, you know, the rappers and young kids wanting to be like them. I feel like we need to make a distinction between rap and drill rap, because it is entirely different. Rap, even though a lot of them talk about the streets, it's storytelling or, you know, things that they came from. While on the other hand, drill is like low-key on some straight up, we just killing each other and we gonna talk about it. But my thing is, man, a lot of these young kids, they're looking up to these rappers, drill rappers in particular. And you know, as a young person looking at these dudes, you may be easily influenced by them. But the crazy thing is, y'all, most of these rappers aren't even living that lifestyle.
We're gonna die. I ain't gonna stop. I'll stop you when you stop lying. That's damn so true. Rappers in particular, they just rappers, bro. Let's get this understood. Only about 5% of rappers really liked it. These niggas are just fucking rappers. Good rappers, they know how to put pen to paper and they know how to sound good on the fucking mic. These are not the people that you want to act like what they talk about. It's fucking cap rap, bro.
Run, nigga! Where's your gun? Oh, yeah. Y'all niggas is in for it now. Are you gonna drop the gun, Gangsta-licious? That is not gangster. That's very not gangster. Man, I can't believe this. You a fraud.
Oh, I'm a fraud? You scared too?
I'm 8.
Okay, fine, whatever. I'm a fraud. I'm just an average, normal dude. I don't want to do this stupid shit no more. I'm tired of getting shot. Help.
It's like going to heaven and finding God smoking crack.
So it's crazy because they're talking about doing all this crazy stuff in the streets, shooting this person, doing this and that to another black man, by the way. That ends up influencing you to do it. Now you in jail. Whole time they wasn't even doing it for real. They were just talking about it for the money. And we see how that influences, you know, the hood so much. Now, I also don't want to put the entire blame on rappers, because even rappers, you know, a lot of the things they talk about, money, fast cars, houses, yachts, they're literally just rapping about what America already perpetrates: capitalism and having a lot of money.
You want to start a fundraiser with no cause? Cause, nigga. I'm the cause. Cause I want a house. Cause I want a yacht. Cause I want to get this guap, nigga. That's the cause.
Now let's bring up Richard Nixon again, because this was literally his plan. Richard Nixon viewed an uncontrolled Black Power movement as a major threat to the internal security of the United States during the late 1960s and early 1970s. To address the situation, Nixon developed his Black Capitalism Initiative. The Nixon presidency offered African Americans the notion of Black capitalism as an incentive to move away from the notion of burn, baby, burn. See, Nixon was so smart. He wanted to break up the community aspect and push for individualism and for own self's gain. Nixon has succeeded. This is why we have Jay-Z's and no more Fred Hamptons, Malcolm X's, man. He won.
I don't think that's why. I think it's because the people that you just named got brutally killed, bro. And that's the reason why we don't have them.
They taught us if we go to jail, we would be respected. They taught us if we make a sale, we would run a check-in.
Now let's talk about a lot of the OGs within the Black community. The 34-year-olds that still gang banging, still trying to sell drugs.
AKA washed up ass niggas.
All this other nonsense. Although they were once those young kids that we talked about in the beginning, they never got their act together, which is the whole plan at the end of the day. These dudes are further, you know, instilling the nonsense and the ignorant behavior that the youth is doing in the community. They're the ones telling you, you know, don't snitch, stick to the street code. Oh, sell these drugs. Oh, do this to this person. So I want to bring up the movie Who Cloned Tyrone, man. Amazing film, by the way. And I want to do a full breakdown, maybe on another channel or something like that. Let me know if you want to see it. But in that movie, it shows how certain people are needed for the dysfunction in the black community to continue. So there were two mainly, the pimp and the gang member. Anytime they got killed, they were cloned and put back into the community to keep up further destruction. Think about if a lot of these younger kids had better role models. There are countless alternatives that these kids just don't even know about.
You can get your first gun at 6 years old, for sure.
How does a 6-year-old get a gun in Baltimore?
I mean, it's easy. It's super easy. Probably by your brother.
I came into his life 2 years ago, going on 3. He was a little menace around here. There's not a gun you can ask him about he don't know about. Always carried guns, right? One day, you tell him what happened.
I seen him walking up the street with all these brothers for real. They was talking to me. They had gave me a lot of money and stuff. I went home, busted down with my people for real. He had told me to come back later on to come see him for real. Boom. I came back later on that day, had a gun on me. All the older dudes, they were showing me all the bad stuff, showing me the wrong routes. He was like, you know, you risking like what's going on. He said, like, you gotta take it off of you. I wasn't taking it off me. I goes back. I tried going.
The answer, Kim, is no. They weren't all. No one's ever been able to prove Martin Luther King was a communist. Pretty sure Malcolm X was not a communist. Communism tends to be godless, you know, and I don't even mean that as a pejorative, but, you know, no, not all black leaders were communists or Marxists even. Shit, I've read Marx. I think Marx had produced a very good critique of capitalism. I've read him. He isn't wrong on everything. That doesn't make me a Marxist. And people who basically associate Marxism with communism are dumb. They have not read a book. They are just stupid. Marx pre-existed communism, at least, you know, communist governments. Huge problems. It's propaganda when people want to. Not all Marxists are communists, by the way. Had to add that too.
An alley somewhere and tuck it some more, thinking I was slick. I come back, he checked me again, he still found it for real. He hollered at me, he like, you still bring it back for real. Took me to the water, I had to throw my gun for real. I ain't want to do it.
And I can't let this opportunity go to waste. So if Marxists infected blacks, it was whites who infected blacks. Be very careful, Brian. Don't make me eviscerate you. Where the fuck do you think the blacks got it from, fool? Have you ever read Richard Wright or Ralph Ellison? If Marxists infected blacks, it was white people infecting blacks. When America gets the flu, when America catches a cold, black people get the flu. Jesus.
I wasn't down there at first. They had hold me. He like, I got you. Like, I'm riding behind you. Like, once you throw this gun, I'm with you all the way. Like, you gotta let it go.
Yeah, so the Black Panthers were definitely.
And now this my gun. You heard me. This my switch.
Hey man, proud of that little young nigga right there, man. That's how you get the. That's how you get game and apply it, man. Get the fuck out the
Wait,
streets.
hold it.
Ain't no drugs you sell.
I'm sitting here. I'm on my first beer, and for some reason or another, hearing I'm proud of that little N-word, it just made me laugh. I'm like, what in the actual fuck is going on with these young people? I'm proud of that little N-word.
Can make more money off that camera than that camera. You can make the money off the drugs, but you got your ass gonna go to jail making that money. But that camera, man, legal money all the way, bro. I'm proud of you, young nigga. Whoever you are.
When I had a flash on there, it's definitely going blind you. Like, I'm telling you, like.
Now let's bring up solutions to these problems. And I get this talk about, oh bro, all you do is talk about the bad. You never provide any solutions. I always provide solutions. Y'all just don't watch the whole video. But let's take, for example, Baltimore. The crime in Baltimore has always been bad. But as of recently, things have changed. First and foremost, shout out to Baltimore's mayor. This is the smoothest brother I done seen in a minute. The afro, the lineup is on point. Now, as y'all can see, as of November 3rd, 2025, homicides and non-fatal shootings are down this year compared to 2024. 31% of homicides and non-fatal shootings are at 22%. Now, the way he did this wasn't by over-policing and pushing more officers into these neighborhoods. No, he got to the root causes of the problem.
Ernest Scott introduced Baltimore's first ever comprehensive violence prevention plan, and it's working. Instead of just policing, they shifted to community-based intervention, trauma-informed support, and data-driven enforcement. They funded community programs that help mediate violence on the streets. So organizations and things like that step in and they try to, provide mediation for people who may be at high risk or who may lack therapy and things of that sort. They gave them money to be able to do their job better. In Brooklyn neighborhood, a specific neighborhood where the homicide rate was insane in 2023, they went an entire year without a single homicide. Then they decided to target the groups at the highest risks. They gave them job training, housing options, and counseling, which resulted in a reduction of 31 to 39% of homicides in the pilot zones. They also seized 2,900 guns in 2023, including a bunch of ghost guns. Then he sued the ghost gun company Polymer and used that funding to put back into the city after the settlement was finished. So it's crazy that given the high risk, something to do, as well as help and assistance and holding them accountable, reduces their likelihood to commit crimes. Funding community-based programs reduces the likelihood of the community members to commit crimes. Collaborations between city, state, federal agencies, local nonprofits, and other organizations led to a reduction in crimes. And the data shows that in 6 high-risk neighborhoods, not a single homicide was recorded in 2024. So by
oh shit, I think you might want to tell the white racist people that it's not eugenics. It's actually about opportunity. Holy fuck. Do you think that the racists will ever get that notion? Never. They blind to the fact, even though it's a fucking fact.
fusing targeted law enforcement, community-led intervention, social services, and nonprofit organizations, Baltimore is seeing historic lows in its crime rate, a city known to be an avoidable city because of their crime rate. It just feels really replicable. And I just don't see a lot of cities replicating it.
Now, the final section of this video is just going to be some positivity. I want to show y'all the side of the projects in the hood that they don't show, because it's not all bad.
Free food, free giveaway.
We in the heart of over east with it. We just shut down Stony Island with giving back.
Ain't no young niggas, we young brothers. Yeah, right. It's a black community, y'all know that.
It's a black unity, man. Ain't nothing wrong with being a young brother, man. It's a lot of the oldest ain't got them the right way, man. That's the real problem. Well, we got them right now, but we got brothers right now.
Right here on this block, but we all out here in peace and love and giving. You hear me? Big unity. Big unity. Big unity. Man, we really show that shit. What you mean? We out here. You say what? You see what happened when we come together?
They mess with us. They trying to divide us though.
It's gonna take a lot. We just shut down Stony with the trucks, everything. Give it back. We shutting down Stony, man. Man, we out here with the youth, the people who they say cause the problems, the people who they say increasing the violence. We out here giving back. They don't show this though.
Well, they're acting like they're not causing a problem currently. So many problems with how this video ends. Look, I appreciate youthful exuberance, but don't talk about problems when you're causing problems. And let's move on. Let's get somewhere warm. Let's be productive. And why the fuck are y'all on a sidewalk in the middle of the day? Don't you have jobs? So that I have to inject that little bit, that soupçon of conservatism into this. So this New Year's show, this New Year's Eve show, brought to you by the CKJ3 roller skater, Texas girl, the Black Knight, and Mike 123. Shout out to these people who are really, I can't express the amount of appreciation I have for these folks. Even you, Mike 123, I appreciate you, but your youthful exuberance sometimes overtakes my appreciation. So everyone, please make sure you support the show by supporting the host. There are bills every now and again. You know, I have my Washington Examiner bill, and I have no clue how much it's going to be coming up in a couple weeks. So I even pay for conservative newspapers, which is kind of against my religion, but I do it anyway, all for you folks. So support the show, support the host, and I guess I could make that easier by putting the crawl at the bottom of the screen with my Cash App. Also, do like Kimmy Cakes and Stan Autry. Sometimes giving me advice about where the show might go is contributing to the show. So if you have show ideas, don't be shy. My email address is in that crawl at the bottom as well. Might be nice to display it. So again, excuse me, thank you to the show sponsors, and feel free support the show. So let us see here. Let's show the right one. All right, so this next video is what I was talking about, Richard Rothstein. The comment in the video I just played about projects, basically low-income housing, originally was not for Black Americans way back in the day. Richard Rothstein has written 1 or 2 books on that topic. And in this video, he's actually being interviewed by someone who works for Goldman Sachs. I had no clue Goldman Sachs actually has a YouTube channel, but they do. So as a matter of fact, I ought to subscribe to it. Oops. So anyway, let's this is only 16 minutes.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to Talks at GS.
Yeah, I guess
I'm Margaret Anadu, head of the Urban Investment
I'm not
Group.
begging.
It is
I'm
my
just asking for
absolute
support.
honor to be joined today by Richard Rothstein. Richard is a distinguished fellow of the Economic Policy Institute and a senior fellow emeritus at the Thurgood Marshall Institute of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. He is also the author of an extraordinarily powerful book called The Color of Law, A Forgotten History of How Our Government Segregated America. Richard, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, she's a cutie
Thank
pie.
you, Margaret. I think the New York Times review of the book probably put it best, calling the book both a powerful and disturbing history of residential segregation in America. I'd say it is also incredibly blunt in the way it tells the history. What drew you to this topic to begin with, and why do you think this moment has made that history so relevant?
I realized that schools in this country, which are more segregated today than they ever have been in the last 45 years, are segregated because the neighborhoods in which they're located are segregated. So I began to think that neighborhood segregation was an educational problem, a school problem. I wasn't really thinking about housing. And then the Supreme Court prohibited 2 school districts from implementing a very, very token desegregation plan on the grounds that they said that the neighborhoods in those in those school districts were segregated. They called it de facto, just by private actions of businesses or people's personal choices or bigoted homeowners or renters or landlords not willing to sell or rent to African Americans, or maybe income differences. And they said, we have de facto segregation. You can't do anything about it. And one of those school districts was Louisville, Kentucky. And I remembered reading about something that happened in Louisville some years before, where there was a white homeowner in a single family home in an all white suburb of Louisville that had an African-American friend. He had an African-American friend and living in the center city, a decorated Navy veteran, a wife and a child. And nobody would sell him a home, the African-American friends, for this white homeowner in a single family home in an all white suburb, bought a second home in his community and resold it to his African-American friend. And when the African-American family moved in, a police protected mob threw rocks through the windows. They dynamited and firebombed the home. But when the riot was all over, the state of Kentucky arrested, tried, convicted, and jailed with a 15-year jail sentence, the white homeowner, for sedition, for having sold a home in a white neighborhood to a black family. And I said to myself, this doesn't sound to me like de facto segregation that the government, it was a 14th Amendment violation. And that's why I began to write this book.
So
let me just go ahead and start the new year by chastising folks in this audience. So you're more interested in this dude's phenotype than what the book or his topic is? Quite frankly, I'm disgusted. How about listen to what the man is saying, unless you are as gay as I think you are, criticizing this man's looks. Why do men criticize men's looks so much? Is there something going on in this chat that I don't know about? Have we turned into something I need to shut down? Listen to what the man's is saying and stop looking and critiquing his appearance. Shallow, gay, and just lost is my critique. And Kimmy, Louisville has never not been on the map. Fred's Red Fox is from Louisville. Hunter S. Thompson, Louisville. If I remember, and I could very well be wrong, but I think Louisville was even around in the Lewis and Clark days. I'd have to look it up, but Louisville didn't need Nellie to put it on the map. It was there. It was there for quite some time and famous before Nellie.
Your core argument in the book, touching on that, is that African Americans were unconstitutionally denied the means and the right to integration.
Didn't know it was a joke, Kim.
First, I could not agree more. But second, for those less familiar with this part of history who may be skeptical of such a conclusion, walk us through how you arrived at that point.
We weren't a suburban country before the 1940s, 1950s. The federal government created suburbs mostly for returning World War II veterans, but for working and middle-class families generally. It embarked on a program to move the entire white working class and middle-class population out of urban areas into single-family homes in all white suburbs. That's where they were living before, in urban areas, because we were a manufacturing economy and factories were located near deep water ports or railroad terminals.
Let me also mention that one of the reasons the government did this is you don't want too many unhappy people living in one place, especially if they're white and they own weapons. Okay, you should always bear in mind that since its inception, since the Constitution literally exists because of Shays' Rebellion. Okay, a bunch of young white people who were former soldiers lumped up in the city. That's a powder keg. Let's go ahead and send them out into the hinterlands and give them some money and some advantages to quell, their former Nazi killing hearts. That was one of the reasons as well.
So the federal government began a program to move the white families in those neighborhoods out into single-family homes in all white suburbs and prohibit African Americans from doing so.
I don't agree with that,
Levittown, east of New
Harry.
York City, 17,000 homes, but these were created all over the country, creating a white noose around every metropolitan area. Levitt, the developer of Levittown, and any of these other developers could never have assembled the capital on his own to build 17,000 homes in one place. The only way he could do it was by going to the Federal Housing Administration and Veterans Administration, making a commitment never to sell a home to an African American if they would guarantee his bank loans. And on that basis, they did so, and he built that project. This was not the action of rogue bureaucrats. It was an explicit written federal policy of the federal government, which is why this can't be considered de facto segregation. The manual of the Federal Housing Administration that was distributed to appraisers all over the country said that you could not recommend for a federal bank guarantee a suburban development that was going to include African Americans. The notion of de facto segregation is utter nonsense. The white noose that was created by the federal government in every metropolitan area of this country.
Yeah, and I've heard John Galt and other morons talk about how redlining really never existed. This dude footnoted the hell out of his argument. Redlining was intentional. It was not de facto. And the fucking anti-black blacks, and yeah, you know what? I'm perturbed even listening to Richard Rothstein and remembering some of the dumbass arguments that some of these anti-black blacks want to propagate, and their little white minions lap it up like mother's milk, including people like Be Brave. Be Brave is truly the stupidest white man I've ever met.
It was an explicit racial policy. It was unconstitutional. The lawyers call it de jure. That's not as commonplace a term as de facto. It's opposite.
And you start talking about sort of the evolution of public housing during that time. So then we get to 1973. President Richard Nixon kind of famously referred to public housing projects as monstrous, depressing places, run down, overcrowded, and crime-ridden. How did we get there, and why did Nixon believe that to be true?
The evolution of public housing is very interesting. As I indicated a minute ago, it was not for poor people. In the New Deal, it was created for working class families who were working in urban areas, white and black, always segregated. They were paying the full cost of the housing and their rent. We had a 25% unemployment rate in the New Deal, enormous unemployment. But public housing was for the 75% who had good jobs and stable incomes and that could afford public housing, which was the most desirable housing available. But then if you recall, these projects were located mostly in urban areas. And in those urban areas, they were there because the factories had to be located near deep water ports and railroad terminals. The white workers were then subsidized by the federal government to move out of both public housing and private rental housing into these all-white single-family suburbs. The factories left those same areas. The African Americans who were remaining in public housing became poorer and poorer because they no longer had access to well-paying jobs and could no longer pay the full cost of the housing and the rent. Once they began to be subsidized, the federal government and local housing authorities stopped investing in them. They began to deteriorate. And most significantly, they became a place to concentrate the most disadvantaged poor African-American families. The public housing authorities went so far as to evict families from public housing if they got jobs, if they had incomes, if they thought that the most desperate poor people were most in need of housing and people who could afford housing in the private market shouldn't be in public housing. But the result was to create urban slums which concentrated the most disadvantaged families without a stable middle class that used to live in those public housing units with them, but were no longer doing so.
Yeah. So maybe we've touched a lot on sort of the federal ordinances in those levels, maybe going local for a second and turning to what you describe in the book as racial zoning. So starting with Baltimore, the ordinance that you spoke about in the book in 1910, which spread to other cities like Atlanta, St. Louis. What led to those ordinances, and how did the case of Buchanan versus Worley become so influential in these zoning laws?
Baltimore adopted an ordinance as Jim Crow became more and more intense, adopted an ordinance prohibiting either Black or white families from moving on to blocks where they weren't already a majority by race. Now, if you think about it, that ordinance would have had no meaning if you didn't already have integrated neighborhoods. Well, the Supreme Court struck down those kinds of ordinances. At the time, you may know, the Supreme Court interpreted the 14th Amendment of the Constitution as not having anything to do with the citizenship of emancipated former slaves, but it was only designed to protect property rights. And the Supreme Court ruled in 1917 that you couldn't have an ordinance that prohibited a white homeowner from or property owner from selling to an African American because it interfered with his property rights. Well, following that, the first Republican administration following Wilson's administration was that of Warren Harding. He appointed as his Secretary of Commerce Herbert Hoover. And Herbert Hoover began a program to get around that decision, that Buchanan v. Worley decision that prohibited explicit racial zoning laws. And he had a committee that was built largely of planners who had a documented record of advocating segregation in neighborhoods. And they developed a model zoning ordinance that they thought would effectively prevent integration. And that model zoning ordinance is what we know today as exclusionary zoning. It was designed with a racial purpose to create all white segregated communities. And those zoning ordinances continue to this day to prevent the desegregation of neighborhoods that were originally created, as described before, with that Federal Housing Administration policy explicitly segregated neighborhoods, and then their segregation was maintained by means of these zoning ordinances.
So all of this, you walked us through kind of, federal policies back, from 1910 to the 40s, beyond. All of this is very much linked to the inequality we see today in Black communities. African Americans receiving suppressed wages, unfair tax treatment, at times denied membership to workers' unions. How did those policies stunt opportunity for African Americans to, not just specifically in housing, but overall gain wealth, connected to, of course, owning property that still, contributes to the inequality we see in America today?
Well, the subdivisions that were created by the federal government in suburbs in the late 1940s, early 1950s, they were inexpensive. The homes sold for about $7,000, $8,000 a piece. In inflation-adjusted money, that's about $100,000 today. Those homes, as you know, no longer sell for $100,000 in any metropolitan area of this country. And so whites gained wealth and African Americans couldn't, from the appreciation and the value of their homes.
So if we look forward, determining how the government can provide adequate justice to all the Black Americans
And that is literally the crux of the generational wealth gap. Redlining alone is why Blacks could not accumulate wealth. And income equality, income gaps are not the same thing as wealth gaps. And you cannot negate hundreds of years of Black people not being able to take advantage of property and gain wealth in 60 years. That's what dumb fucks like Thomas Sowell and his brethren can't seem to understand. And essentially what Thomas Sowell's argument is, oh, hey, well, Shelby Steele, probably more specifically, is Black people, we know we're behind the 8 ball. We have to work harder. Okay. We know Black people that we had hundreds of years of disadvantage. you need to work 10 times as hard to make up the 10 times generational wealth disparity. And Black people are like, fuck that. We were done wrong. We are not going to go and fucking bust ass and bleed for something that should have never happened in the first place. And that's what these fucking idiots like Soul and even on up to Glenn Lowry. No, why should we? We didn't do wrong. Wrong was done to the Black community. And maybe it can be fixed, maybe it can't. But this bullshit about, you had 60 years, why don't you work harder? Nope, not an argument. It is literally a part of racism. And I challenge a motherfucker to come up to this panel and debate it.
Constitutional rights were violated, you write. Our focus can be only to develop policies that promote an integrated society, understanding that it will be impossible to fully untangle the web of inequality. So from a policy perspective, we're obviously on the precipice of a new administration. What do you see as the key to promoting that integration?
Well, I don't think there's much that the new administration can do. I think the key is the creation of a new civil rights movement that's going to create a different political environment to insist on the remedies that are necessary. Policies to redress segregation are well known. Policy experts write about them all the time. What's missing is the political movement to demand them. I'm very hopeful about that. The Black Lives Matter demonstrations of the summer and spring enrolled 25 million Americans, many of them whites, unheard of any time before in American history, to have that kind of support for racial justice. Of course, it didn't engage in issues of housing desegregation, and that has to be something that emerges from this new awareness. We have white elected Southern politicians running around the South, removing statues that commemorate the defenders of slavery, also unheard of before in American history. So I think the potential, I'm not confident, but I'm hopeful. The potential for a new civil rights awareness that's going to take on these issues is there. And if it creates a new political environment, then I think we can have legislation. But I don't see anything happening in the immediate future. It hasn't happened in past administrations, and I don't think the political environment is any better now for doing that.
Maybe we can learn a lesson. You talk in the book about sort of other moments in time where there were, particular figures who tried to really move the needle. I was fascinated.
Oh, by the way, this particular video is from 2019, so 6 years old. It's relevant. Nothing's changed between then and now.
To read the portions that you wrote about Romney. Can you tell a little bit of that history, and maybe we can try to, extrapolate what went wrong and, how to think about it differently in terms of approach?
Well, that illustrates the issue precisely. In 1970, George Romney, Mitt's father, was Secretary of Housing and Urban Development under Nixon. And he understood that the federal government had created what he called a white noose around every metropolitan area. And he said the federal government's job was to untie that noose. And he began a program called Open Communities, in which he required suburbs to take steps to desegregate and threatened to withhold funds from suburbs that didn't. And he actually withheld funds from 3 suburban communities. One was Baltimore County that surrounds the city. Another was an area outside Cleveland. And another was Warren, Michigan, a suburb of Detroit. And there was President Nixon canceled the program. He forced Romney out as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. And there's been nothing so aggressive since. The Obama administration adopted a rule called the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing Rule, which was a bare shadow of what George Romney had tried to do.
How, the book has a sort of a clarity in sort of the way that it focuses on policy, right? And how those things drove the segregation, which is, so much of the core of our issues today, without sort of, spending the entire book talking about racism. So, but I felt this kind of connection between how policy can drive racism drives policy. What do you think could be done today to sort of start to, unravel just some of the root racism that we're dealing with that drives, I guess, blocking so many of these policies that can make a bigger difference?
Let me say, I am very hopeful. I don't want to be pessimistic here. I'm very hopeful because I think we have a more accurate and passionate discussion about race than we ever have had before in American history. And if we build on that, we can perhaps develop the political momentum to change some of these policies.
All right. Thank you so much. As you know that I've gushed to you over the phone and over email, I think your book is amazing. I've read it 3 times. It's impacted, me deeply and many of my colleagues. So thank you again for being here with us.
Well, thank you. That's almost as many times as I've read it. Thank you for the invitation.
All right. Well, apparently, there are men in this chat who are very particular about how the looks of the people who deliver their truth. I don't get it, but I am irritated by it. So you know who you are. So anyway, Trump issues first vetoes of second term. And of course, he's going to do it in the most troubling way possible. So first vetoes of second term, including bipartisan Colorado Water Act, drawing accusations of partisan games. So Donald Trump issued vetoes for the first bills of his second term, including a bipartisan bill intended to provide funding for a water infrastructure project in Colorado. Measure that passed the House and Senate unanimously. Well, if it passed unanimously, well, hopefully they'll override the veto. That is an option. So the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act was set to provide clean water to rural parts of Colorado. Enough is enough. My administration is committed to preventing American taxpayers from funding expensive and unreliable policies, Trump wrote in a veto letter sent to Congress. Ending the massive cost of taxpayer handouts and restoring fiscal sanity is vital to economic growth and the fiscal health of the nation. You know what? That's so fucking hypocritical. Trump also vetoed the Miccosukee Reserved Area Amendment Act, a bipartisan bill that aimed in part to optimize water flow into the Everglades National Park, designated for the Miccosukee Native American tribe, and to incorporate the Osceola Camp into the Miccosukee Reserved Area to improve the governing structure of the tribe. I don't know that much about any of these acts, but on the surface, if they're that popular, Congress could very well reassert its power by overriding Trump's vetoes, just to hand him, the ultimate humiliation. So Lauren Boebert, who happens to be from Colorado, who defied the Trump administration by signing onto the Epstein discharge petition that forced a vote on the measure to compel the DOJ to release the files. The pipeline would provide water to residents of Boebert's district. So Lauren Boebert. This isn't over, Boebert said on social media on Tuesday, responding to the White House's veto announcement. Dude, Trump is the personification of vindictiveness with a very bad haircut. So there you go, Boebert. And we're going to be talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene towards the end of all these news stories. So Trump says National Guard is leaving Chicago, Los Angeles, and Portland. Okay, I can tell you right now, these fucking guardsmen that are there during Christmas are not happy. They shouldn't have been there in the first place. So on Wednesday, today, December 31, 2025, President Donald Trump announced on Truth Social he is retracting National Guard troops from Chicago, Los Angeles, and Portland, removing them for now. Courts halted key parts of the deployment, including the U.S. Supreme Court's December refusal and a federal judge in Oregon's permanent block after state lawsuits. So it's, the law, Trump is starting to crumble, and you're going to see the Supreme Court start reasserting itself. You're going to see Congress definitely reassert itself because there's elections coming up in less than a year. I don't know, Zhang, what is, either I have a burr under my saddle tonight or you have one under yours. I will submit that my burr is a bigger burr. Tread lightly, sir. So next, Venezuela detains Americans, plural, amid growing U.S. pressure. So Venezuela is growing a spine. So let's hear this story.
Venezuela detains Americans amid growing U.S. pressure. This article is by Anatoly Kermanayev, Annie Coriel, and Edward Wong, and read by an automated voice. Venezuelan security forces have detained several Americans in the months since the Trump administration began a military and economic pressure campaign against the government of the South American nation, according to a U.S. official familiar with the matter. Some of the detainees face legitimate criminal charges, while the U.S. government is considering designating at least 2 prisoners as wrongfully detained, according to the official. Those arrested include 3 Venezuelan American dual passport holders and 2 American citizens with no known ties to the country, said the official, who spoke on condition of anonymity because the person was not authorized to speak publicly. President Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela has long used detained Americans, whether guilty or innocent of serious crimes, as bargaining chips in negotiations with Washington, his greatest adversary. President Trump has made the release of Americans held overseas a priority in his 2 presidencies, and sent his envoy, Richard Grenell, to Venezuela to negotiate a prisoner deal days after the start of his 2nd term. The ensuing period of talks between U.S. and Venezuelan officials resulted in the release of 17 American citizens and permanent residents held in Venezuela. But the Trump administration's decision to suspend those talks in favor of a military and economic pressure campaign against Mr. Maduro put an end to prisoner releases. The number of detained Americans in Venezuela began to rise again in the fall, according to the U.S. official. That rise coincided with the deployment of a U.S. naval armada in the Caribbean and the start of airstrikes against boats that Washington says transport drugs on Mr. Maduro's orders. The United States further escalated its pressure campaign this month, targeting tankers carrying Venezuelan oil and paralyzing the country's biggest source of exports. The U.S. Embassy in Colombia, which deals with Venezuelan affairs, declined to comment on American detainees in Venezuela and referred questions to the U.S. State Department. The State Department did not respond to requests for comment. Venezuela's communication ministry, which handles the government's press requests, did not respond to a request for comment. The identities of most of the Americans detained in Venezuela in recent months are unknown. The family of a traveler named James Lucky Lang of Staten Island in New York City reported him missing soon after he crossed Venezuela's volatile southern border in early December. The U.S. official said Mr. Lucky Lang, 28, is among the recently imprisoned and is one of the 2 Americans who may be designated as wrongfully detained. Mr. Lucky Lang is the son of the musician Diane Lucky, who performed as Q Lazarus and is best known for her 1988 single Goodbye Horses. A travel enthusiast and amateur martial arts fighter, Mr. Lucky Lang worked in commercial fishing in Alaska after graduating from college, according to friends and family. He embarked on a long trip across Latin America in 2022 after the death of his mother. His father died this year. He has been traveling around, figuring out what to do with his life, said Eva Origis Fuentes, a filmmaker who worked with Mr. Lucky Lang for a documentary about Q Lazarus. He has had so much loss. Mr. Lucky Lang wrote on his blog in early December that he was doing research on gold mining in the Amazon region of Guyana, which borders Venezuela. On December 7th, he wrote a friend that he was at an unspecified location in Venezuela, and he last spoke to his family the following day. He said he was heading to the capital, Caracas, where he was planning to catch a flight on December 12th that would eventually bring him home to New York. It is unclear if Mr. Lucky Lang had a visa to enter Venezuela, as the country's law requires of American citizens. His aunt and next of kin, Abby Lucky, said in a phone interview that she has not been contacted by U.S. officials and is seeking any information about his whereabouts. Some American citizens who have been released from prison in Venezuela earlier this year have described abusive conditions and lack of due process. Many were not charged with any crimes, and few were convicted. A Peruvian American named Renzo Huamanchumo Castillo said he was detained last year after traveling to Venezuela to meet his wife's family, and charged with terrorism and conspiring to kill Mr. Maduro. He said the charges made no sense. We realized afterward I was just a token, he added. Mr. Huamanchumo, 48, said he was frequently beaten and received 1 liter of muddy water each day while detained in a notorious Venezuelan prison called Rodeo I. It was the worst thing you can imagine, he said. He was freed in a prisoner swap in July. At least 2 other people with U.S. ties remain imprisoned in Venezuela, according to their families. Adel Suarez, a U.S. permanent resident born in Cuba, and Jonathan Torres Duque, a Venezuelan American. Mr. Torres's mother, Rhoda Torres, said her son, who is now 26, had returned to Venezuela after the family had been living in the United States for around a decade. She believed he was detained based on his athletic build and American accent, she said. They said he was an American spy, said Ms. Torres, who said her son was being held with foreigners of many nationalities. There are still a lot of them there, she added. They're all political prisoners. This has to stop. It's too much. Genevieve Glatsky, Tibase Romero, Mariana Martinez, and Nicholas Casey contributed reporting. Georgia G. contributed research.
All right. Well, Venezuela apparently is going to attempt some payback. Not sure that that's going to work. Let's see here. Where are we going to go? Give me 1 sec here. All right, so this is a little out of order, but I guess I'll just cover it now. Snap bans on candy soda to start in 5 U.S. states. Well, these 5 states are where all the welfare mothers live, and for once, the government gets it right. So those states are West Virginia, Utah, Indiana, Iowa, and Nebraska. Finally, someone has figured out that the welfare mothers don't live in the South. So salute to MAGA. Them West Virginians gonna be, there will be no candy. There will be no, what is the condition? There's like a famous condition in West Virginia because the kids start drinking soda like Coca-Cola and carbonated beverages really young. So it ruins their teeth pretty much, uh, pretty much early in life. And there was kind of like a tongue-in-cheek uh, term, soda teeth or something like that. So anyway, no candy in West Virginia for the toddlers. That is a step in the right direction. So this was actually interesting. If you all, maybe not many of you do, but here in Georgia, especially if you live in the Atlanta area, Cop City was a project. They basically went into like the biggest green space possibly. I don't think it was in the country. I think Central Park is bigger, but Atlanta had this huge green space, and somehow or another the land was sold. So there was something called Cop City built there. It's a fire and police like training facility, and they knocked down a bunch of trees and just got rid of they just killed a bunch of trees to build a cop training facility in an urban forest. Why the fuck they couldn't do it out in the hinterlands is beyond me. But anyway, it was a huge deal, and a bunch of the hippies who chained themselves to trees. There were people from all over the country, that came and volunteered to protest. Some would, climb trees, and some would chain themselves to trees. It was about the most 1960s hippie thing that I can think of in recent memory. But anyway, some of these people were arrested, obviously, and a bunch of them were charged with racketeering, basically like a RICO thing, and judge tossed it out. So apparently racketeering, RICO, that sort of thing, just it's an unwieldy way to charge people in groups. And Bonnie Willis, I don't think it's the Atlanta. Yeah, it's state's attorney. But anyway, these people are not going to be charged with racketeering or any of that bullshit. So, these people will probably wind up walking without that much of a problem, other than the inconvenience of, having to pay lawyers for this. So 61 defendants accused of conspiring to halt the construction of a police training facility dubbed Cop City. The judge ruled that the state's attorney general lacked the authority to pursue the racketeering charges without permission from the governor. And shout out to Jack Kemp. He just wants no part of it, apparently. Critics viewed the indictment as a heavy-handed attempt to quash protests against the $150 million project, while supporters saw it as combating threats to public safety. So that kerfuffle is just about over. That is a good thing. So next up, this will thrill this will thrill Brooklyn Watson and others. Looks like Ilhan Omar, the New York Post. Ilhan Omar stole my husband, and DC mom claims in divorce papers. So Ilhan Omar, I know he was like a campaign manager. He was something with her campaign, and she divorced her husband, and apparently he's in the middle of divorcing, and it's just all messy. So this is the picture of the blessed couple, the happy couple. And a Washington, D.C. mom says her political consultant husband left her for Representative Ilhan Omar. Of according to a bombshell divorce filing obtained by the Post, New York Post. Dr. Beth Minette says her cheating spouse, Tim Minette, told her in April that he was having an affair with a Somali-born U.S. representative, and that he even made a shocking declaration of love for the Minnesota Congresswoman before he ditched his wife, alleges the filing submitted in D.C. Superior Court on Tuesday. The physician, 55, and her 38-year-old husband, who has worked for left-wing Democrats such as Omar and her Minnesota predecessor Keith Ellison, have a 13-year-old son together. Holy fuck, really? Oh shit. I had no idea. So, this might be a reason why, someone who is 17 years older and a woman shouldn't marry that young man. Did she think that? I don't know what to think. I do know that it's messy. I am disappointed in Ilhan Omar that she is involved in this messy kind of bullshit. Doesn't bode well. Let's see. Sin says, I thought that women from the East were better wives. Did you think that? I didn't hear that one. I never heard that, Sin. Elaborate, please. She probably used witchcraft. Man, this is some bitterness. I did not expect that witchcraft would be something that was brought in to explanation. And this is Dr. Minette. So that's that. I thought I would put this in here to spice it up. 13 years old. God damn. Who knew? I had no clue. 13 years. So this motherfucker was like 25 when they met. And I can't remember. Ilhan Omar, she's probably approaching 50. Oh, shit. Wait. There's something that's not lining up here. Yeah, I'm going to have to. Well, I was about to say I'm going to have to do some investigating. If Omar is 37, then yeah, they've been having an affair. Let's see, 13-year-old son together. Okay, the physician. Okay, my bad. So the physician and her husband have a 13-year-old. So he was 25 and she was 32. Interesting. Oh, wait, hold it. 42. My bad. Damn, that's quite an age gap. So anyway, let us move on to the next story. This is interesting. Marjorie Taylor Greene makes new allegations in fallout with Trump. And I warn you now, there is an extremely long profile of Marjorie Taylor Greene that the New York Times did that we're going to listen to, because I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert's going to be the next one. They have seen the light.
She's making new allegations in her fallout with President Trump over the Epstein files. In a New York Times interview, Greene says Trump privately told her, quote, "My friends will get hurt if alleged abusers connected to Epstein were exposed." In a statement, the White House says, quote, "Congresswoman Greene is quitting on her constituents in the middle of her term and abandoning the consequential fight we're in. We don't have time for her petty bitterness." So for more on all this, I want to bring in our Capitol Hill correspondent, Jay O'Brien. And Jay, this New York Times piece, it's pretty meaty, 18 pages here. But what are we learning more on this alleged conversation between the president and the Congresswoman?
So this is a phone call, Alex, that Marjorie Taylor Greene has talked about before. It comes when Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of that handful of House Republicans who were defying President Trump and signing on to legislation to force the release of the so-called Jeffrey Epstein files the Department of Justice has. This is legislation that ultimately passed, remember, the House and the Senate. And after President Trump first opposed it, he ultimately signed it into law. But in the initial stages of that effort, when Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of just those handful of Republicans stepping to the president on this issue, that's when this phone call, Greene says, took place. And as you say, she goes into more detail in this interview in the Times about it. And she says that in her recollection, President Trump said to her that one of the reasons for his opposition to the release of these Epstein files was that his quote unquote friends could get hurt. Now, that is only Greene's recollection. We haven't heard from the president one way or the other on this. And it's been clear that Greene and the president have had a very serious falling out because of her support of the release of these Epstein files. And so putting aside the details of this call for a second, it is just another fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene and Donald Trump have had this very public breakup over this issue that at one point was critical to President Trump's MAGA base, was a campaign promise of President Trump's to put out whatever they could about the Jeffrey Epstein case, Alex.
Yeah, well, and she, by her recollection, talks about him yelling at her via speakerphone over this. But I'm curious, I mean, what are you hearing on Capitol Hill about this interview?
It's not necessarily the Epstein stuff that is really taking center stage with Republicans I talked to, not necessarily about this piece, but about the broader Trump-Greene breakup. Really what the Republicans I've talked to take issue with is Marjorie Taylor Greene's concerns that President Trump has abandoned what she says is his MAGA base. That's been something she's been saying for the last few weeks now. It's been her view that President Trump abandoned the promises he made when he ran for re-election in 2024, has left, she says, that base of voters behind that talked about affordability, that talked about transparency when it comes to the Epstein files, and a number of other promises that President Trump made. And it's her view that President Trump has distanced himself from those voters in the pursuit of other things. Now, the Republicans I talked to on Capitol Hill largely take issue with Greene's characterization there, but they are concerned that Marjorie Taylor Greene could potentially give air cover to some other disaffected Republicans. And you might see, and it's Greene's hope that you do see, she has said this publicly, this kind of groundswell of other Republicans coming out and publicly criticizing the president, publicly taking issue with the way that he has so far conducted his second term.
Well, and listen, Greene certainly has a platform, at least for
I'm going to tell you right now, Donald Trump has a weird sort of bimbo eruption about to happen. I don't know if most of you probably aren't old enough to remember the early 90s when Bill Clinton was president. And, every now and again, some woman would accuse him of, having an affair or something like that. And Rush Limbaugh used to call them bimbo eruptions. And Donald Trump is about to have something, I'm being a little hyperbolic, but Elise Stefanik got screwed over. She was slated to be the nominee for UN ambassador. And Donald Trump decided, no, we need you in Congress because the margin in the House of Representatives was so thin. So he basically nixed that. Marjorie Taylor Greene, this Epstein bullshit. Nancy Mace, another one. Nancy Mace basically does not get the Trump endorsement running for governor of South Carolina. And she and Donald Trump bumped heads on this Epstein thing. And it was mostly over the victims of the Epstein escapades. And then now you got Lauren Boebert having something that was important for her district vetoed, and on the surface it actually sounds like something that's necessary. So you got 4 Republican women, and hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. And none of these women, Stefanik is actually, has, I think she's actually smart. The other 3 women, Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Nancy Mace, they're all fucking flakes. And Donald Trump has no clue what's going to happen to him. He's pissing these women off, and it's going. I guarantee you, it's going to come back to bite him round about next summer. That's my prediction, and I could be wrong. I often am, but I feel it in my bones. Donald Trump is about to be taken down by 4 women who would have made perfect. I don't know if y'all remember the TV show. I think it was in the 70s called Alice. These 3 women could have been waitresses at Alice's restaurant. They could have been kiss my grits sort of waitresses. Trump's gonna be taken down by these women
for the next several days. But as we mentioned, she's not seeking re-election. She only has a few days left in Congress.
Oh,
so, do
Kimmy.
we have any ideas to what's next for her?
Kim, the problem is she is going to be more empowered by being out of office. MTG is popular in her district. And part of the reason that she's pissed off is that Trump would not endorse her for higher office for Senate. Same thing with Nancy Mace, trying to run governor of South Carolina. Trump would not. Elise Stefanik, she wanted to run for governor of New York against Kathy Hochul. Trump would not. And Elise Stefanik is like, really, even I kind of feel sorry for her. She was a loyal soldier, did nothing that was even remotely anti-Trump. And, she is wanting to run against Kathy Hochul, which, would be a popular thing to do in MAGA politics. And Trump just blew her off for another friend of his from Long Island. Trump, the worst ally you could ever have is Donald Trump. That motherfucker is fickle and vain and only out for his personal wealth and gain in his family. Donald Trump is a monster, and slowly but surely, these MAGA women are learning the truth. I don't know why they couldn't figure it out in the first place, but yeah, you keep thinking Donald Trump is like the smartest president ever, and you're gonna learn real hard, Kim. The dude is a douche.
She's not just not seeking re-election, she's leaving early, right? She's going to end her term on January 5th, this coming Monday. She's going to resign early. There's going to be a special election to fill that seat. So she only has a few more days left as a member of the House of Representatives. And to your point, one of the questions hanging over Marjorie Taylor Greene is what is next for her. She has said she's walking away from politics, that she's no longer going to be in the political fray. But there is this active question right now amongst Republicans, particularly in the president's MAGA coalition, of how much of a voice of opposition does Marjorie Taylor Greene become having left Congress. She won't have the platform of a sitting member of Congress, but she's obviously a household name. She was perhaps the closest to Donald Trump amongst House Republicans for such a long time. She was synonymous with the MAGA movement on Capitol Hill. So she still has a voice. And the question is, does she deploy that voice even more critically against President Trump after she has left Congress? That is a concern of some Republican leaders I've talked to.
Yeah, it'll certainly be something to watch. Jay O'Brien, thank you as always. less than a week before Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene
Let
resigns
me,
from office. She's making
let me tell you, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a fellow University of Georgia person. This is just like a frat boy, frat girl sort of issue. You know, she's learning the truth about her Chad. And Kimmy Cakes, I hope that you're kidding about Donald Trump being a real American hero. Dude, oh my Lord. I don't even know how to address Trump is a real American hero. Well, happy New Year to you too, Kim. The New Year is going to be difficult for Trump fans. I can feel it in my bones. And here is the New York Times Magazine story about Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I was just so naive. Inside Marjorie Taylor Greene's break with Trump. This article is by Robert Draper and read by an automated voice. 11 days after Charlie Kirk was killed in September,
What, you leaving
Marjorie
to
Taylor
wash your
Greene,
hair?
the third-term Georgia congresswoman, was watching his memorial service on TV as the luminaries of the conservative movement and the Trump administration gathered to pay tribute to the young activist. What stayed with Greene long afterward were the last two speakers who took the stage. First, there was Kirk's widow, Erica, who stood in white before the crowd filling the Arizona stadium, lifted her tear-filled eyes and said that she forgave her husband's killer. And then there was President Trump. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose, he said of Kirk. He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent and I don't want the best for them. That was absolutely the worst statement, Greene wrote to me in a text message months after the memorial service. And the contrast between Erica Kirk and the president was clarifying, she added. It just shows where his heart is. And that's the difference, with her having a sincere Christian faith, and proves that he does not have any faith. It also, Greene said, clarified something about herself. Over the past 5 years, as Trump's most notorious acolyte in Congress, she had adopted his unrepentant pugilism as her own. Our side has been trained by Donald Trump to never apologize and to never admit when you're wrong, she told me in her Capitol Hill office one afternoon in early December. You just keep pummeling your enemies no matter what. And as a Christian, I don't believe in doing that. I agree with Erica Kirk, who did the hardest thing possible and said it out loud. Greene's reaction put her in a distinct minority among influential conservative figures. Almost immediately after Kirk was declared dead, many of her comrades on the right, the billionaire Elon Musk, the Fox News host Jesse Waters, the podcaster Steve Bannon, labeled the killing an act of war by the left and exhorted their audience to think in similar terms. But Greene, who for years took a backseat to no one when it came to reactionary rhetoric, going so far, before she was in office, as to accuse Democrats, including Speaker Nancy Pelosi, of treasonous conduct and adding that treason was punishable by imprisonment or death, realized that she had suddenly lost all appetite for vengeance. She later told a friend, who confirmed the exchange, "After Charlie died, I realized that I'm part of this toxic culture. I really started looking at my faith. I wanted to be more like Christ." That was when the stress fracture that had been steadily widening between Greene and her political godfather became an irrevocable break. She had increasingly taken stands apart from the president and the Republican Party, declaring the war in Gaza a genocide, objecting to cryptocurrency and artificial intelligence policies that, from her perspective, prioritized billionaire donors over working-class Americans, criticizing the Trump administration for approving foreign student visas, for enacting tariffs that hurt businesses in her district, and for allowing Obamacare subsidies to expire. Most significant, she defied the president and compliant House Republican leaders as she argued that all investigative material pertaining to Jeffrey Epstein should be released. The Epstein files represent everything wrong with Washington, Greene told me in December. Rich, powerful elites doing horrible things and getting away with it. And the women are the victims. As Greene made her opinions known, first to Trump and his team and then publicly, she tested the affection of the man who once said of her in a posted statement endorsing her re-election, "Marjorie Taylor Greene is a warrior in Congress. She doesn't back down, she doesn't give up, and she has always been with Trump." Now, the cascade of perceived transgressions culminated in the president's tarring her as Marjorie Trader Greene in a social media post on November 15th. 6 days later, she announced in a video that she would resign from Congress on January 5th, a year before her term ends. In early December, as she prepared to make her exit, I met Greene for the first of 2 long interviews in which she was remarkably forthcoming about her frustrations with the president and his anger with her. I have covered Greene, who is 51, extensively over the past 5 years, and it was evident during this recent visit that on one level nothing had changed. Just outside the front door of her office stood the familiar placard blaring, "There are 2 genders, male and amp, female." One sign on the door warned visitors that no foreign lobbying was allowed. Another featured the image of Charlie Kirk. Hanging on the wall inside the waiting area were fan letters from all over America, some dating to 2021, her first year in office. The television was, as always, set to Fox News, though Greene told me she no longer watched the network because she found it factually unreliable. The fact that her office remained the same reflected Greene's sense of where she stood. She continued to be faithful to Trump's campaign promises. If anything, she said, her sin was to have regarded them as more than slogans. "That's what I'm guilty of," she told me. "That's what made me, in the president's words, a traitor, which was truly believing in Make America Great Again, which I perceived to be America first."
Let me tell you something. I'm going to be honest. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a problem in and of herself, but I think the New York Times, the way they're reporting this, Marjorie Taylor Greene as a sympathetic character, someone that, we should have some sympathy for. So this silly woman is just noticing now that their factual inaccuracies with Fox News. Dude, there's a sucker born every minute, and apparently the readers of this story are the suckers. Dude, this woman knew from the very beginning. Look, I'm not going to even fucking bother listening to this fucking trash anymore. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been part of the problem, and all of a sudden it took the Epstein files and the foul bullshit. Donald Trump's best friend was a pedophile. That's what it took. Really? Oh my God. White people be crazy. We need better white people. And my God, we need them soon. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. This is just hilarious. So I got to move on. This is like a 40-minute article, and I thought I would want to listen to all 40 minutes of it, but fuck no. Marjorie Taylor Greene just realized Fox News doesn't always get the facts right. The fuck? So let us move on. Amazing. Like Richard says, amazing. So this is an interesting report from holiday feasts to New Year savings. U.S. food sales shift with the seasons. And we probably all know that. You don't tend to buy turkeys for Easter. So I'm not going to go through all this, but I am just going to say that this USDA economic research report, if you're into farming and, just what agriculture does, it's an amazing resource. So until Donald Trump decides to defund it, it still exists. And if anybody wants a link to it, because you can subscribe to it, it's a newsletter. I enjoy getting it. So let's work through this frivolity here. Quiz. Do you speak 2025? An assortment of absurd, useful, and funny words and phrases entered the vernacular this year. How well do you know them? So, let's see what this article is about. Supposedly, you can listen to it.
Quiz. Do you speak 2025? This article is by Mia Lee and Kendall Bloomfield and read by an automated voice. By the end of 2024, words like slop, brat, brain rot, skibbity toilet, and solo polyamory had become part of some people's everyday life. In the deluge of unprecedented and often harrowing news this year, you may have missed an assortment of new slang terms that burst onto the scene with help from Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and social media. Before we turn the calendar page, take a moment to test your knowledge of the often absurd, sometimes funny, rude, or useful words that help define 2025.
All right. Well, we have 6 people in this building. This is not encouraging for going all the way to midnight. I feel no obligation to do so, by the way. So let's see. Well, what have we here? This is 11 questions. Let's see. Imagine you're wearing a new outfit, and this might just be for me and me and Sin 7 Sin. You're a word person and you're into pop culture and all that fashion stuff. Imagine you're wearing a new outfit. What culinary term would you not want someone to use about your appearance? Let's see. Ate, served, chopped, devoured. I have no idea. Let's do 8. That sounds the worst. Nope. It would be chopped. Nope. While the slang words ate, served, and devoured are all positive, chopped is a negative descriptor. Simply put, chopped has been adopted by many as a synonym for ugly or attractive. Unattractive. Nicole Stock wrote in her August article, what does it mean to be chopped? As with a great deal of internet slang, early uses of it seem to have come in African American vernacular English. No duh. Ms. Stock wrote, multiple social media users said they began seeing it used more frequently this year, thanks largely to popular memes and content creators. All right, so number 2, in 2025, what fairy tale inspired the new impolite slang term for dating people who are perceived not to be on par with their mates? Shrek, as in Shrekking. Beauty and the Beast, as in Beauty and the Beasting. Cinderella, as in Cinderelling. The Princess and the Frog, Princess and the Frogging. God damn. Am I this? I'm going to go with Shrek. I got that right. Yeah, Shrek has never been a compliment. So, it's 2025, Clarice. I assume it is more Gen Z stuff. I honestly couldn't say. So far, I'm 1 for 1. And I fully expect not to pass this quiz. Not even sure that I'm that interested, to be honest. And you know what? I need to blow this up so people can see it. Hopefully that's better. So, number 3, in 2025, which of the following scenarios might one crash out about? Select all that apply. Winning the lottery, getting bed bugs, running out of creatine powder pre-workout, getting a promotion, forgetting a Netflix password, seeing your ex post a new partner, getting a free flight upgrade. So what would be worth crashing out about? And by the way, the link is posted. I might need help with this. I have no clue. I know what a crash out is. Which of the following scenarios might one crash out about? Most of these, I mean, you don't crash out for something positive. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go here. Getting bed bugs. Seeing your ex post a new partner. I'm going to assume it's all the negative stuff. Oh, shit. I got it right. Fuck. All right. So crash out is negative. That's how I've heard it used. So, well, goddamn, I might not be as out of touch as I thought. All right. So crashing out has widely been adopted to describe a feeling of intense frustration or overwhelm in response to both large and small hardships. Okay. Well, damn. I might not be that dumb after all. Who knew? What is aura farming? I think I have heard this term. Cultivating a cool or charismatic persona, often through repetitive performative actions, imitating the style and personality of others to attract a love interest, meditating every morning to manifest positive outcomes, speaking kindly to your houseplants so they grow well. Aura farming. I'm going to go with imitating the style and personality of others to attract a love interest. Nope. It's cultivating a cool or charismatic persona, often through repetitive performative actions. Not sure I understand the term then. Aura farming generally refers to someone who does something repetitive to look cool and build as Gen Alpha would, say aura. Benjamin Hoffman wrote in a July article. Oh boy. Sounds dumb. So 5 of 11 bonus. Who would become the face of aura farming on the internet? I don't even know. Let's see. What is this creature? Something repetitive. You know what? I think it's this dude. I've seen that photo. Yep, got that right. Yeah, it's kind of an odd photo. Correct. Rayan Arkan Dika, a young boy who lives in Indonesia, was the reason aura farming became a popular phrase after a video of him dancing on the front of a boat became an internet sensation this summer. In the video, the boy standing on the bow, dressed in black and wearing sunglasses, uses a series of repetitive movements in his dance, making him a perfect fit for the term. I came up with the dance myself, he told BBC Indonesia in an interview over the summer. It was just spontaneous. Well, fuck, we got to watch the video then. All right, well, let's have a look. Let's see. Let's see if we can actually see. Here we go. You know what? That'll probably get some sort of strike. So this is the kid doing the dance in front of a boat. Interesting. He's got big feet. All right, so let's go back to this then. What's up, Abiola? You've they let you out of Be Brave's chat, huh? Let's see. Clara says aura farming is basically doing something for the purpose of making yourself. Well, I mean, that like virtue signaling. It's kind of the same thing. That's a question. Happy New Year, Abiola. So let's go to the next question. This is number 6 of 11 questions. What is Gen Alpha's favorite series of numbers? I have no I had no clue you could actually have a favorite series. I'm going to guess it's 6-7 because I've seen that somewhere. Okay, yeah, I got that right. I've seen it somewhere. So, yep, 6-7 was the numerical phrase that took over the Gen Alpha lexicon this year. As one 10-year-old told the reporter, Callie Holterman, there's not really a meaning behind 6-7, but if you'd like to try to understand it, you can read the full piece here. Maybe it's worth. Let's explore it. What does 6-7 mean? Maybe tweens don't want you to know. Well, now we have to hear it. So let's listen to a little bit of this. Oh, shit. Oh, sorry, folks. I forgot to switch pages.
Videos online
Let me
of
go
kids going
back
nuts over the
and
numbers 6
let's
7.
do that. All right, let's go back to the beginning.
Class, can you please open up your math books to page 67?
Did you just say 6, 7?
If you haven't heard it in your own life,
Guess number 67.
you may have seen one of countless videos online of kids going nuts over the numbers 6 7.
What is 6 plus 7? 6, 7! Why do y'all keep doing that?
Hi, my name is Callie Holterman, and I'm a reporter on the styles desk of the New York Times. So young people have always had slang and said silly things in order to confound their parents. And parents have always tried to some extent to decode their kids. That's happening in an even more heightened way with Gen Alpha and Gen Z right now. But many of today's parents are millennials, so they're pretty internet savvy themselves.
Hey guys, I'm here to teach you some words your kids are saying, but you probably don't know. First word, chopped. That means ugly.
Today, a whole explainer content ecosystem has kind of been built up around adults' curiosity around Gen Z slang in particular.
So the first up, we've got Riz,
Oh, that's
or
easy.
the Rizzler. Okay, so this one means charisma.
And when a term like Riz shows up, there will be 3 newsletters and 10 front-facing videos and a segment on the
What's up,
Today
John?
Show, all saying, hey, here's what Riz means. Now you can understand.
Hold on one
I think
sec
for
here.
a lot...
What's going on, John? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, Stan. How you doing?
I'm doing well, believe it or not.
That's what's up.
I
was hoping you would
I-
have got that 6-7 right. That shit is
you know
everywhere.
what? I don't think my son is Gen Z. I think, but I don't care. I'm thinking back to Raw G and her hubby. Cellulite. This bullshit about boomers being the demise of America. I'm thinking whoever comes up with 6-7 and laughs about it, it's a coming. So what's been going on? I haven't talked to you in a bit. How you been?
Yeah. Just been hanging out. Let me just say the boomers are good people.
Well, let me just, I've had this back and forth for over a week now. People don't seem to understand that, like John Lewis, most of the young civil rights leaders were boomers.
Yeah.
And you know what? They put their lives on the line, whether you agree with what they achieved or, maybe the effects weren't everything to be desired. But I would actually say the boomers did more, at least black boomers did more than just about any generation, at least if you want to isolate the black demographic,
I think it
is
was the
that
parents. Their parents, the boomers' parents, were probably the best generation. They went through the Great Depression and World War II.
okay? No. My argument is that you cannot do the generalization boomers or silent generation. Black people did not experience the same conditions socially, economically, politically, culturally that white people did. You cannot make that kind of that kind of blanket statement.
Yeah, but even blaming boomers in general, white boomers, doesn't matter. Like,
Well, I think generational arguments are weak.
yeah,
There is nothing stopping you. Even I understand that, hey, my parents weren't shit, and there is such a thing as generational curses. I 100% understand that argument. But to making like the boomers fucked up Generation X and millennials, you can't make that kind of argument. There's no way you can get data to support that sort of statement. Class, race, education, there are all kinds of ways you can dissect a population or demographic, but you can't do it by generation. It does not work. Other than, an article like this where you're just kind of doing it, it's funny. These kids are talking a language I don't understand.
yeah, exactly. It's
That's the
generational
only way.
culture
Yeah,
change.
you analyze it for humor.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm kind of getting
But
off
it's
on a
still,
weird path.
yeah, you analyze it for humor, but
Yeah.
there is truth behind it. Like there is such thing as
absolutely there is.
generational culture change,
Mhm.
where it's just like, oh, like they thought that in the 50s that the shaking of the hips and the dancing was crazy, and then in the 60s everything went wild,
Elvis the
then the
Pill.
70s was all about drugs and disco, and then the 80s it went downhill. Like for middle class it was fine. For lower class it was it was drugs, it was
Mhm.
violence, it was gangs. But if you were middle class, like in the 80s, it was a great time. It was probably the best era to grow up in. You see
I'm
all
telling you right now, and my family was middle. We weren't too rich, but we weren't starving either, dude. And oddly enough, I didn't even realize it. I might realize it more as a YouTube content creator than I ever did um, earlier in my life. I mean, I always knew, yeah, it was pretty cool and all that stuff. Dude, I had no fucking clue how fucked up people were by
yeah.
their parents.
Yeah, well, because it
There's
was
some bitter
limited
motherfuckers out
media.
here.
There was limited media. Now you can find all this shit now.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like before, it was just like wherever you were from, that's usually the television, the radio, everything that you're listening to or seeing is shaped around your area, your type of
Yeah.
music, your type of politics, whatever.
How
It's
was
all,
your family doing, by the way?
we're all doing good.
Good for
Yeah,
you.
Effie's doing
I,
good right now.
I don't ask enough now, do I? But no, dude, you are holding down a goddamn fort. I don't ever talk about how much credit you deserve. Motherfucker, you are the superhero.
It's a lot of times where you feel like, Jesus, man, like everybody's taking advantage of me. But at the same time, I'm looking and I'm like, okay, we're getting results now.
Good for
Sacrifice is
you.
worth it.
Good for you.
Yeah,
Excellent.
that's what's up. But
So
we're going to talk about
happy
2026, what we're doing, where we're going. We're going up.
dude, let me tell you something. I don't do New Year's resolutions. But I can honestly say I actually had a good Christmas, probably better than I've had, to be honest, probably since my wife died, and that's like 13 years ago. It was, usually, you know, I'm not Mr. Sociability. I'm not Mr. Socialize, but
Definitely.
my mother was sick a couple years ago and it was a little stressful, and I'm just the kid, the son. Who knows how stressful it was on my father? It's probably something I'll never understand. But this year I cooked Christmas dinner. It was me, my father, my younger brother, and my son. And I think the really what I appreciated about it is it was three generations, because my brother's 13 years younger, so he's right on that cusp. Think he's Gen X, but he's 1 year removed from millennial. Um, and it was three generations basically talking to my 19-year-old about, look, you need to take this shit seriously. And he's doing well in school. He's got that, he's got over a 3.0. He's surviving. But, sometimes you need granddaddy and uncle, and, because apparently, daddy is not, or dad is not like, you don't believe me, motherfucker. Well, let's listen to your uncle and let's listen to your granddaddy. They're saying the same bullshit I'm saying. So that's, you don't often get that sort of like it was a triple dip of motherfucker, don't get
Three
lazy.
generations.
It's not lazy, but you know what, motherfucker? Your hair is too long. Let's get a goddamn haircut.
It's a style
That's
now.
sort
It's all natural. Yeah.
Dude, I had my son's hair is like, it's very red. I never realized.
It's getting in the sun.
No, his mother was blonde. Like
No, but it comes
blonde
out
blonde.
more in the sun, like a lot of it
Uh,
might be a little bit
I was
darker,
I was thinking, maybe he was hitting the pool or something. You know how
maybe
chlorine.
chlorine. Yeah.
But anyway, all is well with the world. And I
So
spent my Christmas holidays last Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and a good bit of Sunday fucking trying to figure out how to do sourdough. Sprouted whole wheat sourdough bread. In my first couple attempts, they were edible but failures. So I know how to make bread, but I had no clue that working with whole wheat exclusively, that shit is hard. Because you can't, it's technique to get the bread to rise. Working with like bread flour, kind of like the white flour sort of thing. Non-whole wheat, dude, it's very forgiving. Whole wheat bread, oh no, motherfucker, you got to get every step right. there are so many points of failure that now I know why nobody ever wants to do it.
yeah, but still, once you get it, you got it.
Oh no, I'm gonna get it.
Yeah, that's what I
Uh,
mean. Sourdough, I'm
bec-
all about it. I'm all
well,
about
here's the deal. My father was like, "Well, you know how to make bread. Can you do this for me?" You know, there's some, I like the bread. Can you do it? And I'm like, of course I can. I didn't tell him. Well, I've made sourdough before, but it's usually like mixed. The easiest way to make sourdough is you got to put some bread flour or all-purpose flour because it rises better. But you can get whole wheat bread to rise, but it's all in the technique. And I'm actually having to learn how to do it, not quite from scratch, but learn quite a bit. But that's the other thing. Dude, I love learning shit. Motherfucker, when I master it, I don't know. Dude, I haven't had something that was difficult to deal with and master in what, 5 years? So that's probably why I'm kind of pumped up now, because I know I'm going to conquer it. So
I'm all about the sourdough bread. Hell yeah.
Oh, that shit, dude. I'm not even that big a fan of sourdough.
That's my shit.
But the thing is, you can do, if you've ever had like sourdough pizza, like sourdough, actually, if you pair it, like I've had sourdough cinnamon rolls, they're actually extremely good.
It's like pickled watermelon, like one of those type of things where
Yeah,
you're like, sweet,
it's
but
something you wouldn't think would work, but it just does.
amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pickled watermelon was the thing where I was just like, I don't know. And then I ate it. I was like, Jesus, why don't they sell this in the stores?
You know, that's a really weird point you bring up. You can get pickled watermelon rind and stuff like that in places like Winn-Dixie down south. They sell it, like pickled okra, pickle fucking everything down here.
You got to go to like Italian or Jewish stores, which they're around me.
Yeah.
Like, they got big stores around me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even like Eastern European, because that's where I had it
Well,
at.
you know, you can do it at home. Pickling
Yeah.
stuff is actually not that hard.
Just got to boil it, right? Boil it in the vinegar.
Uh,
little salt, little.
Well, it depends. Like you can do like cold packed pickles. And the only reason I know this is because I used to help my mother-in-law fucking can vegetables. No, you can do cold pack where you don't have to boiling, like canning stuff. You know, part of the boiling process is to kill bacteria and all that stuff. It also helps seal it. You know, as stuff cools, it will basically force out air.
I thought, yeah, it would help the
You know, you
cucumber absorb
vacuum
it.
pack.
You know what I mean?
Cold pack pickles, though, you don't have to do any of that shit. It doesn't have to be airtight. As a matter of fact, you can blanch vegetables, cool them, and freeze them as a preservation method. That's basically what cold pack pickles are. You're not freezing them, they're in the refrigerator. But there are ways of preserving vegetables and even meat.
Yeah.
That hard canning, that shit will keep for years.
That's why they say, like, in the case of, like, you know, like they always talk the apocalypse, you want gold, you want salt. You know, salt will be the
right,
because it helps preserve the meats, everything. It was the ice before ice was able to travel as far as it, you know,
Mhm.
technology got better. But even back then, like, you know, you used to have to carry cubes of ice. You know, I had to try to get home as fast as you fucking could.
All right, so we know what 6'7" is. Actually, I don't, but I actually I'd heard the term before.
See, I knew the one before this too. I knew that was it getting the Riz. I saw a video about this the other
Dude,
day.
I had to ask what Riz was. I had no clue. Charisma, I had no clue.
I know.
So
I saw a video the other day, and I thought like the kid was talking a different language. They were talking to their parent. It was just like, man, I can understand people who have the heaviest accents, but like I can't understand what this kid is saying.
all right, well, this is just to remind everybody, this is the Do You Speak 2025 quiz, New York Times. So we have made it down to what is Gen Alpha's favorite series of numbers. I got 6'7" right, and that's only because I'd heard it Probably on YouTube. So the next question, 7 of 11. The Italian brain rot crew, an absurd group of AI-generated characters, became a meme that flooded TikTok in 2025. Which 3 of the following names were not breakout Italian brain rot stars? No idea. I don't even know. I don't even have a TikTok account.
I don't know nothing about this.
Which 3 of the following names were not breakout Italian brain rot stars?
I'm just gonna say, because the name sounds ridiculous, the first one.
Yeah. Trallalero Tralala.
Even the next one almost. But it's like, yeah,
that sounds actually cool. Ballerina Cappuccina, Bombadero Crocodillo.
That's got to be number 2.
Yeah. Avocadini Vesta. That's got to be one of them. I can't even pronounce it. And my Italian's not horrible. Vestatini. Avocadini Vestatini.
That just sounds ridiculous.
You can. So I think we agree on number 1.
Arrivederci, though. I don't know.
Arrivederci. That actually sounds like something that could be. But you know what? Let's just go with
Avocadini Vestatini. That sounds like it could be a real name too, though. Some over the top.
Avocadini Vestatini. No, that literally sounds like
Vestatini. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta put the hand in the air, the pasta hand.
All right, well, let's do it. Oh shit!
Oh shit! Bella,
you
Bella,
got one
brother.
right, and I got 2 wrong. God damn it, dude!
I was with you on the other 2, though. Yeah, I was like, that first one sounded ridiculous.
Tralalero tralala. Oh my lord! So almost Bella Bella Caramella, Avocadini Vestatini, and Arrivederci are not known members of the Italian brain rot crew. You can read about the real members of the crew: Ballerina Cappuccina, Tralala, Bombadero Crocodillo. I can't remember whether you pronounce L's. Bet you do. In this April article by Alicia Haridasani Gupta.
Yep. You got me.
Her name is as hard as any of the people she was writing about.
I just call her
So, 8
Dasani.
of 11. Which term below describes the chilling blank stare that members of a certain generation give in response to questions or comments that they deem unintelligent, uninspiring, rude, entitled, or otherwise not worthy of a verbal response? Millennial myopia, Gen Z stare, Gen X dry eye, Gen Alpha glaucoma.
I think it's millennial myopia.
No,
No,
Gen Z stare.
it's dumber than I thought.
Let's see. In a July article, Nicole Stock described the Gen Z stare as the blank stare that members of younger generations give in situations where a verbal response would be more common. I don't think that's just a Gen Z thing. There have
Like
been
1,000 yards
plenty
there. Is that what they mean? The
No,
1,000
there
yards.
were times people would just ask me questions and I'd pretend like they didn't ask it. Now, it's not quite the same thing, but dude, you're so dumb I can't even stare at you. It's like I'm going to pretend that the last question didn't ever get asked. So this is 9 of 11. What popular 2025 term does the Oxford University Press define as an online content as online content deliberately designed to elicit anger or outrage by being frustrating, provocative, or offensive? That
Rage
would be
bait.
Stanley versus the world.
It's rage bait.
Okay. Yep. Correct. 10 of 11. True or false? Hallmarks of a noodle boy 2025 masculine archetype often include tote bags, books by female authors, baggy pants, wired headphones, and matcha lattes. Hallmarks of a noodle boy? No idea what that means.
I don't either.
2025 masculine archetype often include tote bags, books by female authors, baggy pants, wired headphones, and matcha lattes.
Oh, we're talking about.
I'm gonna say true.
No.
Oh, good try. In 2025, these hallmarks were widely used to identify a performative male. Okay, I don't even understand the question. Performative male. What is a performative male?
Just like a dude trying to act like a dude to pick up chicks, I guess. I don't know. You know, like a Abercrombie and Fitch type of guy trying to be like a skater
Oh,
boy.
Jesus. Those are fucking frat boys. You know that shit's been around since I was in college.
Of course, yeah. They change it every generation changes the slang in the vernacular.
All right. Last question. In 2025, what phrase might one use to describe entering a state of focus in order to achieve one's goals? Self-sealing, holding space, masking, locking in.
I know locking in. But I don't
Yeah,
know.
me too. I mean, that's not a new phrase. Locked in, that's been around since I was in the Navy. You know, you're locked in, lock and load.
Exactly. At least since Top Gun, it was like a mainstream thing to say.
Right. 67 was also in South Park. They made fun of it.
There was a rapper made a song back in the day, like they said it came from him.
Well, let us do this. In the theme of it is almost the new year, the list. What's in and what's out for 2026? Let's see. What? No automatic reader? So let's see. By the authority vested in me as list maker by the Washington Post and the laws of the United States of America, it is hereby ordered. Section 1. Purpose and policy. The list is a Washington Post tradition dating back to 1978. The American people rely upon the list to know which things are in and which are out, which celebrities are no longer hot, which slang terms and emojis to adopt if you wish to remain young forever, and which words sound like other words. Many other lists have been tried, and they are, quite frankly, an embarrassment to our country. Section 2, designating the list. The Post's annual in-out list shall be designated the official list of the United States of America. All federal documents must reflect this new designation. Trend watchers, glossary makers, armchair pundits, cultural archaeologists, bot armies, and unspecified internet randos are expected to fall in line or else risk being given a mean nickname. Let's see. I'm bored. I don't fucking feel like reading anymore. So, in or out? Pennies. I know billionaires. Pennies are out.
Trillionaires are in.
Yeah. There's only going to be one possible. American exceptionalism out. Space superiority. So out, a bump of caviar, in a cup of meat. So out,
It was a heavy
National
event.
Garden of American Heroes. That was a Trump thing.
Rush hour.
Wait, hold it. I gotta click that link.
Eddie and Jackie are back. Was it no Chris and Jackie are back?
How? What in the fuck?
What is that?
News
Trump was
about
trying to bring it
media.
back.
Oh, it's kind of a joke, apparently. Okay. Yeah, it's a joke. All right. So let's see. Out cheating with AI. In majoring in AI. By the way, Georgia Tech offers not a major, but you can minor in AI right now.
Yeah.
So let's see. Out Diego Luna. You know who is it, a he or she? I assume.
Was this?
Diego Luna, the actor, is out. Diego Luna, the soccer player, is in. Okay.
I don't know either one, but that's just funny.
Let's see. Out bird test, in geese show. Out airport pre-check, in airport fit check. Damn. A Golden Globe for podcasting is out. An Academy Award for casting is in. Out East Wing. That's funny. In East Potomac golf links. Trump is doing something weird with golfing in DC, in the DMV. Out Dubai chocolate. In Mexican conscious. No idea what Mexican conscious are. Out POTUS versus DEI. In SCOTUS on the Voting Rights Act. Not sure what that means. Out movies based on comic books, and not a year too soon. I'm fucking tired. Dude, I haven't watched the Marvel movies. Jesus Christ, they've just gotten boring. They're probably good, they're just boring. In movies based on books you read in high school English. Absolutely. I'm all for that. Out alcohol-free bars. In phone-free bars. That's funny. Out Paul Thomas Anderson. In Gus Van Sant. Gus Van Sant isn't that the E Street band member? One of the Van Zants. That's probably Steve Van Zandt. Let's see. Out getting really into curling for 2 weeks. Like during the Winter Olympics. And getting really into ski mountaineering for 2 weeks. Wow.
The curling one is the best.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
I think everybody has gotten into curling for 2 weeks in their life. Yeah.
It is interesting.
Oh, shit.
Let's see. So out Quiet Piggy. Oh, that's Donald Trump. In Miss Piggy.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Donald Trump. Jesus Christ, that motherfucker.
For a farming swag gap. I don't get it anymore.
Okay, out gold in the Oval Office. What's wrong on that?
UFC on the
South Lawn. Oh shit, dude! Did you?
They're gonna be like, "Yo, this needs to be an annual event."
Dude, they're gonna fucking do UFC at the White House.
Wait till that ballroom opens. You'll see. Talking about ECW
Dude,
style
you
shit.
know what?
Ballroom.
The first Democratic president after, assuming this gets built, by the way, because I'm not sure it will.
They'll enjoy it.
But dude, my first executive order as Democratic president, if this gets built, the ballroom gets built, is to demolish the ballroom. We need to set the precedent for my attitude.
They're gonna get it done so fast. We're gonna be wondering why the fuck does everything else take so long?
No, I don't think. Honestly, I don't think it's gonna happen.
I think it's gonna be done before he's out.
You and I might have to do a bet on that. I don't think it's gonna happen. Trump, dude, the thing about people like Donald Trump is they're quitters. You know, they get, this notion that something needs to be done.
Not if they really want it, though.
It's getting hard as soon as he actually has to start approving plans. Nah, it's not gonna happen.
Are you
Donald Trump
kidding me?
doesn't
That's
have
gonna
that
be
kind of
there for
man.
hundreds of years after he's gone. You know, like he's
No,
thinking about that
it's
legacy.
not gonna happen.
I think it is. I think he's gonna get it done real quick. So fast, everybody's gonna be questioning if it's stable or not. Under budget, all
We're gonna
Italian crews. Yeah.
we're gonna see. All right,
Marciano
so out
construction shit.
ballet flats, in sneak arenas. I think I've seen sneak arenas. I was watching something on YouTube a few days ago, and this dancer was wearing something that kind of looked like high top sneakers, but I mean, she was actually like dancing, like fancy footwork and stuff. So, sneak arenas. I'll be on the lookout for that.
Sneaker.
Out. She's an 8. In. She's a high tier normie. That one.
You see, because dudes that just want a normal girl. Yeah.
Like
Male
me.
loneliness, Grand Theft Auto 5. Was it 6? Is that 6?
That's it.
Yeah, 6.
They've been promising GTA 6 for a while. Is it actually coming out?
I'll be honest, I haven't played it since like before online gaming was a thing.
Dude,
But
I remember
my brother's real big into that shit, man. Like people know him.
my son was 8 or 9, and he wanted Grand Theft Auto, and I just said okay. my sister looked at me like, what kind of motherfucking failure of a father are you? But you know what?
Crazy.
I know my son, dude. He understands. I used to. Now
It's
I've never
huge out
played.
here. Yeah.
Mhm.
I hear Grand Theft Auto is huge. You know, like everybody plays this freaking game apparently, but me and you.
Dude, it's like ridiculously creative. You
Yeah,
fuck,
like you gotta
fucking
focus on
sit
stats.
there,
You
get
swim, you
in.
hold your fucking breath, you get your levels up, you can run longer. Like I played it when that was first coming in, but like not the online level, you know. Now these guys are all known, you know, like it's a whole world. Like there's
Well,
there's
the
real
thing
money
that
on the
amazed
line.
me.
People are getting like set up where they got the steering wheel and the gas pedal and shit, and they're drag racing.
Mhm.
Like it's crazy.
Well,
Dogs
the
pulling.
thing that amazed me was you could get into one of these cars and fucking turn on the radio, and
Yeah.
there'd be a whole there'd be like a
There used
shitload
to
of
be different
songs.
radio stations. Yeah, you could listen
Yeah.
to it, play it for dozens. You can play it for hours and hours, and just listen to different radio stations. It's all different.
Yeah.
It's Grand Theft Auto 1.
Just
Like probably
that
before he
right
was
there
born.
was amazing.
Yeah.
So let's
Like that's
see.
what I mean. Like it's cultural. America, our culture is fucking weird, man. Like it's like video
Yo,
games, movies.
our culture is actually awesome.
Yeah,
That's the one thing America has never fucked up. Dude, this culture, like if you look at the width, the breadth, the height, dude, our
great
culture
sci-fi
is
movie.
it's endless.
Sci-fi movies are the best ever.
It's the only thing America has been exceptional about, and no one seems to understand, is the culture, the creativity. That's been the exception.
Yeah, but it's it's a lot of points is mindless. Yeah, I think now we're getting into the good.
No, but mindless.
Now
really?
is like the era with AI where like I don't know if you know this, like they're remaking Disney movies to be like more like moralistic or taking a lot of this propaganda that and Disney's buying it from them and playing
Oh,
it
of
on
course they are. Why wouldn't they?
That's what I mean. Like you can watch different versions of the same movie now. You watch Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, completely different story. Like you can fit it to any narrative. Like that's what the future is like, everybody's not looking at the same thing. They got multiple versions of the same shit. And they're going back in time. They're changing things that your great grandparents grew up on, Not yours, but the kids nowadays.
Well, here is I see Zhang Wei is back with more of this anti-Semitism bullshit.
I don't hate
What
all
is
Rothsteins. Zhang, stop it. I don't hate all
what
Rothsteins.
the fuck? What is up with this
Most of the
child?
New York ones and the Californian ones, but yeah.
Look, it was an author who wrote a seminal book about redlining, and Zhang Wei has just gone way off the deep end with
Yeah,
this
to time him out, give him
anti-Semitism.
300.
What is up with this boy?
I gave Zhang, if I timed Zhang out, I give him 60 seconds. You gave him 300.
60 seconds?
I always time everybody out for 60 seconds, sometimes for no reason.
No.
People.
I don't like. Look, the one thing I cannot tolerate is racists. I really, my first instinct was to would have been just to time him out for 24 hours. I do not abide racists of any sort.
Stone cold racist.
And if I have the power to control the racist rhetoric, I will exercise it. So
now that I heard him
60
come up, like I think Zhang is more of like a Kekistani type of guy, right? Zhang, are you a Kekistani?
Well, no, he's
type of guy?
probably just trolling. I understand his troll game, but you can be a funny and good troll without being a racist.
Yeah, a lot of people go a little bit too far trying to get to the hard joke, but
Well, I think
it's not really worth
Zhang
it.
just
You know,
needs
it's not worth it.
Zhang needs my attention for the new year, apparently.
7 o'clock.
All right.
What we got next?
Let's listen to Irony, and I will be right back. This is going to be interesting, by the way.
Been to you. I've been enjoying the holidays with my family, but now I'm going to give you a little bit of wisdom to you. All right. So there's been a little bit of a debate going on between the Heritage Americans and the Creedal Americans, what it means to be a Heritage American, what it means to be a Creedal American. I'm going to try to lay out the stakes of what's going on and make the case that ADOS should definitely consider themselves Heritage American, and not just consider themselves Heritage Americans, but understand that that's the correct side of the debate. It's not for selfish reasons, but that's just what it is to be a person in this world. All right. So on the creedal side, they'll say like what it is to be an American is all about what it's in your head, what you believe, and your history both on this land and outside of this land doesn't matter as long as you believe in the right kind of ideas, maybe in terms of self-determination, but really in terms of the market that you're an American. To be that's what the creedal Americans will.
Well, let me help you.
That's a good question, Abiola. How do you feel about that, Stanley?
About what?
Nigeria getting attacked. Do you think it was even real? Do you think they bombed them the way they said they did?
The way I understand it is Nigeria needed help. Abiola, he's in Finland. So I believe that Nigeria asked or maybe it's saving face, who knows, but let me put it to you this way. The northern Nigeria is very Muslim. They kidnapped fucking a bunch of schoolgirls, back during the Obama. It's a problem. ISIL is a problem.
Yeah, you remember Joseph Kony, 2012? Remember that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, the bottom line is I don't believe, do I support the U.S. involvement in Nigeria? I don't think the U.S. is involved in Nigeria.
No.
That's what I believe. There is no U.S. involvement. They bombed some terrorists.
In and out.
And I can go back and find that interview that the Nigerian foreign minister gave. I think it was either to Reuters or Al Jazeera.
Huh? So, well, you see,
you need to do Abiola. if you're going to talk to me about politics, you need to actually understand what you're talking about. I don't get the impression that you do.
And you remember, Stanley, that right above them, Burkina Faso just went through theirs. And next to them, a couple, was it one or two nation states over, you have Benin. You know, they have revolutions going all around them right now. Like Nigeria has a lot of people don't know, like that is like the tech capital of Africa. They you know what I mean? Like the Nigerians come from the what is it? Musamasa, the what you call it? They were his warriors, you know.
Masa Musa?
Musamasa. I see, I'm dyslexic sometimes. Masa Musa.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure I'm right.
Yeah, you might be right. Nigerland, right? Not Nigerland. Mali, the Mali Empire. So like he had a long run for a minute. So, but they come from an empire. I always see, like, you look at these people like Egyptians, Mexicans come from that come from like Oaxaca area. You know, like these people came from people that knew about mathematics before they even understood what they were doing with it. You know what I mean? Like these are all ancient tribes, ancient it's not world spread. Like people talk about the IQ argument. When you're talking about certain parts of Africa, yeah, but when you're talking about other parts of Africa, that's not what it is. And then you look at the amount of Nigerians that there are. Like Nigeria is like it's not a gigantic landmass, it's big, but like they have a huge population, and they're due to double in the next 20 years. So they try to bring a lot of them into Europe, a lot of them into America, South America.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're moving in all those Chinese too at the same time. I don't know if you guys remember, Nigeria lost their port rights to a Chinese company back in the day because the Chinese gave them a loan. They built a railroad in their country, Nigeria's country. It helped a lot with travel, helped a lot with industry. But the Chinese gave it to them at such a rate that it's like you can either go with the Chinese or you can go with the IMF. And the IMF charges crazy prices. They really haven't delivered on shit in Africa in the past 30, 40 years. And now you got the Chinese coming in and they're building shit like their dams are failing. Everything that they're building is failing. But they're in there so deep now, like it doesn't even matter. They're in the fucking mines. People don't even realize what's going on in Africa. Like you look at the population of Africa and then you look at the population of sub-Saharan Africans. It's like 900 out of 1.2, 1.3 billion.
Mm-hmm.
So they're being conquered on their coastlines through trade, and same way the IMF and the European banks all went in there and robbed them of their resources. The Chinese are coming in and doing the same thing. Yeah, they're giving them a little something, but this shit keeps failing. The Kenyan power plants are failing, all this type of shit. Like geopolitics is all fucked up, man. We've been heading for a war for like my entire life, and I don't think there's no way to go around it anymore.
I don't think there's going to be
Taiwan right now
any sort of international war.
I think that's what the whole move about Venezuela is about. That's what this Nigeria thing is about.
Well, I saw a better theory. It's almost more Orwellian, where China has a sphere of influence. America, the Monroe Doctrine was about a sphere of influence.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically going to be China and the United States, and whatever Europe winds up being. And then there might be a fourth, if I recall Orwell, there's a fourth. But
Eurasian.
Essentially what's happening, and I don't know that this is absolutely true, because I don't really do geopolitics. I'm more a domestic policy person. But if it's to be believed, and I honestly think this is probably right, China and the US are carving up the world for spheres of influence.
Yep.
Europe and Russia are going to be like the redheaded stepchildren. We just like make them feel like they're actually important. And that's that.
I think we're getting to the point where Europe is gone, and we're coming to the acceptance.
Europe will never be gone.
Europe is gone.
Nah, don't think so.
There's resistance there, but it's not enough. There's.
What would they resist? See, this is the weird thing that people don't seem to understand about Europe.
In one generation.
People think that Europe has been culturally distinct for thousands of years. No.
Like 600,
the Ottomans had a huge influence on Southern European culture, especially. Europe is not a monolith.
That's why people don't even look at the Spanish as white. I'm like, they're Europe, but like they don't even look at them because they're a little bit darker. They were conquered by Arabs and North Africans for
and then it got
years.
Dude, no. They were conquered, but they didn't go. The Moors or the Arabs, the Muslims barely made it into France. Okay, France, Germany, those places were like Afghanistan.
And they never fully won parts of Spain.
You weren't going to fucking defeat those people because they literally were savages. They will fucking hurt their body to make sure that, Europe has never been homogenous. Why do you think there are all those languages?
Yeah, exactly. In such a small area.
You go to dude.
It's completely tribal when you look at how small Europe is and how many languages in this small region.
Right, because
not only they literally planet, multiple languages.
The people who think Europe is one thing, dude, it's not as diverse culturally as Africa is, but it's pretty damn close.
They didn't even get into Africa until
China is not one thing. They're very diverse, ethnically diverse.
They're the Mercs,
Europe
Mongol,
is
Turks.
Dude, you could literally walk across look at northern Italy, for God's sake.
Yeah. People don't realize this. You know what I mean? Like they don't.
Well, people don't realize it because they're racist.
It's easier to herd people into bigger groups. Identity politics 101.
I don't think there's anything wrong with identity politics. You don't have politics without identity. That's another thing the far right gets wrong. There's nothing wrong with identity politics.
No, there's nothing wrong with identity politics as far as a nationalistic or a cultural.
No, there's nothing wrong with identity politics.
No, I think identity politics is how we ended up with white and black.
No, that's not how we ended up with white and black, sir.
Well, what is the reason why it's still
Go
around?
back and look at the history of it.
No, I know that, but what is the reason why?
It was not identity politics. It was basically economics. Now, identity, look, in the United States, they couldn't keep Native Americans as slaves. That was the first attempt.
The Native Americans had slaves.
Okay, you're not going to let me finish this history lesson, are you? It doesn't matter that there were slaves. I'm talking about United States history. And the bottom line is the English in Virginia tried to enslave the Indians, but the Indians knew the land.
They can escape. They knew the land.
Not only that, but you know what? They weren't that distinct once they intermarried. Sometimes you could have people that were, you couldn't identify them on the streets. The only reason African Americans or Africans in particular were distinct was the obvious phenotypical differences. That wasn't necessarily identity.
No.
Identity politics is similar, but not quite how slavery in the United States happened. And believe it or not, if black people enslaved black people, then your identity politics argument is out the window. You didn't have to, you could be black enslaving black people, Africans enslaved Africans. The identity politics argument does not hold up. Racism is not always about skin color or even identity.
No, there was a long time they didn't like Catholics in America, you know.
So the bottom line is that no one understands American history, and 90% of the people who talk on these topics on YouTube know nothing.
They don't know enough.
I don't like going up on these panels because most of them they're not just ignorant, they're uneducated, they're ignorant, and they don't care to know.
They don't challenge their own views. That's the problem.
Well, they don't have views to
challenge your own identity, your own.
They don't have views. They have talking points that they learned on Fox News, or
once you come back,
some YN had something that was funny, and then they had, it gets adopted as true.
I mean, even when people talk about the violent rate or the violence rate in the country, if you look at the amount of people in America, the violent rate has been low for generations.
Well,
compared to the amount of people.
There's a headline that I'm not going to talk about tonight. Violent crime went down like at a very high rate. And I'm sure that Donald Trump is probably going to take credit for it, but it's been trending down since COVID.
But I think I don't know. Like it's, I don't really trust numbers after 2021. Like they.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you right now. What would you trust if you can't trust the numbers?
Well, that's what I take it with a grain of salt. Instead of just saying I don't trust, I'll take it with a grain of salt. Like sometimes,
you'll have to forgive my grousing about this, but dude, I've been bitter for about 2 weeks now with dumb fucks talking about they don't trust books, they don't trust numbers.
No, not the books.
Like, what the fuck do you trust? Your uneducated experience?
Go with the gut.
You trust what you can see, but dude, you can't see air. You can't see what the fuck you're breathing.
I know, but Stanley, you've been paying attention long enough to know how many directions one story can be skewed, and then years later you learn, like, okay, well, there was more than just this fucking opinion. Like there was more than just during civil rights, but that's what we're all taught about in school.
So what?
No, that's not. It's not. So what? That's the point.
Well, no, literally.
More than one perspective on one part.
No. Okay, number one, you don't expect to know everything in high school. That's why there are books to go and read if you're interested in learning more. And so what if in 20 years you certain things are revealed that were suppressed 20 years before? Yeah. I'm not even being sarcastic when I say so what? So you know more?
Yeah, well, of course.
You're never going to know. You're never going to know, dude. So what that you don't know? Benghazi, they're still talking about opening up Benghazi as something that gets investigated.
Well, it's
again.
much more than Benghazi. She's implicated in so many different charges. It's ridiculous.
Right.
He's
but
never
my
been
point is that if you expect to know everything all at once,
so it's
good
gross
luck.
negligence. That's the problem. It's always gross negligence.
Again, you are not listening to what I'm saying. My point is, so what if you don't know everything all at once?
Like, people have to be held accountable. What do you mean, so what?
Okay, you do realize again, you're not going to be able to, dude, there are people that fucking were involved in some of these covert operations that you'll fucking never
know.
who they are. How are you going to hold them accountable?
Why they were
Did I
there?
tell you the story when I was in Navy OCS? There was a guy in my battalion who was wanting to be a part of the civil engineering corps. You know, the Navy has a very strong, like, actual engineering program. You know, CBs, civil engineers, there are
Have that high eye.
mechanical engineers who, but you know what they tapped him for? This was back in the early 90s. The war on drugs was a thing. He was a native, he was a Spanish speaker. He was maybe first generation or something like that. So, you know what? They said, "Hey, you want to go work covert in South America?" The motherfucker was studying to be a civil engineering corps, but he was like 22 and like, "Fuck, I want some adventure." Basically, it was like the CIA or, you know, one of these agencies. Dude, we're going to take you out of he got his commission, but no, motherfucker, you want to do this? It's going to be exciting. I don't remember his name, but he was probably doing some covert bullshit. Okay. There are people who will never be held. There were people and are people who will never be accountable. Maybe they're doing everything for good, and let's assume that they are, but
Probably
dude,
not. Probably not.
accountability is something that has never been a high priority in government, covert, black ops. Accountability is, so what?
No. Has to be
You gotta
accountability.
understand this conspiracy minded bullshit.
What conspiracy
Dude,
minded bullshit?
well, I think holding people accountable.
So you don't think
all
it's
the
important to
time
find out what the Iran Contra was about?
I do
What
not.
the Gulf of Tonkin was about?
No, I do
How
not.
the fuck the Japanese snuck up on us for like after 1,200
I
miles?
do not.
Like, what the fuck?
It is something you might write a book about, but how is the Gulf of Tonkin relevant in 2025? It is literally history now.
Oh, okay, but remember that, Stan, because in the what you call it says that all men are created equal, right, by the Creator and endowed, right, endowed by the
Okay,
Creator.
you have to be
right?
very careful when you
No,
spout
see
that
now
bullshit.
because you know more about that, you want to get pedantic.
John, you're
Now you
being
want to be pedantic.
ahistorical, John.
Why is that
All
important?
men created equal, except they didn't think black people were men.
Why did they not think that?
You've got spouting this fucking.
Is that important
taking
now? though?
everything at face value.
Is that not important now?
A problem. But let me also tell you this. At the time when it was written, the people who were reading it, they literally thought they took it at face value. It is 250 years later.
Yeah,
that
but men
we're
at that
kinda
time,
going, well,
men at their time
okay,
were known,
well,
and they
if
didn't
I
own any
can
slaves.
ever finish
Madison
this
didn't own any
sentence,
slaves.
I
They
would
didn't.
appreciate John, let me finish this sentence, sir. 250 years later, we're still debating it. Okay, all men created equal is not, they meant what they said, except we know now that who they considered men were all white and all elite.
And they know now, Stanley, that they don't.
Okay,
They didn't just hate us for our
250
freedoms.
years later.
And we know 25 years later that they didn't just hate us for our freedoms. Right?
No idea what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the Iraq War, the Afghanistan War. We know 25 years later now, that they didn't just hate us for our freedoms, and that's what the fight was about. Fight them over there, so we don't have to fight them over
how
here.
is that relevant? Give me connect
Because
the relevant
that is
dots.
how we ended up here now.
I don't agree with that.
You have to have retrospect. People didn't even know these
Donald
things.
Trump has nothing to do with the Iraq War. Desert Storm 1 or 2 has nothing to do with Donald Trump and the fucked up shit he's doing now.
The unrepeal
If you
had nothing to
actually
do with
think
Donald Trump.
you literally said it has something to do, connect the dots.
Putting trade schools and the private had nothing to do with Donald Trump. The New Deal had nothing to
No.
nothing. But until he
Desert Storm has nothing to do with what Donald Trump is doing in 2025, soon to be 2026.
But we know now that they weren't.
If you actually think there's a connection, connect the dots.
No, I didn't say that there was a connection. I'm just saying that this is a repeated pattern, Stanley. It's not new. It's a repeated pattern. They play this game all the time. They play generational games against us.
Do you
now
think
we can see
they
survive
over generations? Because in a way, you get something right. The institutions survive way longer than the people who created the institutions. And that goes back to isms. The institutions are the systems. The institutions are the problems, not so much the individuals who support the institutions. Racism is systemic.
It's also just an identity politics game. That's all that it is.
Identity politics is not a problem.
I'm just telling you that's
It
what racism
never has
is.
been.
Identity
Politics has always been about identity. It's the idiots who want to get on Fox News and pretend it's a
Protestants
problem.
against the Baptists.
Okay,
and the
I don't
Presbyterians
know
against the
why I can't
Catholics.
finish a sentence. Identity politics is not a problem. It never has been.
I think it's been the fucking problem the entire time.
It's a talking point, John.
I think that's how I look at the politics. It's one giant game
you're free to
playing
look at
off
it,
against
but
each other.
all I'm saying is, what is politics? What is a tribe? What is an ethnicity? What is a race? Identity politics is literally a part of human nature. There's
course.
never
Tribalism.
not been, as soon as a child learns his or her name, if you got a family name, dude, that's all identity. That's all people are. People are their identity.
Yeah.
And that politics becomes identity politics is literally a far right talking point.
It's not a far maybe the way that they're talking about
Okay,
it.
these motherfuckers got pissed off because black people identified as black people forever. And it's always been one form or another. Dude, identity politics is not a problem.
Yeah, but there is a difference between Black Americans and African Americans, and I think that cover of African American is not. It doesn't fucking fit. You don't say white European Americans. You say white Americans because there is European Americans. They're immigrants, and I think after like 2 or 3 generations, you do fucking blend into the rest of the group. You are just like, even you'll probably marry into a family. Your wife or half of your kid's family will be, inculcated, whatever the fuck you want to say, they'll have family that was part of slavery, because that's what that's why they call it the melting pot. Is like over generations, you'll probably predominantly be one group, but there will be family members that will go off and they'll just mix, because that's what America is. Like half America is fucking mixed anyway. Half black, half white, half Hispanic. Usually if they're half something, they're half white. That's how I look at it, man. Like I don't really care about your religion. I don't care about that shit. But it's just your mindset. After a certain amount of generation, you go quiet anyway. Hold on, I gotta mute. My bad.
All right. Well, this is Nigeria's foreign minister, I think. And this is dedicated to Abiola, who has no clue what he's talking about.
Are you prepared, sir, to allow U.S. troops on the ground to use President Trump's words, guns a-blazing, when you say that you're prepared to accept help? Are you prepared for U.S. troops on the ground if that is, in fact, what the commander-in-chief supposes?
These are operational issues that would have to be considered by our military. I am heading foreign policy. I'm heading the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diplomacy, and it's something that the Minister of Defense and some of our security agencies would be in a better position to respond to. But for now, we have collaborated on this attack. It was a collaborative effort between Nigeria and the US, and President Tinubu gave the go-ahead before it took place, and we don't see it violating our sovereignty or territorial integrity, which is very important. And it is not about religion, it's about the protection of lives and property of Nigerians and our neighbors as well.
All right. Any other questions? He said collaborate. So I have no choice but to think this is not an attack on Nigeria. It's a collaboration, and this dude is in the government. Any other dumb questions, Abiola and others? Dude, I fussed at someone the other night about dude, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna go and find it. I'm gonna call an audible. Dude, but in the meantime, I want to watch this woman. She is a specimen.
$11.4.4.
So any thoughts on this? I think she is hot as fuck. She probably wind up bench pressing more, but I'm okay with that. Let's see here. There is something, and I am brooding. I am pissed off. And I see that a Soul Provider is live. But let's see, what do we want to do here? I see Hood Conservative. That motherfucker has a bunch of people watching his bullshit. All the providers are all the content creators are live tonight. The Blackest Fear.
Yeah.
The Blackest Fear is
This is when you get new subscribers, Stan. This is when you get the new ones. You get the scragglers coming in, ain't doing nothing on New Year's. Looking for a group to hang out with.
You know what? I am okay with where I am, to be
You can
honest.
save somebody's life tonight. You never know. You know, people get in the dark places.
Yeah. Is that right? You
That's
think
what
I'm
you're
gonna
feeling.
save
Everybody hit the
somebody's
link.
life, huh?
Zhang, Zhang seems like he's got a lot on his mind. Am I fucking bugging, Stan, or did Zhang not come up here one time? A couple days ago.
Oh,
right?
he's been up at least once. He was just up
Zhang,
like
fuck you, dude. Making me
a
feel like
few
a
days
kid.
ago. He was just
Yeah,
up
that's
a
what I
few
thought.
days ago.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Zhang,
I don't know
that
what
was great.
he has. I don't know what he has against Jewish people. He seems so even tempered.
You know what?
that,
You know what it is, Stan?
What's that?
He's probably German.
No, I think he's just trying to yank my chain.
He's either German, Japanese. Imagine if he was German and Japanese. Jesus. Is this where it's coming from?
One of those love children.
You know, a power couple.
Wow. Let's see here.
You know, I was talking about Taiwan earlier. You know what's so funny about Taiwan? You know who doesn't who doesn't recognize Taiwan as a country? We don't.
China.
We don't. America doesn't fucking. They don't.
Oh yeah.
Honduras, El Salvador.
Well, that's because China would be mad.
Yep. All this fucking. I'm telling you, man. Something big's going down. It's coming. You got going on? What is this? Is this lesbian? Is this Tabitha Ritchie? UFC, she's a baddie. And there's some good looking Muay Thai chicks out there, I'll tell you that much. Might be my Asian bias, but
she's not like super pretty, but she is very competent. I would not I'd be okay with her. I'm listening. Be right back.
What should we be talking about tonight, boys? What's going on? Let's steer this direction. My bad. I'm trying to roll this blunt real fast. Dog's barking in the background. Okay, the blunt is done. Dog's loud as hell.
Well, I have a question for you.
What's going on?
What is it? I've noticed like everybody, all these content creators with one or two exceptions, probably even three that I can think of. What is it with weed in content creation?
Well, all right, let me just answer first. Dang, I am 5'8". All right. Not the tallest guy in the world, but and I know how to go for the hip. So I don't know. Stan, it's probably a generational thing again.
Huh.
It's just, through the music and everything else. It's almost like, how you look at having a couple beers?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The only reason why you don't look like that like weed because you were taught a different way. But if you've ever experienced it, and it's after a while you don't really get me wrong, relax. But it's not like it is like when you're a youngster smoking it. Young kids shouldn't be smoking this shit, especially now. It's so strong.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not like I've never had it. As a matter of fact, I've done, I don't do powders and I don't do needles, but
it's literally
I don't know. I just don't. Oddly enough, to me it makes you lazy. Now maybe maybe it's changed.
Really, you see how these people, they take the Adderall, and some people focus in, like college students. A lot of college students take Adderall because it helps them focus, right? But when you take ADHD, it mellows you out. Like when you have ADHD, it mellows you out for it. It doesn't, make you focus in. It makes you relaxed, And I think for some type of people, like smoking weed is better than drinking. And for other people, weed is not, they rather just drink, they feel better drinking, they can more controlling. You might smoke a little bit too much and just like get fucking paranoid, your heart's fucking beating, it's a little bit too strong for you. But if you took your time with it, like you say, they gave you a brownie, you took one bite out of that fucking thing and you just chilled out for a little bit, and then you're like, okay, yeah, I like this. Like I the only other drug that's like, out there that I've ever tried is mushrooms, and I've only ever microdosed. I've never like tried to trip out. But like, man, it was like a muscle relaxer and a fucking therapy in one, dude. I had the best dreams. I woke up, I felt refreshed. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's crazy. But like, I never wanted to trip out
I'm
on
not saying. Look, I think at my age, I'm good. I drink too much beer, but the thing that's interesting is that I never drink too much to risk a hangover, and I get to fucking do what I want to do as a retiree. If I need to sleep till 1, who's going to tell me I can't? So
I think weed is
think
easier for recovery.
it is rather interesting to me that let me put it to you this way, and I'm not talking about you, but some of the strangest notions come from weed smokers as
Oh,
content
that's stoner
creators.
thoughts, dude. You kidding me? Stoner thoughts are legendary.
Dude, it's like you're either going to be extremely funny or you're just going to be like
This
weird
guy's
and
fucking dumb.
close to degenerate.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it's like and Zhang, I disagree about the deleterious effects. I think I could probably knock that dumb argument down fairly quickly. So this is something that I had to experience. And yeah, I'm going to skip ahead. I always wind up in places I probably shouldn't be. But Savage is a friend of mine. He's pretty cool. He's pretty chill. And he puts up with my bullshit. But this, I'm just going to play a little bit. I'm not going to play the whole thing. This is about halfway through. I'm still kind of flabbergasted at how motherfuckers with gray beards can be just like, there's some shit that just shocked the shit out of me. And it makes me want to not be on YouTube. So here we go.
Hide who they really feel.
Yeah. We do it anyway with some of the dumbest shit. Like,
why is Stanley trip, bro? We're not.
Here's the thing. Well, let's go. Let's try to find the confusion. So, he wasn't. It doesn't look like he was attacking anybody. He was just saying it. You know why it sounds crazy? Because Stanley already puts out there that he wants to like talk shit. So we automatically think he's talking shit. So I look.
What these motherfuckers don't understand is I will talk shit to people I think are stupid. I'll talk shit all day because I think it's funny. So
yeah, but you gotta have fun with it. You gotta learn how to
No. You're putting lipstick on a pig. I literally don't like stupid people.
Stanley, I was arguing against flat earthers. Right? Listen, they're flat earthers, right? And I was just letting them explain themselves, and I would ask them questions afterwards, like, "Okay, so how does the wind work?" And I would just watch them try to explain to me how does wind work in the you know what I mean? Like, I could have just, like, there was plenty of different ways, but you can't really explain it to them. But like at the same time, I'm on somebody else's channel. This is what they want to talk about. I'm like, let's keep it entertaining. You know, and I would just keep
Well,
feeding
see,
it. But
well,
like, that's
see,
how you got to
you
do it, Stan.
better
And then you just come in
person
and
than
just
me.
kill the argument.
You're just a better person because I get bitter. Like people who get online and start spreading this fucking bullshit, it makes me bitter. Like, dude, black people in America are the least of people who can afford to come off as fucking stupid. I kind of internalize that argument that, you know, people like me need to be about 10 times smarter, 10 times harder working. You know, that's problematic in and of itself, but dude, don't get up on a goddamn channel where it's black people talking to black people and spread bullshit. And dude, if you're 21, 19 or something like that, yeah, I can coach you out of that bullshit. But dude, it's the motherfuckers like the dude on the left. Dude, your beard is totally gray. Why are you misleading people? And I don't even think it's intentional. I think the motherfucker's just dumb.
You just put it out there. If people come to you, then that is what it is. You know, that's what happens. This is just
well, they need to come to me more often.
Wrong.
But listen to this, and John, we can move on if you think it's something better to watch. But I wasn't even going to watch this. But dude, I'm motherfucking bitter. I'm bitter that people even entertain. Dude, this whole thing about straw manning and steel manning and you need to treat people civil. No. If you come up on my panel and I think you're peddling bullshit, I'm not going to be nice to you. I don't have respect for you. I'm going to treat you like shit. That's what should be done with dumb people.
You know how you sound right now, Stanley?
Like John Galt?
No, you sound like Andrew Wilson, my dude Andrew Wilson.
Andrew Wilson's a fucking moron.
I know, but he says the same exact thing. If you feel like I like Andrew Wilson, he's fucking awesome. But he's got great
you know, the thing is that he's just not my cup of tea. I don't find him particularly knowledgeable.
No, he's sharp and he makes people.
Okay, I don't care if he's sharp.
He can make you challenge yourself. That's the best
Everyone's sharp. I have listened to him. He's not that bright.
I think
if he was that
he was
bright,
an engineer, I think.
Okay, I don't care. I've known
Well-read.
plenty of engineers. Dude, motherfucker, I've worked as an engineer. And I'm not like an actual engineer.
Yeah. I think he worked at like a
there can be such things as dumb doctors. Dude, just because you can study. Okay, all I have to say, John, is I have known engineers, like actual mechanical, nuclear, electrical. I
think that's what he was. I think he was a nuclear engineer.
Okay, I need you to let me finish. I understand you have respect for him.
Or mechanical.
I do not. He's not even engineer smart. He doesn't sound like an engineer. He does not have the critical thinking skills that I think there's nothing that I've heard him talk about that would lead me to believe that he was actually an engineer.
I think you guys are polar opposites. The same thing, though.
I don't care what you think, John. I'm just giving you my
opinion.
opinion.
I'm saying, Stan, like I like him.
I'm just giving you my opinion. I have known actual dude. If the motherfucker was that smart, what has he ever done other than YouTube?
I think he owns patents in his fields with adhesives and lubricants and all this stuff. Yeah.
Was he a chemical engineer?
I think he was a mechanical engineer, not a nuclear. I think he was a mechanical engineer, but he
You
owns.
know what?
patents on
Maybe he
facilities.
was. I don't know. Let me
Smart
put it to
guy.
you this way. I don't think he is that smart.
I think he's a master of debating. And I think that's the
Engineers.
difference. Like, that was
Engineers don't tend to be masters of debating.
you never know. I mean,
Oh, I've known a dude.
I think debaters could have been
okay.
engineers. Like,
I
that's
don't know why you're just. I guess I'm beating up your hero. He's
no,
not that bright.
I like him, but like I'm not even a Christian.
All I'm saying is
But I
I've
agree with
known
Christians
smarter.
more than
Oh my
non-believers.
God. I've known smarter people by far. He's not even. And again, I don't know him. I've never talked to him, but I have seen him up on some of these YouTube debates. And let me give you one interesting thing about smart people. They don't debate motherfuckers on CT's channel. That's one of the reasons I don't think he's that bright.
I think
What
it's
the
kind of why he
fuck?
got that big.
Why the fuck? Okay, dude, let me finish. Why would someone who is actually smart ever get up and let CT sponsor a fucking debate with someone? Dude,
Stan,
it's
CT
mess.
left.
Okay, I do not know why I can't finish, John.
I'm just adding to your point. CT left.
I don't give
It
a
was
fuck.
Andrew Wilson. It was basically
Okay, I
Ponder
didn't
ran
watch the debate because
I did.
I don't like watching idiots debate idiots. On CT's channel, dude, CT hosting a debate is like, I don't watch a whole lot of UFC fights because they can be bloody and messy.
I fucking love him.
CT does not do a highbrow show.
Don't
And
call him
Andrew
UFC.
Wilson appearing to debate someone, I have no clue. Dude, it's not a high level debate. It wasn't a debate. I don't think Andrew Wilson, dude, if he was really smart, I look forward to seeing him on Face the Nation.
He was there for
Or
an interview. He wasn't there to
Face the
debate.
Nation?
No, Andrew Wilson was there for an interview. He wasn't there to debate. He
Okay,
just was
then
on-
you didn't hear what I just fucking said.
He's been on Piers Morgan. He hasn't been on Face the Nation yet. but
Okay,
Face the
Piers
Nation is
Morgan
on the
isn't some highbrow fucking.
show. Face the Nation doesn't matter anymore, Stanley. They're bullshit. We all know
Oh,
that.
now it doesn't matter?
They haven't mattered in a long time.
Okay, so Piers Morgan does?
No, in the modern term, he is completely relevant in Face the Nation. I mean, CBS is irrelevant now. Not just Face the Nation.
Okay, John.
That's just
If
how
you
it
say
goes.
so, John. I'm done debating.
Talking about Walter
this.
fucking Cronkite over here. We're over here. In the fucking
Motherfucker,
age of
Walter
Rick
Cronkite.
Sanchez.
What the fuck? Dude, you're not getting my point. Andrew Wilson is not smart. He's YouTube smart. He's not smart on any like scale that I need worry about.
I've never seen him.
And neither am I, by the way. I'm not saying I am, but he's not either. He's YouTube smart. He's Raging Tomato, people find, that fuck. Andrew Wilson is trailer trash.
He was a
who
friend of
read a
Raging
book.
Tomato.
Okay.
and she
I
stabbed him in the
need you to understand and listen to what I'm saying. Andrew Wilson is trailer trash who read a book.
It's middle class.
No, he's trailer trash.
Like upper middle class.
Okay. I know you want to. It's just my opinion.
I don't think he was, to be honest with you. It's like people do not like to be told that they are wrong, which is true. I'll put it up here. Which is true. I do not speak on topics I don't have some knowledge about. Understandable. And
But isn't that what I just said? That there's a lot of stuff that I don't know.
Yep. And then when you said something after this, I expect people, no, not that. The Mingle
Schoolboy is not a source.
Mingle history. So I don't think he was saying what you said is mingling history. I think just what we're leading up to what we're talking about.
Well,
and
throughout
what
history
throughout
proves
proven to be mingled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he was saying anything about you mingling history.
Oh no, I think Stan.
Oh no. I literally was talking about him mangling history. The motherfucker has never read a history book. And if he did in high school, he wasn't paying attention. I was talking directly about Seven, this gentleman.
Let me be very clear. I think Stanley's very articulate and intelligent, at a level where he deserves the respect, based on his acumen and his history. But hold on. But you lose me when you, as a man, would attack another man. When you're supposed to be the mentor and the elder. That's all I'm saying. Because it was just like watching Friday. You know what I mean? And listening, you know what I mean? I'm like, nah, let's be the smarter, the stronger, and the more in control and reserve, because we have to be the exception. That's all. That's my own. That's not even my advice to him. I'm just telling you where I stepped off the Stanley, like 100. Like he went from 100 to 83. You know what I mean?
This is funny.
You're right.
What are you doing here?
Well, let me before the shenanigans start here, and again, it's just me being bitter because I'm just bitter on this new year. But salute to Lupin Reigen, the voice of reason, who, to be honest, this dude deserves the happiest of New Year's. By the way, anyone can hit the link if they want to come up, wish someone a happy new year, me or John or whoever. It is New Year's Eve. And I apparently have gone just total, teenage girl bitter. But I do want to hear Arami say Frimpong's argument, because I think I see where he's heading with some of this family stuff. I don't know that I agree with all of it, but go ahead, John.
You know what you should have too, Stan? Have another window open so you can have like B-roll of somebody in like Times Square during the countdown. You know what I mean? So while we're bullshitting talking, there's like not no picture. It's just randomness going in the background. That's better for the
stream. How do
stream.
you do that in StreamYard?
When you open up your windows, like you can you switch your window that you're opening up, and then just have one ready where it's a live stream of like.
Oh well, doesn't Atlanta have like a peach bottom or some bullshit?
They should have one where it's like one in Times Square, one in Atlanta, one in Chicago.
I don't care about Times Square.
It just jumps. It jumps from one to one over and over again all night. That'd be a cool.
Okay, well, tell you what, you know what you're talking about. Drop the link in the back and we can watch.
See if I can find it. Let me go find it real quick.
So this is Stanley's burden.
We got Stanley in the building.
Oh my God.
I'm not going to be up here that long because I have to get up fairly early.
You gotta get up early, Stanley?
Yeah, I'm in Savannah. I'm going back home tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh,
good morning. Oh, good evening. Good afternoon.
Hey, Lupin, I don't know that you have really been following me. Dude, I had a actual, probably the best Christmas I've had in quite some time. I am trying to master fucking whole wheat, and specifically sprouted whole wheat sourdough bread, and I know how to make bread. I could fucking make like hamburger buns, with regular like bread flour or something. I could probably get it done even with the proofing in under 2 hours. There's whole wheat game, there's sourdough. You got to make the sourdough and all that stuff. It is way more complicated. And I'm actually kind of happy learning, this game. So hopefully everyone's Christmas was good. Hopefully their new year is even better. And let's see here. Stanley needs to use those funds for medical expenses. Why? I'm not sick, Zhang. So you know what? My phone died. So Lupin, let me add you to sponsor the show. I will have to charge my phone. I guess I have let's see, managing HIV with what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, dude, Zhang, you are doing that edgelord stuff. And I don't know. Maybe this is your New Year's resolution to not be so edgy. What the fuck are you talking about, son? So let's listen to this. I will put my phone on the charger, but Lupin, you're a sponsor of the show. Just you are one of those people. As a matter of fact, there's gonna be a conference call or a StreamYard session with a bunch of wrench holders, and I need to add you to that list. John, of course, you'll be there. I don't want to alter the direction of the show, but Stan Autry, makes some sense. I do need to separate, Stanley versus the world from, Stanley versus, which is what I think I'm going to call the new channel. It's just Stanley versus ? There are things, Stan Autry thinks I ought to separate the effery from the serious stuff because I'm trying to combine them in often not very well. So you can't go from effery to history, like serious history. And I think he's right about that. And Lupin's probably has been trying to tell me that, and I'll fix it. So again, this is me being frustrated.
Afternoon, whenever
Good
people
morning.
listening on, but good evening,
Hey.
Stanley. Did you hear what I said about you before we go any further?
Number one, I'm not going to change. I will refer you back to that old Charles Barkley. I think it was a Nike commercial where I am not a role model. I'm not a mentor. Okay, I'm gonna know what I know. I'm retired. I'm gonna be okay whether people want to listen or not. It really doesn't matter to me. I will not be. If you're 21, sure, I'll mentor you. If you're like 40 something, nope. You either listen to me or you don't. And then the other thing is I rarely get on here. If I am just kind of going off the cuff and I'm not sure, I usually preface it, well, it's just my opinion. I don't really know. Okay, I know people who live in Lagos. I don't know what you have against news, but how else are you going to know what's going on in the world if you don't watch the news? Umar is not a news source. He is a known loose cannon. Why anyone listens to him, I don't know. But here's the deal. I literally watched on, I can't even remember which news program it was. Maybe it was Reuters or something like that. Reuters tends to be fairly neutral. It's a German news source. It's not even American. What I'm saying is I literally watched the foreign minister of Nigeria say that they were cooperating. Nigeria's had a problem with Islamic terrorists for years. You remember when they kidnapped all those schoolgirls? This was back in the let me correct that. It was some form of CNN international, but probably everyone figures it out. But dude, you cannot have this level of white beard, silver fox beard, and tell me that motherfucker Umar is your fucking source of news on what happened in Nigeria? Dude, Trump is more trustworthy than Umar. This is the old YN bullshit that I'm talking about. And people keep, dude, this motherfucker has all kinds of gray hair, but he's saying Umar, I trust Umar. I don't even understand. I think the biggest problem with Black America, if you want to make that kind of generalization, is Black America. It is dudes who will be brave enough, bold enough to get up on a channel and go, I don't watch the news. I don't trust the news. Well, motherfucker, tell me a better source. You don't have to trust. There are 1,000 outlets for news. Ultimately, it's going to be what you assess, what you believe, from multiple news sources. But dude, Umar is not a news source. He's a fuck up. And fuck ups love fuck ups because it confirms their fuck up. Again, I was rather frustrated with this conversation. Obama administration, they have had issues, and if the foreign minister of Nigeria says we were cooperating and we needed help, why would I not trust him? Maybe he was lying, but I don't know enough to say he was lying. If someone in the government is saying, hey, we needed the help, northern Nigeria, they've had trouble. The South is Christian primarily. The North is Muslim primarily. They've had terrorist issues for decades. And Trump said almost a month ago that, hey, terrorists in Nigeria, if you keep messing with Christians, we're going to strike. And lo and behold, now Christmas Day, I'm sure that was symbolic. But the bottom line is Trump telegraphed this, that if behaviors didn't change, that he was going to strike. And it's an ISIS offshoot, I think. It's ISIL. Well, the chat is the host today on this on Savage's show. And it goes on longer than this. Go ahead,
I feel
John.
like you were defending Trump right there, bro.
Trump is not 100% wrong. I've said many times, some of his goals are not bad. It's his methods that are the problem. Have you not heard me say this before?
Stanley, I think you might be Stanley MAGA in 2026.
Okay, no. I'm a pragmatist.
You're going to be a MTG.
Okay,
Georgian.
once again, it's people who don't understand what a pragmatist is. I just want problems to be solved, but I don't want to shed blood or pride or, hurt people in getting a worthy goal done. Trump is sloppy. He has hired the stupidest people possible to advise him. And while some of the goals, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with controlling who comes across the southern border. It's what you do with them once they get here. Abrego Garcia is the perfect example. Making shit up is not good policy.
I think he's going
Controlling the southern border is a good goal. Fucking
he shut that shit down.
No, you're gonna let me talk, John.
But he shut that down.
Abrego Garcia is literally the poster boy for this MAGA sloppiness. You send the boy out on a mistake, and then you don't want to admit the mistake. You will do everything you can to not admit a mistake. And then you get to this point where the fucking judge in Tennessee has just gone, fuck it. We're not going to have a trial about whether Abrego Garcia was trafficking or any of that. It has now become whether the government is being vindictive in this prosecution.
Yeah.
Trump failed. His Justice Department failed.
Can we laymanize that?
Now, all of a sudden, this judge is like, well, motherfuckers, y'all are just being vindictive. And I can also tell you this.
Never mind, he was trafficking young women.
I don't know why you have to interrupt.
He was caught.
He's on dash cam. You will have your say. My point is if Trump's Justice Department is found vindictive, the Supreme Court is not going to overturn this. You cannot suspend due process. Okay, I don't give a fuck how great MAGA is. The American people want a fair shot at justice, and Trump. Okay, motherfucker, you will let me finish without interruption, please.
Cheap lawn care.
You will let me finish without interruption, please. Trump does not care about due process. He has hired people who would rather go, yes, sir, than actually follow the Constitution. It will not work. I'm telling you right now, Donald Trump is finished. The motherfucker, the Senate will be the first, and the House of Representatives will be the second. Dude, they're going to make him a lame duck. The dude is finished. It's Marjorie Taylor Greene. Fucking Lauren Boebert is going to be the second bimbo eruption to go, hey, Trump's not my guy anymore. The motherfucker, dude, could see this manosphere bullshit is also going to be Trump's undoing. You got Elise Stefanik, you got Nancy Mace, you got Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Lauren Boebert. Those are the four horsewomen of the fucking trailer park apocalypse. They're going to be Trump's undoing. Marjorie Taylor Greene is not quitting because she's defeated. Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to be president.
She's gonna run for governor.
She's gonna put her little fucking size 6 shoe up Donald Trump's ass.
She wants that 4 to 6 rotation.
I'm telling you right now.
I ain't mad at her.
JD Vance will never be president.
I still back her.
He can't even JD Vance can't even defend his choice of wife. He is
I never liked
beta. Okay, I don't give a fuck if you like him or don't.
Just giving
I'm
you a MAGA
talking.
perspective.
That you don't like JD Vance is irrelevant to my point. JD Vance is going to be a problem for MAGA. Dude, this is what happens when you do white mediocrity as president.
No.
And white mediocrity, by the way,
That was George
elected him. Okay, motherfucker, I hate it when people overtalk me. White mediocrity is finally going to be the problem that America has to face. Vivek Ramaswamy is right. Donald Trump is wrong. JD Vance is wrong. That you can't defend your wife, dude, the motherfucker should never be president. So I'm done with my rant.
He wants to defend his wife
Say
against
what you have.
Fuentes?
You say what you have to say, and then I'm going to start this video again.
He wanted to defend his wife against who? Nick Fuentes? Who the fuck is Nick Fuentes?
Okay, do you
Media
ever
makes
read,
Nick Fuentes
sir?
relevant.
Do you ever read the news?
Yeah.
Lately, have you read it? Like in
I
the
pay
past?
attention to it. I don't, like what
Have
are
you
you reading
read
about?
the news in the last couple days, John?
In what couple days? What is it?
Oh
What
my
is in the news
God.
last
What
couple days?
couple days? What could possibly? What could be a substitute for the last couple days?
You tell me, because you said time is irrelevant. as far as
Motherfucker,
politics,
what
right?
does the last couple days mean in your sense of time?
I usually gather it up on the weekends. Like I thought I knew. Was there something
Gotcha.
important
So
that I
you
missed?
only read the news on the weekends. There's
No.
nothing wrong with
I
that.
usually touch up on everything that I didn't really cover, or I didn't really. I pay attention to the news. Stanley. That's all I listen to all day.
Do you?
Yeah.
So you don't know that JD Vance gets all kinds of death threats, and Mac is like the most racist bullshit to ever hit America, probably since the 40s.
Stanley, everybody famous gets death threats.
Okay. You're just not gonna get it, are you? This is Stanley's lost cause.
What do you mean, like the anti-Jewish people?
Dude, you do know that JD Vance's wife
She's
is
Indian.
South Asian, right?
She's Indian. Yeah.
Right. And do you think MAGA is happy with the boy for marrying outside
Yeah, I
his
don't think
race?
most of them care. Most MAGA don't care. There is that racist.
Oh my
aspect
God,
as
boy,
well.
you are, dude.
Yeah.
You are how uninformed.
Stanley, they knew the entire time.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna play this, and then I will be looking for the story, dude. MAGA is as racist as fuck.
Some parts of MAGA, yeah.
I'm not saying every person in MAGA is
It's a big
racist.
umbrella.
Okay, no, it is a racist umbrella.
No, it's
And
not.
the racism fucking reigns on that parade.
No, it's not.
Islamic State in the Levant, I think, is what it stands for. All this stuff is out there in the news. Okay, when I say that it wasn't exactly attacking Nigeria, it was attacking terrorists with the Nigerian government's cooperation. That's not the same thing as attacking Nigeria. Sorry.
So let me go.
Subtleties of what I'm talking about, and either you know this or you don't. Either you trust what I say or you don't. If you don't, that's fine.
But Stanley,
But it's all out there in the news.
And this is what I said previously before you jumped on. Savage even heard me say it. I don't know the facts. This is why we needed to study.
Well, then why speak on the
Hold on. This is not, we're going to do this today. You didn't say
No.
I've
You brought
attentively
up
listened to you.
Omar.
I've
Watch
attentively
Omar.
listened to you. A
Okay,
fool is
see,
wise in his own man. You sat here and smoked this whole
this is,
time.
dude, this is almost, I'm almost about to use the N-word here.
Hold on, Stan.
Motherfucker, if you don't know the goddamn facts, then why the fuck are you talking about shit you don't know? That is the worst thing a black man can do. Be half-assed. This is what I cannot tolerate from these fucking half-assed dumb motherfuckers. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hold on, Stan. I don't want to get off track, but there was a part, and a lot of people in the chat might remember what I'm talking about, where you remember the first time that this happened when Obama was the president, and Michelle Obama put out the hashtag bring our girls back or get our girls home. And Cat Williams made the joke where he was like, bitch, look to your right or your left. That is the president of the United States. Tell that motherfucker that. Why are you tweeting it? You know what I mean? And they didn't do anything. It's just goes to show that at any point Obama could have fucking bombed the fucking Boko Haram.
About it.
Or he could have sent the boys to go get the girls home. But Obama didn't.
I need you to tell me how that was funny.
No, it was the joke. Cat Williams made the joke about it.
Okay, motherfucker,
like,
you said it's a joke,
it when your
and
husband
you
is
found it
president of the
funny
United
enough.
States of
Okay,
America.
John, I'm not going to be fighting you all night on this panel. Why did you find that funny or even relevant to this conversation? Can you explain that part?
The way that they were talking about it, and you came on and you questioned them about it, it just reminded me of that. It's just like that they know the answer.
Was
but
the joke funny? What? I need you to connect those dots.
All right, let's rewind this back.
Was relevant. Cat Williams criticizing Obama or Michelle Obama about the girls in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Connect those
That's what
dots.
they're talking about,
Because
right? They're asking you
Cat
about
Williams. Cat Williams sounded fucking stupid.
No, he didn't.
Bring the girl. How was bring the girls back? It's a political slogan, but
It's a
what
political
Cat,
stunt. Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
That's what he
I
was
do
looking at.
not understand why I can't finish a sentence. My question to you is, tell me what part of that was funny.
The fact that it was she's just making a political statement like, "Oh, bring our girls back." She's
Okay,
creating
she
a hashtag.
is First Lady of the United States.
Exactly. Her
Married
husband
to
came in and saved them.
a president of the United States. That's about the most political position on earth.
If anything,
Why would he be making jokes about a first lady making a political statement?
Because her husband's the president of the
makes
United
no
States.
sense.
He could actually do something to bring those girls back, and he didn't.
No, actually, they could not.
Well, that's what Trump just fucking did. Trump just made a
Trump
political
did.
statement, right?
Okay, then you are not very good at politics, are you? What did Trump do besides bomb some folks? Okay, John, I need you to fucking take a deep breath and think. What did Trump do besides a political statement with bombs? What did he accomplish?
He retaliated towards something that happened.
Okay,
Syrians
motherfucker,
asked him
I
for help.
asked you. I didn't ask you what he did.
They asked him for help.
I
and he helped them.
asked you, what did he accomplish?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, then, dude, if the answer is it doesn't matter, then we can stop
that he
there.
did it,
If
and he
that
tried.
motherfucker do not fight back, you have given your answer.
Why am I not
It doesn't matter. Therefore, he has accomplished nothing.
giving you simple answers, Stan? I'm not trying to make this
Okay, motherfucker, simple
layman.
answers are not always answers. If the answer is it doesn't matter
Thank you,
that
Zach.
he bombed some shit, then he accomplished nothing. That's my point.
No.
You can't point out what goal he achieved other than, oh shit, his base is satisfied because some Muslims died because they were abusing Christians. If that, If vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, then he accomplished that.
Let them know they ain't alone. We out here.
Okay, John, don't just listen to yourself more.
Clarice is right. Listen what Clarice is saying.
I don't give a fuck what Clara says.
Trump was
I'm
farming.
not even looking at the chat. I know what I said. And I don't think Trump accomplished anything other than some people in his base are satisfied. Again, it's politics. Just like Michelle Obama made a political statement. Okay, God damn it. This is becoming annoying. Trump did nothing besides make a political point. He did nothing more than Michelle Obama did, except no one died when Michelle Obama spoke words as a political.
Yeah, people did die, Stanley. People did die.
Sorry, Michelle Obama did not kill anyone, sir.
Yeah, well, she didn't do anything to stop.
Okay,
it.
motherfucker, let's not belabor this point. Michelle Obama did not kill anyone with her words.
Melania should hashtag that before he did it.
Okay, what does Melania have to do with this, goddammit?
No, I'm just being bitter now. I'm just being a little bitch about it.
Well, you should stop being bitter and just understand that a political point with bombs, a political point because Michelle Obama said something, they're not equivalent.
It's a Nigeria argument. That's why. It's another major
Nigeria cooperated.
Yeah. They would have cooperated last time.
And this is what I'm trying to teach this old YN here. Dude, you know, this is the other thing, and this might actually wind up being a New Year's resolution. And this is why I need Kimmy and Lupin and you. Dude, I'm tired of fucking listening to dumb assholes who don't know shit about shit when they speak and having to be nice to them. I'm fucking tired of it. If I think you're a goddamn idiot, I'm going to start calling you an idiot and laughing when I do it. I always say I do it, but I haven't been mean enough to dumbasses.
Stanley, you got to enjoy yourself. You got to fucking
motherfucker. I don't enjoy it. That's why I don't do a lot of panels. I don't enjoy being around idiots.
No, you're taking everybody too serious. A lot of these people shouldn't be taken serious.
Motherfuckers, they take themselves too serious.
Yes,
dude. You know what? Let me put it to you this way. If I say I disagree, these motherfuckers want to get up on YouTube and react to shit that I said. Dude, John Galt takes me too serious. Why shouldn't I?
That's what YouTube is reactions. It's a reaction.
Okay, motherfucker, I didn't ask you what YouTube was. You say I take myself. John, listen to yourself. You say that I'm taking myself too seriously. Well, dude, if John Galt takes me seriously or this fucking idiot up on Savage's panel takes me seriously, why should I not take myself seriously?
No, you should. He should. You know that he can't.
Okay, then motherfucker, that's why I'm bitter. I don't like hanging out with idiots.
Yeah, you shouldn't take them seriously, Stan.
If they're taking me seriously, why should I not take them seriously?
There's a reason why they take you seriously. What is the reason why you take them seriously? Huh?
I just assume they're taking me seriously because they take me seriously.
Stanley, how many people do you have 270 something subs, right? How many fucking channels with thousands of subs know you by first name?
None. other than the people who fucking, I mean, not 270 channels.
No, but I'm saying you know a lot more channels with a lot more viewers than you know who you are. You know what I mean? Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's kind of sad, actually.
It's not sad, Stanley. This is just the way the algorithm works. It's just politics. Like, you like talking about politics? This is all this is. This is a game. You just gotta learn how to play the game. There's nothing wrong about creating new channels. Like, that'll work in your favor. You have a Stanley cooking channel. You bring on, everybody. I'm telling you, everybody's gonna come up on there.
We'll see.
It's just about food. That's all it would be about. And you would catch that algorithm, which is a huge algorithm. That's what they're trying to tell you. Like, Stanley versus the world is just like, it's for this. You can have the Stanley News Network.
It's gonna be Stanley versus.
Or Stanley versus the News is the other channel. Have it that.
Oh,
Stanley
that would be
versus
that's a good title.
Yo, somebody fucking put that we're gonna clip that right there. I coined the term.
No, you'll get credit. I actually will use that.
Yeah, that's good, right? I just made that up on the dot. This
Well,
must have
then,
been how Portia
motherfucker,
felt.
then I'm afraid you get blamed. But no, actually,
Stanley
that's
versus news. You know what I mean?
Dude, this is why I like collaborating.
Stanley versus
with
the kitchen.
Stanley versus the news. Stanley versus
the
cooking.
kitchen. Just keep it Stanley versus and just switch it to whatever the fuck you want. Stanley versus
Oh, okay.
clips.
I think that you are just see, motherfucker. I knew you were brilliant.
Find it out one thought at a time.
Hey,
ever
you
seen
know
the
what? That
Foxworthy roast?
but how does shit get solved? One thought, one solution at a time.
That's it. You ever seen the Jeff Foxworthy roast where it's like a George Bush impersonator comes out? He's fucking great, right? And he's like, Jeff is a smart man. He just don't like to show it because when he does, folks start talking to him real fast.
Well, Foxworthy is he came up with like the ultimate you might be a redneck if.
Yeah.
No, that was a fucking brilliant meme.
He's like, if you got a big TV that don't work with a small TV on top of it, you might be my cousin.
Yeah, I remember that. But dude, I remember you might be smarter than a fifth grader. No, that motherfucker got real prominent. And there's not a goddamn thing wrong with that.
Dr. Phil's not even he wasn't even a real psychologist in the beginning. Like, I don't
Actually,
think he had any
he was licensed.
He didn't have a PhD though.
That I didn't know.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he didn't have a PhD in his field, and he called himself doctor.
Hey, you know what? If Oprah approved, okay, let me do this since Mike 123 is up here. New Year's Eve show brought to you by the CKJ3, the Admiral, roller skater, Texas girl, the nicest woman in Texas. The Black Knight, that motherfucker is special teams, and Mike 123. No. When I say special teams, I actually mean that. The motherfucker, dude. How do you think the SEALs get where they're going?
Yeah.
And Mike 123, who is just special. How's
Devin
the family,
Hester was
Mike?
special teams. He
Happy
was
New
good.
Year, by the way.
Same to you. How's it going, Stanley?
So far, so good.
Cool.
Apparently, it's my friends that are keeping me from going over the edge. I do not like goddamn idiots.
Yeah, I'm about to. I'm not drinking tonight because I got to work a. I got hired to work a party.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Tonight?
No, money come first, Stanley.
What, are you working a party tonight?
Yep, tonight for New Year's.
Good for you. Is it a lot of money?
Yeah, you know I got my own security and private investigation company, so
Yeah, absolutely I do. You've told us.
yeah. So it's not all fuckery every day with Mike 123.
Motherfucker, it's just fuckery when you're fucked up and doing fuckery.
Me too, Zach.
I never doubted that you can be serious.
So, what's the plans for tonight? I ain't gonna be here long, but
Oh, dude, I have no clue.
are you drinking? What you
Probably
got going?
won't.
Are you drinking? Did you smoke you a turkey or something?
No. I did do this. You know how Hoppin' John is a thing in the South? I did, and actually it's done, by the way. Not that hard if you have a crock pot, but it's black beans with a leftover steak thing. I think it's a ribeye steak I cut up, and then I did there's this thing, it's like chicken bouillon. I did that, cut up some vegetables. There's frozen green beans in there. It's gonna be a melange. But it's gonna be a
Nothing wrong
Hoppin'
with that, as long
John
as it's food.
now it's a Hoppin' John approximation. And by the way, I got shitloads of goddamn leftovers that I've been trying to get my son, like, motherfucker, you're always hungry. How about eat? He won't eat leftovers. So it's gonna be a day. But,
Yeah, well, shit,
dude, I again in my sourdough starter, god damn it, is not acting right. I'll have to restart it.
Hey, Mike, since you're sober, do you want to apologize to Zhang some of the things you've been saying about him lately?
Man, that's one thing you got.
No,
That's
no,
one
no,
thing. That's one thing y'all gonna learn about me,
Hey,
man.
hold
What I
on,
say,
you two.
what I say is set in
Mike
stone.
apologizes for nothing on this panel.
I just figured, now that he's sober.
Well, you
Motherfucker,
figured, but
do not, Mike. Do not apologize on this panel.
Stanley, I
You
stand
have
on with
nothing.
everything I say, man.
You have nothing to apologize for.
Well, you don't think I know that?
Well, sorry.
Apologizing for me.
I didn't mean to step
saying,
on
like,
your defiance.
Some of the allegations.
Yeah, man. Everything I say, I say good 90% of what I say, I stand on it. 10% fuckery here and there.
Motherfucker, you stand on mounds of shit sometimes.
Well, call it what you want, Stanley.
Well, by the way, I do absolutely. You are actually a major supporter of this show.
Appreciate
so
funny
you
funny
need
ass sound, ain't it?
motherfucker. Let me give you your accolades, sir.
I appreciate you.
May I, motherfucker? You're a major supporter. So
Yeah.
this is going to be a salute to Mike 123, if you don't mind, sir.
May be the last time I get a salute from you, Stanley, and I appreciate it.
It could very well be, but motherfucker, immortalize it.
He just so happens to be a bit.
It's all good, Mike 123, Stanley.
Now, salute to you though, Mike. In all honesty, you actually are a supporter of the show, and I can't fuck with you on that.
Let's get around.
Yeah, ain't no big deal, Stanley. I support everywhere I go until people do me wrong. That's all.
Let's get an applause in the chat from Mike.
Oh, I told you I got my channel dropping. It'll be out tomorrow, but I don't want to
Well,
promote it or nothing like
motherfucker,
that.
drop the goddamn link. Why are
3
you
hours,
waiting?
right? Well,
Wait, you don't have a wrench, do you, Mike?
Yeah, I don't want one, Stanley, because I will abuse it when I'm
Motherfucker,
drunk.
how are you gonna drop the link otherwise?
Well, I can type in the chat.
Well, motherfucker, would you
right
like me to give you a goddamn wrench?
Oh no, I don't want it, Stanley. I appreciate it, but I don't want it because I will abuse it.
Now that I know you don't want it, I am sure to give you a goddamn link.
Mike, I can still shut you down, so you'll be all right.
Oh, sorry. John, you a hater anyway. You don't
know,
like
but
Mike
I can still
123.
shut you down.
Whoa. You two folks, Mike, drop the
What's going on?
goddamn link. Everyone in this chat needs to subscribe to your channel, sir.
No, I just want to start from the bottom, Stanley. I don't want to bring crowds from other people.
Please drop the link. Put
Well,
it in the back. I'll drop it for you. Motherfucker,
I just want to start.
don't start from scratch when you've got
That's the best way to do it, Stanley. That's the best way to do it. That way,
okay,
I
Mike,
won't have to worry
I
about when
want
people.
everyone in this chat to know Dirty Dude, salute. Stan Autry, salute. All I have to say is I want you to drop this link. I want everyone in this chat to subscribe to Mike 123's channel. And if he won't accept the help, then we'll just have to deal with it. But
Catch him at
I
Bounty.
think there are a lot of people who would subscribe to your channel, sir.
Is that
Yeah,
where
I
it's at,
appreciate
Mike?
that, Stanley. But the way I look at it, Stanley, you know, I don't want to draw crowds from other panels. I rather build mine up and then I let people come. You know, it's just how I want to do it.
Let him just start fresh. And then
Respect
he
to
come
that.
over here when he gets his balance.
And salute to Stan Autry. You know, he pisses me off sometimes, but salute to him.
Just
You know,
salute Stan Archer. Respect for the
Hey,
service.
Stan Autry, salute to you. Hold on, folks. Stan Autry, the voice of reason. Of course he does. Stan, Happy New Year to you. Dude, what the fuck would I do without Stan Autry and Dirty Dude?
Happy New
Like
Year, Dirty
some
Dude.
real friends I got, folks.
yeah. But real quick before I go, Stanley, hey, I hope y'all stay safe tonight and don't get too drunk,
I'm
man.
not going anywhere.
Yeah, but you don't have to go nowhere to be safe.
Happy New Year, Mike.
But y'all have a good
Dude,
time.
motherfucker, there might be a show tomorrow at the normal time. I have a title picked out for it.
Yeah, y'all have a good time, man, and do whatever you got to do. You know, I tune in when I get a
safe,
chance.
Mike.
Oh yeah,
Be safe, Mike.
always. I appreciate
New
it,
Year.
and I'm out.
Later.
Take it easy.
You yoked that way.
Yeah, that motherfucker is not so bad after all. Mike will be okay. And he is, you know, dude contributes a lot of fuckery. But I don't know how you just go, hey Dick. He is persistent. Dirty Dude, you know what, Dirty Dude? I wish you would hit the link for New Year's. We never get to hear you up here. The link is pinned, folks. It's New Year's or getting close to it. Don't be shy. I got some beer, and my southern accent is getting real twangy. But y'all hit the link. You don't have to stay up here for long. It will all be good. And there are a couple women I'd love to hear up on this panel tonight. But anyway, I'm gonna have to go through my bitterness here. And I have comments, god damn it.
Bruh. You're not gonna
Dude,
do it. I'm not
Nidish,
gonna do it. I'll
Nidish,
jump
hit
off.
the link if you
All I
want.
can say is and now
if
you
guys want polite, then find
Oh,
someone
God
who's
damn
gonna
it,
be
Sin.
polite.
I want to
jealous
issue
of
my
that.
retraction.
Did I give you your respect and listen to you?
I've been
That means
listening.
a monkey, not a man.
I'm sorry. Hold on one
You
second.
just like the niggas that I don't.
I want to
What'd
issue
you
my
say, John?
retraction. My bad, Stan. I just want to issue my retraction. Thank you, Stan. Dr. Phil, turns out he did get his PhD in 1979.
Yeah.
Doctor of
He's
Clinical
not
Psychology.
Oprah would never let him call himself doctor on her show.
All right. I always remember him from Dr. Phil.
Hey, motherfucker, wait, hold on.
Great-
Dirty
great-
dude getting drunk. Motherfucker, hit the goddamn link. You know you can hit this link anytime you want, sir.
I want to hear him drink.
I have known Dirty Dude for quite some time. That motherfucker is good people. Probably the best motherfucker on YouTube. He's a true friend. He's always consistent. They don't make him like Dirty Dude
I say he's gonna come on when he
anymore.
feels it. We gotta get him in the mood. He said he's gonna come on.
No. Dirty dude. Let me put it to you this way, and I'm sure I've said it before. Dirty dude can do no wrong.
He said it.
I've known Dirty Dude for like maybe 3-4 years. The motherfucker has never done anything that was less than honorable. That they don't make him like that, dude. Not a god. There's maybe Lupin and no. He's an older dude. No, that motherfucker. If I put that motherfucker is like Gunsmoke, Gunsmoke hero quality. No, Matt Dillon always did shit right, even if it was a little edgy. That Dirty Dude is the Matt Dillon type. He just does shit right. And I'm not Matt Dillon, but Dirty Dude is.
I like the
there are a few people that I feel that way about. Lupin is like that. They just always seem to get it goddamn right. The words, the attitude, they just always seem to get the shit right.
I always like the John Wayne and what was it? True Grit.
Nah, John Wayne. No, they're different than John Wayne. They're real.
No, but I love that line.
These are real people.
When the guy was like, "It's one eye," he's like, "That's a lot of talk for one eye fat man." And he was like, "Fill your hands, you son of a bitch."
Yeah, but it's a little bit different. Big 50. Motherfucker, you are dirty. You're the ageist, motherfucker. There are some people that I just know, yeah. There are a few people. My sister, believe it or not, is one of those people. She just doesn't do shit wrong. Dude. And you've heard me talk about my sister. I've literally known her all her life. She's 16 months younger, almost a year and a half. She's just her. And I know she does shit wrong. Everyone's human, but goddamn, dude, she's a great parent. She understands
it for me. All I asked
it's
you
is
was,
always
I
a
listened
problem.
to you.
But anyway, this is very New Year's whiny.
What Stan? I'm surprised. This is New Year's. I'm surprised everybody in the fucking chat isn't up here right now. I'm surprised everybody is saying Happy New Year.
Well, now here's an interesting. You actually make a good point, and I've heard this. People are afraid to come up to this panel.
Well, it's New Year's. Everybody just say Happy fucking New Year.
Well, apparently, I'm just mean, and I don't think I am.
Well, I'm from New Jersey, so we appreciate assholes. So I can't really judge if you're mean.
Well, that might be like something I need to improve in the new year. It's not a resolution. But motherfucker, you can tolerate me. Dirty Dude can tolerate me. Fucking, there are people who come up here and just shit. Manna Tomorrow, fuck. Deacon Dave, that motherfucker isn't intimidated. Why should he be? As a matter of fact, y'all will come up and give me shit.
Yeah, so
look,
it's
you better motherfucking have a spine. And if you're a woman, there are women. Kimmy Cakes isn't afraid of me. Why should she be?
No. Kimmy Cakes accomplished. She's big in the New York area. You know,
All I have to say is, motherfucker, have some chutzpah.
gotta know your shit. You know, this isn't the place you
You
start
don't
out
have
at.
to know your shit.
No, you gotta know
I
some
don't
of your
always
about
know
your
my
shit.
shit.
You gotta know
And
some of it.
here is my New Year's resolution. Sin 7 Sin comes up to this panel and just says hi.
That's it.
That is my New Year's goal.
You gotta turn no camera on.
No, who gives a fuck? No. She doesn't have to do shit. She just needs to come up and say hello. Because I actually kind of find her fascinating. She has some fascinating views, and she can do a one-liner. She's a good troll. She will come up when she wants to. I'm not going to force it. I just want to express the welcome, Matt.
I think I've heard everybody else in the chat. I don't think I've heard her.
You know what?
Is it a she?
No, it's Stan. Hey, Stan.
How are you, sir? Happy New Year, sir.
Hey, Happy New Year. How's everybody doing?
I'm doing well. Much too well.
Yeah, well, I want to come out here and hang out with the cool kids before the new year come in, before I get kicked out the group.
Let me put it to you this way, though. Dude, I wound up making I made a pizza last night, and I don't often have fucking anchovies in the house. So it was anchovies, it was fresh tomatoes, fresh spinach, fresh onions. Dude, it was an awesome pizza. And let me tell you how awesome it was. Like, I had a couple slices left, and my son knocks on the door, and he's like, well, can I finish the pizza? I'm like, well, motherfucker. I didn't say motherfucker, of course. Dude, you like anchovies? Oh, they're okay. Like, dude. So now daddy can make good pizza too. Dude, I'm having a whale of a holiday. My son wants my pizza now. Probably because he's too lazy to make one himself.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Mega. That's good. You know, hey man, I can't wait for this cooking channel.
Yeah, dude, it is so scary.
You put a disclaimer on it.
I can't really cook, but I pretend to.
See, because you know certain ingredients you're not
might
supposed to mix
actually be
together.
the title. You know what?
With your
That might
chemical
be the
background.
title of the goddamn show. I just pretend to know how to cook.
Hey, because you know certain things you don't mix together with your chemical background, right? So mess around and have somebody a whole oven blow up, mixing all that stuff. But hey, man, but I know you do well.
Oh boy. Oh, you don't know my childhood, do you? Oh, I've had a couple things blow up. No, nothing serious. And you know, my parents, they, like I said, my father's the most even-tempered person I have ever met. My mother, not quite so even-tempered, but you know, she was good. But dude, and here's the other thing. They had two other kids who were just kind of, oh, dude, my sister's goddamn brilliant. And my brother, that motherfucker is weird. Dude, my parents produced some kids, and this is why I never doubt how, like, we're not goddamn geniuses. We are actually smart. I've seen it. I've lived it. Lou, what's up? So anyway, I will go way awry, Stan. And Lou, hit the goddamn link. So where do y'all want to take it? Stan, you're here.
Yeah, Mega said, who do they love best? He said, who do they love more?
Oh my Lord. That honestly, that is a very depressing question. My mother, Stan, you know, she basically had Alzheimer's, and she never forgot my father. Like, literally never forgot him. She died in her own bed. And let me tell you, I know I've told you this before, Stan. I hope, but I'm gonna repeat it. My father was one of these motherfuckers. And I say MF word, but dude, I admire him so much. The kids, do you know how much we contributed to my mother's medical expenses? It's a rhetorical question, Stan.
I
Zero.
know.
We motherfucking picked out her $60,000 casket. It was pecan wood. My father, this is what a black man does. That motherfucker, dude, zero. I don't know how he knew, but it's one of the ways that he trained us to be. Dude, your kids should not be taking care of your dumb ass when you're 80 something. You have 80 years to plan for that shit. Let the kids live their lives and the grandkids live their lives. Dude, my father was a goddamn genius. Literally. We paid nothing. It was insurance. It was working hard for 40 years. He just planned. And he didn't know what was going to happen. This is how generational wealth is built. Vietnam vet, very South Georgia, more South than Savannah. Dude, this is Black excellence. I was raised by Black excellence. I know what it can be. No, Black people are motherfucking excellent My mother had home hospice. She died in her bed next to my father. In the house they bought, motherfucker. And please, I'm just gonna have to express myself. Sorry for the MF, but
let it rock. Last year,
dude, we have had the same landline number for fucking 51 years. The house, 51 years, dude. I've known my across the street neighbors since I was 7, dude. And it's a Black neighborhood. I grew up in that all Black neighborhood. There were doctors, there were lawyers, and maybe it was, I don't even know that it's that rare in the South, but all these dumb fucks who think Black people are depraved. Thomas Sowell and people like Thomas Sowell sold a bill of goods. Most Black people have never, especially since, 1964. Dude, most Black people don't live in the hood. Never have. Even during Jim Crow. And for some of these dumb fucks, even in my chat, they just go too far. It's that I don't know shit mentality. Black people in America are the least that can afford to buy into this white supremacy bullshit. Motherfucker, I don't want to hear about where you're living in the hood or the rap music. Motherfucker, you don't do something that you're not capable. If you, it is so frustrating to see people like this dude up on the screen talking about, well, I don't know shit about news, but I'm going to talk about Nigeria. Motherfucker, it took me 2 seconds to pull up how you were wrong. But yet he kept talking bullshit. Just because I don't watch news. Motherfucker, do you know how dumb you sound? And what's even worse is, Manna tomorrow, I don't want to go that far, but this dude talks about Delta Novembers. And I am becoming way more, dude, these Delta Novembers, dude, they're the problem in the Black community, not the crime, not much of anything.
Hey,
It's
Stanley,
motherfuckers. Go ahead, Stan.
since you open it up, right? So, my late father, my hero, right? He buried everybody in the family. His mother, his father, never asked anybody for a penny. His brothers, because they were doing their thing, but he never asked anybody for anything. Zero, right? So that's why I was chuckling on mute when you were saying that. Man, this guy was so just like man, forget everything I've ever accomplished in my life, man. I pale in comparison to him. And I'm like, wow, whoa. Well, I'll tell you what. So, when I came back, right, I said, well, I'm gonna get my life insurance license, right? Because I'm not doing what my father did. I mean, bless his heart and may he rest. But if you don't do you, right, because the times have changed, right? Because over time. But since you open up that can of worms, it's amazing to me that when people say that when people that are Black, right, you say you get money and you move out of a neighborhood, right? So I've been pondering on that a little bit, and I was like, "Are you kidding me? The people that are affluent or people make money, they want to put their children in a better position. Do you see anybody that made money, other races? Do you think they still stay in the trailer park or stay in the mountains? People are trying to give their families a better opportunity because they have the
Dude,
resources.
you are so right.
Yeah, they act like
Dude,
we doing.
motherfucking go back and look at the Beverly Hillbillies. They didn't stay in fucking Tennessee. They moved to
Beverly Hills, right? So they make it look like y'all don't even stay in the hood. Man, you want a better life for your family, and that's what everybody does, no matter what your demographics is.
Amen, sir.
Yeah, so when people say that, hey, y'all get money, what do y'all do? Y'all go around the white people. Wait a minute, let's do the math. Well, who has the predominant side of the house with this, right? If we're going to talk about the wealthy and whatever the school systems, all that, where is it predominantly at? So stop it. And they try to make it seem like we running from our own people. No, I want my children to have a better life. Why should they have to go through those things, right? And every race do it. Vice
Let me
President.
tell you something, Stan. Finish, and then I have a story to support your story.
Right. You know this guy, the VP, he wrote a book. Where did his family come from?
Yeah, Hillbilly Elegy.
Right.
Motherfucker.
Is he saying that?
I talked about JD Vance earlier. That motherfucker, dude, he was literally, he made it out against all odds. If you've ever read the book, motherfucker, JD Vance, JD Vance was, I've called Appalachia because I've actually, lived in the vicinity. Dude, it's an open air. It's a ghetto with fresh air. There is so much poverty and crime.
But that's what I'm saying, Stanley. So that's my point, brother. So when the Joker be talking about all this stuff, yeah, y'all get money, y'all leave, and man, you think he even go back there and even hang out there? Do we do that? And man, every race of people, they try to make a better life, right? The majority, right? Let's say the majority, because some people don't even care. They move away and they don't even take care of the children when they do move them away. But I'm talking about the core of people. They want to do better for their children, put them in a good school system and put them in opportunities and give them opportunities. That shit ain't in the mountains. And that's why when he made it against all odds and he made it out, he never went back. He never went back. But when you got certain people that be on here, well, I live where the bums are, and I live where all that. That's your choice. That's
I
your
know where
right.
you're going.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
your right.
You're
But
not.
I don't
You're
like
not real. You're not real if you're not coming back to the hood,
right,
dude.
But
it is disgusting.
Yeah, but don't put that on people that's trying to do better for the family when you obviously don't give two shits about yours, right? Or you think that's the way you want your children to grow up. Or either way, right? Some people just want their children just to grow up in the hard knocks because they came through the hard knocks. Fine. You in America, you have rights. But don't demonize people, man. Your son is in Georgia Tech. Now what? Man, I got more sheepskins around my damn house than I got damn walls. I'm like, look at all this shit. I don't care. Whatever is going to make them be productive citizens, man. That's what it's all about with my family and my friends and their children
Dude,
as well.
this is, look, Stan, I wish I could play this song that always starts up in the back of my head. Dude, Booker T. Washington, all W.E.B. Du Bois, they just wanted black people to be free to fuck up or free to succeed. And people
say that again.
People to be free to succeed or fail. Motherfucker, it's freedom. It does, dude, freedom is not a guarantee of success. Where the fuck did anyone ever think that?
Yeah, and that stuff been going in my head, and I'm like, wow. And so I was like, did anybody even stop to think? All these people that move out of these neighborhoods that grew up in what they call the hood, no matter what their race was, they got out of there and they put their families in different situations, a better environment, right? And I'm like, wow. And then so when you do it, you wrong. You see, y'all just love the piece of them, and no, it's a better system. Hey, just like everything else. I'm like, what is going on? But the demonized people, man, that did better, right? And doing greater. I mean, like you just said, you got the right to achieve or not to achieve. Just wanted you to have that freedom, that right to choose. And I hope you choose wisely. You only get one life. The last time I checked.
I actually think there are a lot of Umars and, even Yvette Carnells. Dude, the civil rights movement was not to make every black person successful. It was to give them the opportunity to be successful. And dude, it just pains me. See, and this is why, Stan, every motherfucker who comes out of high school needs to do 1 or 2 years, probably 2 to 3 years in the military, dude. It will level set you. Put your life on the goddamn line. Let's see what comes of it.
Yeah.
I always say that, right? I said that a long time ago. I never been to
It,
military, but I think it would have done me good as a young
yeah.
man.
Yeah, but it give you a new lease on life, right? It gives you that structure, that
Exactly.
discipline,
From
that
it.
esprit de corps, that team. So
Mhm.
stop all this selfishness, right?
Exactly.
Because every mission we ever accomplished, right? It took a team. It took a team. It was no question who was the leader. It was no question. It was already imprinted. And then we develop leaders. We build leaders. They talk about leaders born or made. Man, hey, bro, when every time they ask me that question, I say, tell you what, you think you a born leader just because your father was the biggest screw ups. I'm gonna tell you, I tell you my through my military career, and you can back me up or not, Stanley, because you may have seen the world differently. The ones that came from parents that was these generals or this and that, they was the
Motherfucker, they're the
biggest
biggest fuck ups.
man, they was the biggest screw ups on the planet. So you tell me, are they born or are they made? I'm telling you, everybody has to be developed and must be mentored. I don't think somebody from the cradle to death, right? Uh, I don't think that. I think if you give people the opportunity, and that's why when I speak and when you speak, Stanley, and my brother up here speak, man, we're not telling you what to do. We give you a way, not the way. Stop listening. People have no way. We just letting you know, so you can't stand up there and say nobody ever told me, right? However,
Let me
go ahead.
read this comment. And
Go ahead.
Kelvin is a troll. Obama was meant to bring white slavery, but he failed. Now, let me give you a little bit of background about Kelvin. Don't know everything about him.
He's a few hours ahead of us.
Oh, this mother that I think
on New
it
Year's
is
Eve, so he's a little in the bag already.
It's already New Year's for that motherfucker.
Kelvin.
He's in Britain. The new year
Yeah.
for Britain actually arrived about 8 years ago, motherfucker. It's going to be Sultan Charles, not King Charles.
Hey,
Y'all are going to be taking over.
But the good thing about it, when Mega came in, he said, Happy New Year. He said, Happy New Year. He said, let me go ahead and get the pleasantry out of the way so we can have a good time tonight. Just like last night. Hey man, we
Now,
understand.
Kelvin is golden. He
Yeah,
is
yeah.
actually, a
He a
good
good
troll.
sport.
No,
Yeah, he's a good sport. He's
decent
a
at
good
trolling.
sport. Yeah, he a good sport. But yeah,
I do have to, you know what? That's the other thing I'm gonna do in the new year. Motherfucker, y'all, when you get as smart and as accomplished as Obama, then you'll fucking get to talk about him. Kelvin, you're not there yet, son. Now, Kelvin is a PhD economist from a very elite school, London School of Economics, or some bullshit, if he's to be believed. But the thing is his level of trolling. I don't think he's elite. That motherfucker, dude. Your resolution, Kelvin, should be actually being more clever with your trolling. This is YN level trolling from like fucking, Flatbush or some wherever the fuck.
hey,
Dude,
but
do better, son.
But if he's doing all these things right, he come here just to chill, the turn off the noise in his head, and to get away from his colleagues and all that. But he would never do this in front of his
It's that
colleagues.
Cockney noise in his head.
Yeah, you would never do that in front of your colleagues. Come on, man. Man, they throw him out the boardroom. But man, but you give everybody a safe place to land, right? Where everybody can have a conversation, as long as people don't take it over the top, right? Nah, man, I enjoy coming over here. I do.
It's a little chaotic, apparently. But
yeah,
I want to listen to this and then we will move on. But Stan, I'm glad you're here, actually. Dude, these motherfuckers hurt my feelings, dude. These people are abuse. Seriously. I don't. You know what? I'm going to just start my own black camp.
Intentionally. Not only
Okay, I
that,
don't give a fuck.
You don't have to, but this
Thank
shows
you for
why
listening.
you
Is
don't
that
have
what
a
you want
woman.
me to say?
You don't have great ratings,
Okay,
and this is why you're not good for our people.
Dude,
This is why you're not good for our
Let
people.
me ask you a
No,
question.
you're not going to
What
ask me anything because you
consequences
have my
am I
respect.
going to listen to this motherfucker telling me I'm not good for our people? Who the fuck is our people? You moron. What our people? It never worked that way in the first place, and it certainly doesn't work that way in 2025. Motherfucker, my people read books.
You
Suffer
had my
besides
respect
I
to
hurt your
listen to you.
feelings.
You did not hurt my feelings. I hate ignorance. I
It
hate
sounds
people who
like
are so smart.
he hates ignorance.
No. Stanley,
You good, bro.
give you all respect to just be silent and listen to what you had to say. How come you can't?
They muted, Stan.
Sorry about that, John.
Gotcha.
Look, bottom line is they want content, and I don't give a fuck about content. And I know I should. And this is one of the things John Galt and Portia actually got it. Dude, I'll crash the motherfucker and have one viewer. I don't care. It will never be content over character. Character is way more important. I have to be able to sleep at night. One of these days, I'm going to have grandkids. And motherfucker, I want to be able to tell my grandkids, granddaddy thought character over content. I don't care if I hurt your feelings.
But it's just
I want to
different games, Stan. It's semantics. Their semantics are completely
no,
different.
but John, I think these people are actually serious. They actually believe this shit. It's
Well,
not semantics. They actually believe this.
Yeah, no, but they're preaching an ideology, yeah, but it's the semantics that they're using.
Okay, well, motherfucker, if you're preaching an ideology and you believe the ideology, it's not semantics.
Well, it's all in how you make the argument.
It's a belief, John.
Yeah, but that you use semantics for your belief to argue your beliefs.
Okay, John, this is gibberish, sir.
I'm just saying what it is.
Beliefs are beliefs. There's no semantics if you believe something. Semantics is like sophistry. You are building a false argument. It's like that high school debate. You can in Knightish,
70%.
Knightish is dumb enough to believe that, hey, a good debate, if you're good at debate, you can argue either side. No, motherfucker. If you're in high school and you're on the debate team, then your coach or your, whoever will tell you to argue both sides. As an adult, motherfucker, it's a goddamn blood sport.
Yeah,
Sometimes okay, I need you to stop, John. Beliefs have started wars. People have died for beliefs. This bullshit about both sidesism. No, motherfucker. People have died for their beliefs. In these dumb dude. If you actually want to be biblical about it, plenty of people in the Bible have died for their beliefs. They're called martyrs. Stop the goddamn ahistorical bullshit for the stupid beliefs. Motherfucker, it's not. I'm sorry. I take old YN seriously with their bullshit. See, and this is the other thing. It is a very interesting thing that people will argue their beliefs, but they won't go so far as to nail down, I actually believe this. They give themselves escape routes. Motherfucker, if you believe something, for me to respect you, believe it. Don't tell me, but there could be. And I'm as bad at this. I do the same things, but I'm getting less and less inclined to do it. If I think you're dumb, I'm just going to tell you you're dumb. That's going to be my 2026 resolution. And I will go on fewer panels because, motherfucker, I have a show. Come up on my panel and we can debate it and I can control.
Yeah, but
So
Stanley.
anyway, Stan, you're probably seeing a monster. But
No. I'll be waiting for that
no, but I
officer.
don't want to be
I'll
this
be waiting
mean.
for you to stand up and what you always do, no matter where you are, you'll let stuff go and you be
Dude,
like, okay. And then I'll be waiting for it to come, right? But again, everybody, just like you said, man, they be trying to make back doors, right, to things. But
right.
when you say something, that's what you believe and that's what you
Oh,
stand on.
motherfucker, I'll go
But
to
they
the
won't
mat.
stand on it. But they won't stand on it. They'll start moving the goalposts or start sliding like they're doing the moonwalk, right? Like Michael Jackson. No, you said this is the way I see the world. That's why Stanley versus the world is befitting. You said this is the way I see the world, and this is the status. You say, "Hey, this is this," and then they say, "Well, you just so outdated. You don't know, and this and that." Well, tell me what you know, and none of them can tell you what they know. They tell you about what they guess. I'm like, man, come on, man. But
Well,
nah, I love it.
but let me make a commitment to you, Stan, because believe it or not, motherfucker, you are a, a very important advisor. And dude, I say there shall be no and I am rather drunk, but I say there will be no New Year's resolutions, but there probably has to be. I can't fucking deal with the panel, and I still want to play this through. But just give me one sec because I have to do kind of a commercial here. And a shout out to Lupin Reigen, who you know what? I remember way back in the day, dude said, "Well, Stanley, you are a VOR." And I was like, I have no clue what that means. And I actually started believing it to a certain extent. I have so much to learn. But Lupin Reigen has been honestly a voice of reason. You probably, Stan, I think you and Lupin have talked before, but one of these days we are going to get some of the old heads on this channel. Dude, Lupin is your level of wise. So Lupin, salute. This show so generous, sir. And I'm going to read out my sponsors for this New Year's Eve show. Brought to you by the CKJ3, the Admiral, Roller Skater Texas Girl, Man, I'm gonna have to do a cooking show just because of Roller Skater Texas Girl. She's just gonna she is going to kind me into, God damn it, stop messing around, son. That's Roller Skater Texas Girl. I will do the cooking show. And unfortunately, it's gonna be hard work, ma'am. The Black Knight. This is Navy through and through. God damn it. Stan, you know who Black Knight is. I hope that dude. Salt of the earth. Lupin Reigen. Dude, Lupin Reigen was actually that VOR comment. Honestly, Lupin, you'll never believe this, and Stan, you won't either. It's actually the first time I ever started taking myself seriously as a YouTube person. I asked him what he meant by VOR. He's like, well, you're the voice of reason. And I was like, well, really? That was a turning point for me. So I know I have to do better, but Lupin, salute to you, my friend. And Mike 123, Mike, motherfucker, you are working on New Year's Eve. So absolute salute to you, young man. You are taking care of your family, and I'm proud to know you. So no one should tell Mike 123 I gave him that kind of compliment. But he'll figure it out. So Stan, you were about to say something.
Yeah, I just want to say this, is that hey, everything that what they're saying about you, you've already done it, right? It's already been documented, right?
What are they saying about me?
And when you say the voice of reasoning, when you was the captain and when you was this, you were the voice of reasoning.
Motherfucker, I was never a captain of a ship. I was
now,
basically a company commander level.
Okay, you were the voice of reasoning, and every sailor that was up under you was under your control, and you could have made a decision.
Some of my leaders, by the way, there have been some times I had to go. Well, sir, do you really want to do this?
The urban legends they start about you.
But let me give you your flowers. You give everybody their flowers, but understand this is that with your channels and you doing your cooking show, and then you can get like you had last night, and then have that channel where you have there when you can have the conversations and stuff like that, right? Because I mean, just me personally, right? I do other things, right? And I go to other channels, but some of the channels and stuff I go to, I know what's going to happen there. And so I just go there and I just chill and go ahead. You want to battle, we'll battle, and we'll say what we're going to say. But I'm not going to, I don't have to dumb myself down to get along, right? I don't have to result to that, and that's the only one dimension of me. And if anybody say that's just who I am, I'm telling you, you stay the hell away from me, because we always have to adapt and overcome. I don't care where you've been in the military or not in the military. We always have to adapt and overcome. But when somebody stay rigid, I leave them right there where they are if they don't want to listen, right? We always adapt. Right? Hey, watch this. You see the seasons change, right? Go out there in your shorts and your flip flops right now, Stanley, in your tank top. You won't, right? So we always.
I won't make it down my goddamn porch, dude. It's cold.
Right. So we always evolve, right? So it's just the evolution, and we always evolve and adapt and overcome. We come over here, man. We just mess with each other, even the people in the chat, man. We just having a good time or whatever, but but the other side of you, right? Just like when you was playing that clip, man, you was just like right in it, right? When they was talking, and the lady and the gentleman, right? And when they was talking, you was like, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, man. But, and I'm gonna land it with this one, Stanley. A lot of people don't even know any of that stuff. They used to everybody just yelling
No,
and cussing each
but
other
see,
out. But you brought something to people that would never even knew that people can have a conversation without cussing each other out, and how to
right.
disagree
No,
without
I get that
all.
part.
Yeah, but man, we don't have to agree on everything, but at the end of the
Right.
day, can we listen? No, just like
Right.
on this panel, I'm gonna let you get back to this stream, but I'm gonna tell you this. Listen, how hey, everybody talking and this and that. You said, man, I'm trying to get my point out. And then they said, nah, Stanley, won't you just wait? Won't you just wait and listen to the most clickety clack bullshit on the damn planet? And they tell you to sit there and be calm. So cool. If you're going to do that, that's fine. But you need to get to a place just like they had that back and forth last night on their conversation. You need that place
Right.
too, because staying stuck in this damn world, man, you be mad at everything. You'll wake up in the morning, man, you'll be kicked the damn chair. You say, oh, man, I
But
didn't, man.
let me make an odd thing. And I don't know if Nightish is in the building right now, but I actually have to give a shout out to Nightish. Yeah, he and I kind of lock horns, but that motherfucker probably is the most, like, if you have to look at creativity, like, I know how to make music, I know how to talk, I know how to do stuff. That motherfucker is the most creative content creator I know. And my scope is rather limited, but Nightish, motherfucker, I wish I could be as creative. And that motherfucker
Hey,
is crazy creative, crazy smart. There is something, if you are that creative, motherfucker, he might win. He might be the smartest. He might be the smartest motherfucker out there. I'm
hey,
not that creative.
hey, Happy New Year, Genesis. Well, you my God. Hey,
Genesis.
yeah,
Hey,
come
hit
on
the
up,
link
sweetheart,
now.
if you can, if you can. Um, but I will say, Night is not. That's my guy, right? Hey, we were just in the Discord, just chilling out and whatever. And then in the Discord, he made a song. You know,
Oh my god.
he made a song
Dude, that
for
dude
me.
is
He
fucking
made a song for
creative.
me, like, and and I got to
Wow.
see if I can find it. And if I can find it, I'll send it to you because I think I got it off one of the clips because he played it actually on the stream. No, that's my guy,
Yeah,
I mean,
that
I tell you,
motherfucker is, dude, he might be our now he's gonna be mad when I say this. This motherfucker's like a Harry Potter level wizard. Well,
yeah,
I'm laughing and no one else is, but motherfucker,
yeah,
I
but
stand by that. That motherfucker looks like, if he could just wear one of those tall hats.
yeah, but with Nightish, what I take from Nightish is that maybe people don't like his delivery, whatever, but he's giving out a message because he don't want you to wait until you get to his age, whatever. And I'm a few years
Wait,
younger than him.
what age?
To not his age and trying to figure things out,
Motherfucker,
right?
I'm older than Nightish.
Yeah, but listen, what I'm saying is his message is, right? Is that y'all keep waiting, and I'm telling you, the clock is still ticking, and the clock is still ticking on everybody, right? So he gets some knowledge and stuff on there. He said, "Hey guys, this is what I'm doing. I've done this, and I've done this in my life." Now he's older. Some
Mhm.
of the stuff physically he cannot do, but he's able to check behind the people that he hired to get stuff
Oh,
done,
fuck
right?
all that. His brain is still working.
Yeah, but no, what I'm saying is not fuck all that.
I
But
know
if
what you're
he didn't have
saying.
the knowledge, he didn't know that he just got robbed. So but nah, man, shout out to Nadish and happy new year to him. Yeah,
Well,
happy
here's
new
where
year,
I'm gonna
Adam.
tack on this. Look, I understand his losing a wife is hard. And I'll leave it there. So he will dude, I was scared. I had an 8-year-old and them days were scary. So I understand Ninish. I understand how there's some shit you have to overcome. And mostly for me anyway, it was like, I married that woman and honestly, and I'm going to be rather blunt. My son saved my life, dude. He became a purpose. So sometimes you just have to, grab on to, when you're drowning, you have to grab on to, something that's floating.
Call it lock.
So,
Yeah, lock in.
but you know what? As it turns out, no, motherfucker might actually be successful. And when I have my father go, well, you did a good job with that boy. Motherfucker, do you know what kind of compliment that is?
So,
Your idol says, hey, you did a good job. Dude, that's everything.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why I keep telling people, stop telling that lie. I'm just who I am. I'm pretty sure when things happen, in your life,
yeah,
you adapt and you overcome, right? You evolve. Because if I'm doing something wrong that's gonna hurt me in my life, or hinder my family, or hinder the business or the military, whatever, you evolve. But that's just who I am. Take it or leave it. Well, a lot of times people just leave it. But it just lets you know there's a lot of things that's within us that we don't know, that we've learned over the years, and now you got a chance to activate it. Who knew, right? So shout out to you, man. I'll be bragging about your son like hey, man, yeah, I got something
Well,
good to talk about.
that motherfucker hasn't accomplished it yet.
Yeah, no. Hey, I'm gonna tell you this. I've been the guy that's sitting up there with the cigars and the cognac, and with these officers, sergeant majors, and everybody in there, and they telling their story. They're telling their stories about, oh, my child just got accepted to the academy, and they just got this and got that.
Dude,
And I'm
you know
like,
what? I wanted
yeah.
him to be accepted to the Naval Academy, but look,
Yeah,
but let me just make one quick point here, dude. He is first half through his sophomore year, and he's not flunking out. He is perfectly fine. Might actually, he's got over a 3.0. I'll put it that way. But dude, the job isn't goddamn done until I'm at his graduation ceremony. And let me also say this. All y'all YNs, find a good woman that you don't have to marry. I don't know that I want to get all into that, but dude, the loss was devastating. And I had to find a purpose, and that was my son. But, where I am now, 13 years later is, you know what? It's left up to me to finish the job. My wife would never want me to fail. Part of it is like, what would my wife say if I fail? Motherfucker, if I just, dude, I have to get my son to an adulthood. And once he motherfucking graduates, I'm saying this now, you know, I've done my job once he graduates. But look, you marry the woman, she was a motivation. Getting some dumbass like me to eat. Dude, it is so complicated. And Stan, I'm sure you know what I'm trying to detangle. Dude, if you're not meeting the woman who motivates you to fucking be successful, dude, my wife, I'm not gonna fail her. I will be successful because I must be. If you're not seeing those sorts of women, then don't marry. Motherfucker, she will make you better because she won't tolerate anything less. That's the way I approached it. And my mother, my father, no, motherfucker, it was mutual excellence. You're not going to be excellent every day. Sometimes, your wife might have to fucking, say some words and vice versa. But motherfucker, if it's not mutual, there's no need to do it.
Hey,
Sorry,
Stanley.
Steve.
Yeah, no worries, right? So people ask me, man, I've been married for over 31 years. Our anniversary next month, right?
Wow.
So, and people say, how did you make it that far? This and that. And I'm like, man, I say, man, don't ask me. And now I finally got an answer, right? People don't care what you know until they know you care. And my wife always knew I cared. And my children, right? So, but they don't care what I know, and you don't care, all these accolades and all these things I've done. They don't care about that until they know I care. So that's why it's such a grandiose thing, right? Because it just got through with the holidays and and all that, and going on, and my house is always a holiday. And now, right now that I'm here and I get to see what everybody's been doing and all that, but nobody cares what you know until they know you care. I ain't no grandstanding person, man. And I was like, man, everything I've done, man, I just thought it was just easy, right? I just like, hey, this is what I'm supposed to do. But when I realized that they knew I cared, that's why I made it 31 years. So I landed with that.
Well, I hate to say this. I'm kind of jealous.
Yeah. Hey man. Thank God for Jesus, because if it wasn't, hey, I'm gonna tell you this. I know people ain't religious or whatever. That's fine. That's your faith. Hey, that's why the chapter chorus say, pray in your own religion. Yeah, man.
Dude, 31 years. Whatever gets you there. And you know what? When I say jealous, I'm like, well, damn. Congratulations to you, motherfucker. You're quite the man.
Yeah. Well, I'll call you on the phone in the next week and let you tell her congratulations to her, because I'm telling you, because they never knew
you were the problem.
They never knew. No, listen, that's my point, is that they never, nobody cares what you know until they know you care. That's why they cared about me and cared about what I knew. You can't put the cart before the horse. I've never seen a cart pull a horse, right? So then now that I get to sit down a little bit and, and figure out some things, that's what it was. It wasn't no question I was intelligent and I did all this and blah blah. It was just about they knew I cared. Man, my one of my sons, he sent me pictures and all this stuff all the time to my phone when he was growing up and all this and with my late father, my hero. I'm like, yeah, they knew I cared. So hey man, 31. I don't know what all y'all on that y'all want to stay here forever. I don't, right? But however, I know you only get one of these, and I'm gonna live it to the fullest. I got grandchildren now, so I'm giving them a platform too, to do what they got to do, man. And so when people be talking about that we don't have families and we don't do right and we don't this and we that, I'm like, man, buckle your double-breasted lips, right? But at the end of the day, man, you only got one of these. And you just you improve, right? I mean, I've been on missions, man. We threw the book in the trash. Y'all op orders that you officers wrote, we threw that shit in the trash. Man, y'all crazy. And I don't know if y'all got that saying on y'all side, but it's doctrine 1/3, 2/3. Y'all get 1/3 of the planning time, we get 2/3, so we can unscrew what y'all wrote down because we the executors, right? And so that's the thing about life, man. Life is serious, but it don't have to be contentious all the time, right? You go outside and you take your car and you put your foot on that accelerator or put a block of wood on that, let it run. Just let it run in park. See how long that goes. You're not designed to do that. You got to have peace of mind somewhere, right? Don't get me wrong, I'm still a tooth chipper, but I get it. I get it, right? I know it's a different. There goes Sin. Happy New Year, Sin. Sin 7. Sin. Yeah. Did you call her up? She said, "Where are you?" Yeah. There goes Sin.
Well, I was hoping Genesis would come up, but I am thoroughly confused with excuse me. Let's see. I try to be nice to nice Zhang Wei. Okay. Let's not do this. And
I'm just talking to Zhang.
No, Nidus is always welcome on this channel. What on earth is going on here? And Miss Sin 7 Sin, bring your tuchus up here. Hit the link. So go ahead. I'm not quite sure where this is going.
Hopefully the snow will not get heavy.
So John, this is your suggestion.
Yeah, just mute it. Just have that B-roll playing while we're talking.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's another thing.
I still want to go into my goddamn arguments and why I'm right, but I've been overruled.
We know you were right.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Stanley.
You're right.
Stanley versus in the world. You're always right.
Oh, dude.
No, that last one you were right.
That is so demeaning. Motherfucker, I need to be right on the merits of
Chess
the
and checkers, Stan.
Nah,
because hey, Stanley, you know me. If you're wrong, man, you can talk. But I ain't gonna do this. No panel. But
yeah, no. In the last video, Stan, true. It was the last video he was playing.
I didn't even see that one. I saw the other one.
He was right.
Now I got to review this one. But I'm just saying, I just be sitting up there.
Not honestly. Let me ask you, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm just gonna let this shit go, and I honestly, if I have to make a New Year's resolution, I'm just gonna have to be more. I'm gonna have to be more academic. I I talk a big game. I actually can fucking. I'm gonna have to be a little bit more hammer the motherfucker on, like, this is where people neuter my arguments. Oh, I don't trust books. Well, motherfucker, what else are you gonna trust? It is fascinating.
That's a bad argument right off the jump.
And then they reference the book.
But the thing is, and John, these
you want it right
people,
there, Stan. You want it right there when they're like, I don't trust books.
John, I'm not sure you're right on that. There are people who do it like every goddamn panel. Well, I read, I can quote, I can footnote. These people will just go, fuck books.
Hey, Stanley, no, Johnny's not wrong on this, because if you listen to him long enough, they say, put this up in the back. That was a written article. So that's what John is saying. They'll tell you to get books and whatever, and then next you know, then they go reference something else, right? But like you said,
actually, that's not been my experience.
Hey, when you was over there with Savage on the first one, they pulled up the graph and they was talking about all that other stuff. They did pull up stuff. They did pull up data. They did later on after y'all was done with it. No, they will say certain things, but then they'll pull it up later.
Pull a chart up from anywhere.
Yeah, they'll pull the charts up. That's what I mean, Stanley. They'll tell you, yeah, I know you read a lot of books and I know you this and that. Well, whatever. And then, then they start referencing the CDC.
Manna
Go ahead, you got it,
there. But what I want to say, have y'all heard this song that and it's playing in the background, that one of John Galt's favorite little minions did? He literally, I don't know, it's not so bad knowing where it came from.
Catchy, is that the problem?
No,
Catchy.
but this is Latino for Trump song. John, you've heard it, right?
I've only heard it in the background. I never heard you play it.
Stanley's Tall Tales is the name of the song.
Hey, Stanley, you every time you mention somebody's name, they pop up. Black Knight is in here. Salute to you, Black Knight, and Happy New Year to you, brother.
No. Black Knight is a brother. That motherfucker is a Navy brother. So I know he's been through some shit.
I threw the bob in the water to see if it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen.
Man of Tomorrow, salute.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
How are you?
Just getting drunk on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I want to put a slight pushback on they pull up information and all that. It's a fake equivocation of the actual information that's studied. We know these people don't know anything.
Really? I mean, let me ask you
because there's no adherence to the information.
Well, hold on 1 second. Information is not knowledge.
Yes.
Okay, so we agree on that. So pulling up the information is not so much a threat. It's when they think they understand what they pulled up.
No. The thing is, they don't understand. So what it is a fake. It's a fake equivocation of the information. They're like, well, you know what? I'm kind of right because of this. And it's like, if you were right about this, why have? Okay, there's no information congealment here. That's the problem. They don't know. That's why they're asking these questions in the first place. That's why they're staging these arguments in the first place, because there is no knowledge. There is no information here, because information lead to increased participation, increased outcome. But
Let
most
me
of
let
these
me
people just
ask
don't
you
know.
a very naive question. Why the fuck would people pull up information if they don't understand it? How do you
That's like I
how do
said
you
ahead.
win arguments by just throwing up data?
Why do stupid people use big words? Because they just
No,
want to
let MOT, because MOT
They know what they're
is
talking about.
actually like well, John, you are a vet too, but dude, don't they get embarrassed?
No.
I get embarrassed for them
No. Like
because I'm like, man, you're on my
Oh,
side.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'll be like, Jesus Christ.
They don't know. They
No,
don't care.
seriously, you don't pull up data that you can't explain.
There are real arguments in perspective, but it's talking points. That's all it is. They're repeating talking points. And then when you challenge them on it, they have no idea what you're talking about.
Even talking points assume you understand what you can talk about. You don't have to know the information in detail, but
you have
should
to have some kind of knowledge about it. Got to be able to continue at least one point beyond the headline. Like, you got to tell me something. Like, what do you mean by this?
Okay, well, my New Year's resolution is to just deconstruct and reconstruct. Stan, I take you seriously. There should be another channel, a little bit more serious about points. Stanley versus the World can be the effery channel.
The Stanley versus could be the lead of all the channels. Stanley versus the kitchen, Stanley versus the news.
Stanley versus Stanley sometimes. Because, dude. Welcome back,
Stanley. But I'm gonna hand the mic right back to him, and hey, salute to you, brother, and happy New Year to you. What he's saying, people will throw up charts. They'll throw up charts, right? They don't know how to interpret, and you said they should be embarrassed. No, because most people they don't believe it unless they
Hold on
on
one
the
sec,
internet.
Stan. MOT, do you know Stan Autry?
No,
I've seen him. I've seen him around. I've seen him around. He's the big guy.
He's an E8, E9.
That's where I'm coming from too, Autry. I'm coming from the same part.
Autry's senior enlisted, and I tend to. He's a wise man, and by the way, Man of Tomorrow, senior enlisted too. So.
All right, so
y'all should know each other.
No, it's kind of
Autry was making. I like that point Autry was making. You don't make them feel embarrassed with it. Just immediately teach them. Immediately show them, and like that's how I try to do it. If I know somebody's wrong, I don't try to make them feel stupid about it. You know what I mean?
No, you should never feel stupid about learning something.
That's
you just
exactly
don't know it.
It's just like they might not have been.
As a matter of fact, it's the opposite. The person teaching should always be willing to teach. If you approach disrespectfully, that is the problem.
Even just giving your perspective.
You should never be ashamed of what you know.
You asked the question, why they're not ashamed. And
can y'all hear me?
MLT take it. Yeah, you got it, brother. Because he was explaining why they're not ashamed and why they pull up the charts. Salute to you, bro.
They're not ashamed. It's just a staging of information. That's all it is. It's kind of like you unalive somebody in another place, but you stage the body in another place. It's just staging of data. They don't understand the actual issue, and they're not embarrassed about it because most of these people are here for entertainment. They're not here to have an academic discussion because they don't understand that an academic discussion requires you to take a side, requires you to be informed about the side that you've taken. But most of these people want to be like, I'm not really on the side, but I want to use these type of talking points. And I'm like, well, you can't mix talking points from both sides and claim that you're in the middle. It's either you're on one side or you're on the other. Pick one. And they're like, Well, I don't want to pick one because I want to be able to make these culture warrior-esque, incredibly stupid points,
I want to
and
sit in
they
the middle and
stage.
judge everybody. Yeah.
Correct. And here's the thing: you come in with a side pick as having the information and the data, and they could just make it look like they pick you apart. And be like, well, look, I could just look up the information too. Yuck. And that's what it is. It's a staging of information because there's something wrong with the audience as well. The audience don't know either. So the
No.
audience is kind of using entertainment as an out to listen to stupid people. But when it comes serious, oh, it's just entertainment. Like that's the kind of foil that they just kind of bring in and not be serious. That's why I find it hard to even talk to these people at all nowadays because
There is the pageantry to it. You know what I mean? Like there is an art to this where people have become successful doing it, but you have to know your shit. You can't just be up here, faking the funk because somebody's gonna check.
You don't need
Somebody's
to
gonna
know your
count.
shit. You don't need to know your shit.
No, if you
Conservative
want to
talk
be at the
radio
top,
is
stay at the top.
No. Like conservative radio and talk radio is an excellent point of this. Like if you actually come to the what have you problem solved, there's no need for conservatism at all on no level. Because if you look at the most conservative states, they haven't really solved any problem. And I'm not talking about actual states that produce a lot of energy, like your Wyoming, your North and South Dakota, or Texas. I'm talking about bare bones conservatism with business completely running everything and unlimited free markets. Those societies don't work. You still need to have both, right? But you have people who have these super large mega platforms based off of just not being able to solve problems. And a lot of people think that, oh, XYZ person is successful, and they conflate that with XYZ person is right. So they'd be like, look, I'm not going to learn. I'm just going to tune into somebody who I think knows most of this stuff. And I'm like, at some point, you're going to go outside that environment. You're going to have to represent the information, and you're just not going to be able to because you just don't know.
I think the problem is like it's polarized to the point to where it's just like the way that laws and politics is played in America, both sides can be right at the same time. And it is a problem because then it's just like when you're trying to explain to people, you just sound like you're in the fucking middle. But it's just like, you might have one side of it, but you're just trying to explain it to them without putting your bias into it. But then like when you try to explain to people, like, this is why I believe what I do, I think when it's more personal, like when you have a relationship and then all of a sudden you talk about politics and you explain why you do, I think it helps people have a different perspective on the other side. So like when people sit in echo chambers and like everybody agrees with each other, that's a problem because then you're not going to get out of your box and somebody's not going to push your ideas. And then one day you're going to run into somebody who can make a great argument against you and you just look stupid. And the next thing you know, everybody's like, oh, it is a popularity contest. It's stupid, but that's why it's important to have your base. And then, like you could blow up whatever the fuck, but you got to have your base of people that always have your back that, grew with you in the slow times and then you just explode. Because that's how it goes.
No. That's how we got here in the first place.
You're breaking up a little bit, MO2. You're breaking up bad now. Is that just me?
Yeah, you are breaking up a bit, MOT.
Hey, somebody start talking. Okay.
There you go. You're
Right,
coming back.
so-
You're coming back.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. You're
Okay.
clear.
Better.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, once you start saying that, you're not interested in results. The moment you say have your base around you, your day ones, those are ignorant, uninformed people. You don't need a base of ignorant, uninformed people to know things about subjects. You don't. And it's not a popularity contest. You make it a popularity contest when you don't care about results. It's not.
But you can be a heel and be popular.
Here we go with the popularity shit. I'm not here for popularity.
No, it doesn't matter whether you are or you're not. You're either going to hate it or love.
Banner tomorrow. Cool your jets a bit.
No, he's fine.
John's
We're
not coming in hot. Hold on, Manna tomorrow. John's a friend.
Yeah,
No, that's fine. But
yeah,
what I'm saying is, You have to have this argument without using the words popularity, because when
No, you don't.
I think this is the problem in America. Everything is
they don't care about your
populist.
day ones, they don't care
Don't
about
be
your
don't be
large platform.
too. Okay, let me help you out. Don't be too wrapped up on words. Popularity is probably not the best word to use in the first place. Be careful.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like you have to be informed on the subject if you want to fix it. Like,
Well,
mean,
I will actually kind of take your side on this.
Yeah.
Dude, as long as it's not hurting them personally, they don't think there's a problem to fix.
And what do you guys
That
think
is
is the
that
number of
is
populist?
that is the most American position.
Yeah.
Dude, if it is not at my front door knocking on it, there is no problem.
yeah,
That
what I'm
is
saying is,
When you
literally
say
that is
popular,
literally
popularity,
hold on one sec. That is literally how slavery, Reconstruction, it wasn't knocking at my door. America is the best country in the world for believing a dream. There is an American dream as long as it doesn't knock at your door. We are the best country in the world, the luckiest, but the best at if it ain't here, it ain't here.
yeah.
Are
I
we
mean,
saying
it's just
So
that at the end,
there are no look, pretense is part of the fabric. I don't know how to say this 88 other ways of saying that, you know, racism doesn't exist because I live in the middle of Idaho and I've never met a black person. I've met people like that in the Navy. These motherfuckers had no clue. Dude, if you live in the middle of nowhere, Idaho, you may not know. It's not a bad thing, but it can be problematic.
I don't know.
That
and,
is
and,
You're coming from
the
Idaho,
problem
20 years
and
behind.
guess
You
in
might
what?
be
America.
better off.
And guess what?
Education, parenting, biggest problems in America.
Breaking up MOT.
No, he's not. I can hear him fine.
No, he's like, he was talking, but he was breaking up. He's talking right now. Are you talking MOT? Yeah, he's breaking up.
No, he'll be back.
Yeah.
We do need to hear what he has to say.
Got to be driving
Stan,
on New Year's. That's what he is. He's putting in them hours.
what is Stan? What do you have to say?
What I have to say is that it seems like we're conflating the two, right?
Okay.
It my humble opinion, right, is that okay. So what I gather from MLT and what John was saying, you know, to get popularity and all that, to grow and do all that. But MLT, he wasn't coming at John. That's why John didn't take it that way. He said, "Man, I'm not here for that. I want to tell the truth the way it's the best way I know the truth is, right? And that's how we got here, right? It's just that it's just a bunch of smoke and mirrors. Man, you didn't become an officer just because, oh, you just existed. You took tests. You had to do all these things. But some kind of way we got tricked magically, just show up. And that's not the way the world works. And so, but that's why John didn't take offense. He said, man, he said, damn popularity, right? Or whatever he said, right? He said, no, he said,
But
we
you have
need to
to be
tell the
careful
truth.
with that damn popularity. You don't get to damn popularity until you've proven yourself as a leader.
But there's
Well,
more
I
money.
understand
No,
that, but
you
that's
cannot
not what he
be a
was
senior
saying.
leader and go damn popularity.
He was saying for himself, though. He said, "I'm not here for popularity." That's what he said. He said, "I'm gonna tell the truth." Right. So because if I know it's going to the New Year's, but I'm gonna tell you this. Just like that
Motherfucker, you're
video,
on this
that
panel.
video,
You
that
are the new
video,
year.
the video, hey man, you are too, brother. Man, much respect to you. But I'm telling you, just like that video you played, those interviews, I can see you sitting up there interviewing with these people because that's where your chops are. And I'm not saying don't do the other stuff. Bro, you do what you will. But that's where you the best and the sharpest. Nobody's cutting nobody off. And you see he had a great back and
Oh,
forth.
I see.
And I can see you there having a great back and forth. Nobody's calling each other out of their name. Oh, you over talking me, you this and that.
No,
But
Stan, I
working on
get where you're
moderating.
going with this. I get too down into the mud. But let me
But when you're in the mud, you got to fight, sir. That's the only thing I'm saying. When you're in the mud, you went into the
stop that
mud.
sir bullshit.
Nah, that's one thing you would never let you. I done told you that.
I know what you're
That's
saying.
what got you in trouble. What did that chief
You're
tell
right.
you? That senior chief tell you? I'm telling you, it never goes away. So don't do that, man. You got honor. You got honor. So what? Your honor means nothing.
Let me tell you,
Gotta be
and
stoic.
actually,
Sit back.
I need MOT and you, Stan.
You earn all that, man.
I'm not good at fighting in the mud.
But you was in the mud and you was fighting.
No, but let
Right in
me
there.
finish what I'm saying though.
You got it, bro.
I'm not good at fighting in the mud. Only if I have to, and I want to get out of the mud as quickly as possible. That's my problem. I want to pull people out of the mud with me. I don't want to stand there fighting.
How about
It's
this?
ridiculous.
How about this? New Year, let's come up with the list, and then I'll help you contact them. And after you get the other channel up, so you can interview them, and y'all can have a conversation, not a debate or whatever.
Who
Have
is
a conversation.
the we you're talking about?
I'm talking about the people that just like the people that you were playing last night. That woman never thought that guy would show up, and she said, "No."
Okay. Well, let me say this. It's
have
not
those intellectual conversations, man.
Yeah, but Stan, let me tell you my thoughts on them. Savage is cool.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about last night. I'm not talking about this clickety clack shit, man. I ain't talking about that. We can go back to that later, but I'm talking about the people that you know of, that you watch and you study. Man, they would love to have a conversation with you because you can be in your element.
I am not, motherfucker. I'm not PhD history.
Hey, but it's not about that. They would love to have you in the
Well,
present.
no,
but guess
they
what?
probably would, and I need to be. Look, I know they would, but look,
Stop the probably. Stanley, you hearing it from your brother, and I'm telling you, man, they would love to have the conversation because guess what? You got a spin that they can't even spin on it. Is that coming from this veteran officer, decorated officer, and did all these things, and then you give that other perspective. That's how they built their network.
Well, I'm not that decorated.
But you, okay, John, help me out, John. Help me out, John.
Yeah, you're deep in it. You know what I mean? Like this is what I'm
Motherfucker,
saying.
I was only
like,
I was only in 03.
But you know, you
It's
live
not
life
like I'm that decorated.
Like Stanley, you hear how they talk about the boomers? They're going to talk about the next
Oh
generation.
well, I think
they
they're
don't
idiots
know
when they talk about
these
the
older
boomers.
generations.
Okay,
Like, you break a
John,
bridge. You know, you make a bridge. Like You just got to learn how to
No,
moderate better.
but
Just be
see,
able to sit
this
back.
is what you're not understanding. I don't want to build a bridge.
It's not
I
about
don't think
you're
there's a
making the
bridge
bridge.
that can be built. They're dumb.
You're making the bridge. It's not
I
about
don't
building.
want them
You're
coming up
not building
behind
bridges.
me on the bridge.
Some people just make an impact, dude. You can make an impact. That's all it is. Enjoy it. Stan.
Understood.
Like build on it, work on it. You know, what's the guy's name? You're always talking about the conservative dude. You know, you can get him on the. There's other people there in
Glenn
the chat that
Lowry,
can
I
shoot it.
hope.
Glenn Lowry, yeah. There's other people that are out there in the local, you know, anything, but like you can get plenty of interviews, Stanley, and just build up your repertoire. That's all it is. You get better
You know
at
what?
it.
That's an interesting thing to say. MOT, do you agree?
Is he back?
Yeah, you can. Based on our background, we can absolutely do that, and that's what I'm gonna start doing next year.
Thank you, MLT.
Start bringing on, bringing on people of substance and stuff.
Thank you,
And
MLT.
because you can have these stage arguments with popular people,
Mhm.
but it's not the same as somebody who has a background and who cares about outcome. Because like the popularity piece kind of lets people equivocate with
Understood.
I'm popular with I'm working toward progress. Me, I'm here for a very specific reason. Is for people to get the information so we can move on to solving problems. But people are dodging the history, the learning of the history, because they're kind of okay with things currently the way
Oh,
that they
wow.
are. They dodge the history on purpose.
It's a
And the
perspective of
history,
interview too, you know.
correct. And it makes them not responsible as long as they don't know the history. And me,
Holy
I'm trying to have
fuck.
a history. Yeah. But you have to see the evolution of this conversation for 13 years here
Mhm.
among these people and see who's come out on top. The people who came out on top were the people who never really cared about outcome, who only cared about popularity, who only galvanized and kind of vulcanized the space in the bottom barrel level conversation. And then most people don't want to take responsibility for where they spend their time at too. So they're weaponizing something in people that people don't even see in themselves. While I'm trying to have a substance-based conversation.
Yeah.
And
Well, let me
for
ask
them,
you a very odd question. You're talking about, the Black manosphere and the manosphere in general. You're gonna laugh, but it sounds like the Constitutional Convention.
yeah,
I mean,
I think we're at
where
that
I'm
point.
going with this. Okay.
I think we're at that point.
Do we well, as long as y'all get the point, then maybe I'm not so far off track. It's just it's another cockfight.
it is. But a lot of
Gotcha.
these people with the popularity piece, they bring in the cockfight to suppress
Oh my
actual
lord.
knowledge. They bring in the cockfight so that way there isn't any progress.
And make it a show.
That's
Yeah.
yes. So that way you're always clipped out by popularity. Because I'm going to give you a direct example. And even though I am not talking about Obsidian specifically, I'm talking about what Obsidian does that people don't see until they see the 3-year cycle of Obsidian. People thought that this dude was really here to change things and all that kind of stuff. And then it slips out that he doesn't give a shit about progress. He doesn't care about whether you fix things or not. He think you're a damn fool for connecting yourself to him in order for you to make any type of progress in your personal life. He's retired. He doesn't care about this shit. He only cares about making money off of these women. Now, you cannot hear that for 2 and 3 years. And then the moment you do hear that, the audience member who come to me for the complaints about what they was a part of for 2 or 3 years. I'm like,
Wow.
that's what he's always thought. And it was like, how did I not know that? I'm like, because you haven't seen the cycle. You're seeing the cycle of anger right now. I saw this cycle of anger in 2015.
Exactly. Yeah. The
And
longer you've been
2018
around
and
it.
2021. And yeah, so that was like, okay, so since you've been here so long, how come you're not popular? because I'm not trying to have conversations with idiots about things that they don't know, they don't care about, and they have no interest in changing. And I'm just saying this: if you fix you, there's less of everyone else to fix. But the problem is they haven't fixed themselves. Then they don't put themselves in actual position to listen to only people of substance. And
I think
then
most of them
that
feel useless. That's why.
no,
I think
but
most people feel useless nowadays.
I I understand that they can.
Let me go after you, brothers.
But
But
at
that's
the
the
end of the
problem.
day,
Like that's why I'm for that military prescription when you're turning 18. You get because they were never taught that that strength that that
Let
people
me
should
let me do a
learn it
quick
like late.
commercial right here. There is a young lady in this audience who would fit perfectly up here, and she is a young lady. Lisette, please hit the link. Don't be shy. And this is one of my favorite people on earth. And she'll just go, no, I'm not going to do it. It's Lisette Livingston, folks. She is a great person. So, anyway,
that's why I have to branch out
hopefully
more
she'll
and
hit the
go on
link.
these shows, you know. So I mean, because my perspective and your perspective, Stanley, isn't out there for a reason. Because it's too easy to build an audience based off the what's a word I could use
Like
that's
a
not so
shock jock
offensive.
type shit.
Yeah, like
No,
it's
but
it's too
Lisette
easy to
is
do.
actually quality.
Salacious headlines of the day.
Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? She's not salacious. She's
No, I'm
No,
talking to the
Lisette.
He's
MOT.
talking about in comparison too. Like
Yeah.
so you have to understand that people of knowledge and substance of moral clarity and all that, they don't
Ooh.
get anything. Like they're significantly outstripped by people who are just here for entertainment and the dozens
Right.
and all that kind of other stuff. And that's what make people, for the most part, drop out of doing the actual content
But let me ask you a
after a while.
question. Can't you have both? moral moral clarity can be
Why we're all
fun.
here. At the end of the day, we're still hoping for something.
Well, no,
Something to kick the
Man, Man of Tomorrow is actually you're actually a good judge of what works and what doesn't on a YouTube channel. I don't see the difference. The truth can be very funny. You just have to come up with the right one liner. So
No. I I
That's
do and I can and I
that's
have,
temporary.
but at the end of the day, if you have to keep putting the conversation there to drag people along, you don't make people
understood.
personally responsible for
Yeah.
actually having the knowledge base of the conversation. It's kind of like, all right, let's go 10 years ago, where you had all these people who were apathy minding personnel over the child support system and situation, right? And it's like, well, where do you live? And it's like, okay, if these things are a big enough problem for you to build a platform off of, then it should be very easy for you to get those signatures in front of these grocery stores so that way you can actually change the system. And I was, very instrumental in changing it to the actual, best interest of the child. Because I'm not interested in giving children to underperforming men where they can clearly have, better outcomes with the women without the dude involved. That's something that you can work towards. But then you have people one after the other after the other. There was just apathy minded people in the space who had child support issues. And I'm like, there wasn't an actual connecting tissue between having a conversation about child support and fixing the actual child support system. It was just get your stuff off about your own personal child support situation and not do anything toward changing the results so that way you can keep rehaving the conversation again and again and again. It's kind of like how before there was a Lapeef and before there was a Kevin Samuels and before there was a Pop the Balloon show, there was conversations here about relationships. And the people who was boxed out of the conversation was the people who came in throwing explosives. Now the people with explosives are running the show on and conversation about relationships when they don't even care about outcome. They didn't then. It's easy to stage these arguments when you know you have an audience that's non-progressive in nature. And a lot of people want that alleviation from their problems rather than a solution. And it's too easy to keep weaponizing that over and over again. So
Yeah, but what I say, you say something loud enough, long enough, people begin to believe it, and then two, create a problem, and then you're not trying to solve it. You just create the problems, right? Then it continues and continues, right? It's just like, man, when is people going to stand up, right? Oh, if you about money or you about this, well, I know this that it's more moral people that is inevitable. If you call yourself a leader and no one's following, you're just taking a long walk. So I hopefully I subscribe to the right channel. MLT. You got a head on that your emoji on that on your channel.
yeah. Yeah, I'm trying
Okay.
to put it into chat now, but it keeps clicking for some reason. I'm trying to put
Yeah,
it in
but
there.
I just hopefully I did. But I'm just saying is that what is your purpose? Because if you don't know your purpose, then you don't know your
Me
worth.
or them?
Therefore, you know your value. I'm talking about
Anybody.
just in
Yeah.
general, anybody. If you don't know your purpose, then you don't know your worth, and then you don't know your value. So if we don't go through these stages in life and understanding what is your purpose, you ask anybody what their purpose is, they say, huh, what does that mean? What is this? And I'm telling you, a lot of people will not even research anything. And whether you did school, high school, or whatever, and, whatever, college or whatever, they say scholarly research, right? But we ain't doing anything scholarly on this damn YouTube shit. Let's be honest. We see a TikTok video. Somebody told me a meteorite was ready to hit my house today. I'm
Atlas is
like,
coming.
yeah, all this stuff. Scholarly research. And if we don't hold on to what is true, if you don't research it for yourself, y'all can tell me anything. No problem. But I'm gonna do the research myself. But most people just like they microwave, right? You say if that person says it, it must be true. I'm gonna sell all my goods and I'm gonna sell everything. I'm gonna just leave my family because the world is coming to an end, right? A lot of people got caught up in that. And with MLT, you just with talking to him on here, he said, "Man, I'm gonna give you the best truth that I have, but research me. If you can research it and it comes out true, okay, fine. Don't just take me at face value. I mean, who are you? I mean, in the military, and what we did, right? But I land the plane with this. I'd
Okay,
be
I'm
damned. I'm gonna land the plane with this one, Stanley. I'd be damned if I did 36 years, 2 months, and 25 days to not stand up and fight for what is right. I'll be damned, because that means that all the things that I ever done in my life, and my late father, my hero, did 2 tours of Vietnam and did all these great things. I'll be damned is that it was in vain. And I land the plane there, Stanley.
okay. Well, we got some minutes before midnight
Yeah,
on the East
yeah, man. So,
Coast.
well, I'm about to get into these mountains of Oregon, and I know I'm going to be breaking up even more than I am now.
Motherfucker, what on earth are you doing?
No, I actually came out here to visit my brother before New Year's. I promised him that I'd be
Oh,
able to do that before the end of the year, even though I went through what I was going through, and because I would never drive from Wyoming to Seattle. I would never battle these type of conditions unless it was for a very good reason. And I have a lot of family in kind of like the Seattle area too. Like the
Right.
people who like got their stuff together and moved on and never really came back for anything but funerals. That's why I like coming out here as well. And that's why my brother.
Oh
kinda
my
came back.
lord.
MOT,
Yeah.
what type of music you listen to when you're driving, man?
Oh
No,
shit. That's a good
I listen to
question.
books on tape. I listen to a lot of books on
But
tape.
if you were gonna listen to music, what are you jamming there?
Man, I don't even
If
listen to
life
music
is
that
a
much
highway.
in any much. I don't even listen to music that much anymore. Dude,
Oh
I am behind
shit.
on like
That is a
100 different
serious
books.
man.
Dude, I'm
Well,
behind on like
okay.
100.
I'm gonna have to ask you this, man of tomorrow. One should never ask what's your favorite book. What is the most relevant book that you would like to talk about?
International podcast? An
Motherfucker,
international
just a
interview?
book.
The
Just
most
a
impactful
book.
lately that you read that you're just like, yeah, can't get
Right
enough.
now, for right now, the case against free speech.
Ooh.
And the author that I'm currently listening to, she's actually describing why it works in Germany and France and why it doesn't work in America. And it's a really, really, really good presentation because she goes into how free speech in America has meant tolerating white supremacists when their actual goal is not equal
Ooh.
protection under the law. Even though they're the
Right.
ones who fight for free speech the most, their end goal is not equal protection under the law. Like talking about like religious extremists. They hide behind free speech, but their overall goal isn't equal protection for everybody. It
Right.
clearly isn't.
Well, free speech is
kind of
not
the
equal
argument.
protection.
That's kind of the argument that people, when they talk about socialism, they're just like, oh, they just want to close the door behind them.
No,
You know what I mean? Like
that's
the elite don't talk
actually
about
not
socialism
what
because they want to
socialism.
close it behind them.
No, John.
No, but I'm
No.
saying from the left to right perspective.
That's not even socialism on a cracker. No, that it's a hugely bad argument. Socialism isn't about free speech per se.
No, I'm talking about the perspective.
No, John.
What?
Don't do it.
What do you mean?
Socialism and free speech are not directly connected. It is a totally different thing. Don't bring it in.
It's the perspective of
John,
how people
my
look at
advice is you don't know what socialism is. Don't
No, I do
connect
know what
it to free
socialism is.
speech.
I know the difference
You
between Marxism
actually,
and socialism, babyism, socialism,
John,
baby and
I'm
socialism. I
trying
know the
to.
difference.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
You don't.
I know the wolf in sheep's clothing. I
What
know
does
all about it.
motherfucker? What does free speech have to do with socialism? Connect the dots.
No, I'm just saying how.
No. Don't run away from it now. You
What?
brought them up. Now I'm curious.
What is the layman's version of socialism?
No. Connect the dots of socialism to free speech. You brought the two up. I did not.
I could do
Connect
it.
them.
I could do it.
Drinking.
No. Don't help
I'm
him
drinking.
out.
Let
And
him see.
actually, I want to
I've
hear
been
because I
drinking.
don't
I've
see
been
that.
smoking. La la
Okay,
la la.
motherfucker, it does not. That's the best time to connect dots. And actually, man of tomorrow, I don't think they can be. So I am definitely interested in how you can. No, but let John go first. And there is a lesson to learn. Don't make bold
All right.
speeches
Let me clear
if
my
you
head.
cannot connect the two.
Let me clear my head. What were the two I'm trying to connect?
Motherfucker, you should never say shit if your head isn't
What's
clear
the
in
two
the
I'm trying
first
to connect?
place.
Socialism and
No, don't make
socialism and
bullshit.
free speech.
Go ahead.
So we want to talk about the dangers of pure
No,
democracy.
motherfucker, I didn't ask you
Where
what
the
we want to
majority
talk
can
about.
vote to
I
kill the
asked
minority.
you.
Right? Is that where we want to go with it today? I can make some fucking ridiculous
No,
arguments.
I want you to connect free speech
We
to
want to talk about the
socialism.
difference between
Hey,
stupid
Stanley,
Marxism.
let him get his thoughts together because I want to address something
No,
that MOT
motherfucker.
said
No,
earlier.
see, this
Let him
is
get his thoughts
this is
together. Come on, Stanley. It's
yes,
the last day of the
okay.
year. Come
But
on.
you
Come
know,
on. Come on, sir.
no,
Let him get his
motherfucker.
thoughts together
I'm
because I
about
want to address something what MOT
Stan, let
said.
me
I'm
defend.
about
Let
this
me
close
defend
to cutting
myself.
you off for the
You
rest of
never
the year.
make bold statements if you're not there to
I
defend it in the
understand.
first
Because
place.
can I address something
You
what
should
MOT
never
said
get your
earlier?
understood, Stan. But what I'm gonna
Please,
say, let me
please,
let me
give me.
let me get this out.
Let him
No,
finish
motherfucker,
Can I take
you
some
don't
liberties?
make Stan, please. You don't make declarations unless you're ready to defend it right there. There is no I need to get my head together moment.
No, I
I
said
understand.
Fuck.
Can I address what MLT said before you go up
Yes.
in the mountains, please?
Go
we about
Can
to
I
ahead.
address what he said? Because that's
MOT
what I want
and
to address before y'all got to this. Can I get that?
man at games, Stan.
Please do.
Let Audrey
Okay.
go.
All right. So, hey, MLT, you're right. And when he said that I would never drive this far and do all this stuff for my brother, right? He said because with the funeral thing. So this is my statement with that. I'm tired of the funeral turning to the family reunion. And then, it's just like, wow, how did we get here, right? That's why I want to address the MLT and salute to you, brother. He's right. Because now it used to be family reunions, and now that's even fading away. That the funerals turn into the family reunion. That's when everybody get together. So shout out to you, man, going to see your brother. Hey, John, I stalled long enough, but salute to you, MLT. John, you got it. Because Stanley's on your ass. So,
I agree.
hey.
I agree with Audrey right there.
No,
That was
hold
the point
on now
MOT was
there.
making.
I'm just saying don't take stances you can't defend.
Right.
And
No, I love my brother, brothers.
Man of Tomorrow gets to respond to what Stan
I mean, but you have to understand that our family was set up this way, right? Like, like if you messed up bad enough in Mississippi, you had to leave town. You had to change your name and you had to leave town. Both. So for the personnel who left, my grandfather never allowed those people to come back to the city because Mississippi is the starting point. You were supposed to branch out with your family and never have the need to come back. Now, you can phone calls, you can do the postcard thing, you can do all of that. But there's no real reason to return back to the nest, to the starting point, unless there's a passing. And that's kind of the thing that he passed down because he was like, once you made it to a better life, if the people don't have the strength of character to seek that out, being around these individuals trying to kind of push it inside their head isn't going to work, right? So he was like, once you leave, you keep living your great life. Call, if it was now, it'd be like send, videos or whatever. But at the end of the day, he didn't want you coming back to being exposed to how worse things was getting. Because there were times where people didn't leave Mississippi and they were doing extremely well. You know what happened to those people? They were getting robbed by people in the family. So he just told people, look, if we can't even have peace within our own family, we can't expect it from other people. So you have to move your good life away from these bad people who have remained here, waiting on other people to do it for them. So that's
Not
how.
connected to 2025 now. Why you going to go see your brother?
No.
Connected now.
No. I'm going to go see my brother is because I'm primarily working on the East Coast that I can't really shut down. And then I have to come
Understood.
all the way out here. Now, I could come out here during the summer, but the thing is that he wasn't really settled in the place where he was.
Anytime you're close
Understood.
enough, you gonna go see
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, but right now became like the premier time to like, okay, I got a couple weeks. It looked like this weather's going to break. I'm looking at 2 weeks of worth of weather patterns, and this right here will be the premier time to come out there, right?
Yeah.
And plus, it's the holiday season, and I get a gang of money for coming out here to the
Yeah.
West Coast from the East, and I get a lot more money going from the West back to the East. So,
Yeah. So you're doing things that and that's why I want you to break that down and say, man, I'm going to go see my brother. Is that, because we're not in chains and all that. So when people go so far back, right, and I'm not saying erase history, you say, hey man, now what's our excuse today? Why do we not visit each other? Why do we only meet up at funerals, right? And that's my thing. The funeral should not be the family reunion. I mean, so you're breaking that curse, and salute to you, brother. And John, you back in the hot seat. And Stanley, I'll be back. I'll be back. But hey, MLT, salute to you, brother, because you figure out a way to monetize both sides, but you doing it for your family, right? Because if your
Oh
brother
yeah.
ever need anything, you're doing what you need to do. But if he ever needs anything, you said, that's my brother, right? We need to get back to what you're doing, just like what I do in my family. We need to get back to that because we got, like, in our head, we stuck back in history when you had to move and change your names and all that. The joker didn't change their name unless they were changing their gender. But other than that, we need to stop using those same excuses and those tropes, right? And dare to be different, and I land the plane
Yeah, but you
there.
got to understand that most of
Well,
these
let
people
me
have
ask.
different
Oh,
subcultures that
So
that does
right.
not allow them to meet up, and it's like the whole one big happy family concept. That well, once you have freedom of association, like me, what I consider
Oh
family
shit.
i- is
Freedom? Did you say freedom?
of association. Yes.
freedom.
Well, no, just
Be right
no.
back, gentlemen.
Stop it, John.
Sorry.
Dude, that freedom part is extremely important.
Yes.
And Stan dropped off, but look,
No, he said he'll be back. Yeah, he said he'll be back.
Stan is salt of the earth to this channel. So anyway, no, that freedom part, dude, you get it.
Trust me.
Dude,
I've tried with these other subcultures of black people. It doesn't work. So I had to replace non-working family members with working actual. I, look, I do not have a
but
lot of uncles, and
freedom
yeah,
is a sickle, dude. It's a two-edged sword. Sometimes freedom is not the best thing for some people. But here's where I'm gonna go with that because that sounds bad. Dude, freedom is freedom. No. I know it sounds bad. Everyone should have it. But it's one of these weird things that you don't need other people to take your freedom. If you're not smart enough to understand what it is, you will take your own freedom.
Yeah, but
You
Stan,
won't even know. You won't even know that you're not free when you fuck up.
I think MOT can understand. Like MOT, you understand. Like when you come from poor areas, a lot more people are going to tell you you're not.
Poverty has nothing to do with freedom.
No, it's
unless
about freedom.
it's the people who take, dude.
But there's a lot of people that'll
no, John.
down.
Do you understand American history? Do you understand American history? Because if you did, you must understand how freedom is tenuous.
It's all just
You can yawn all you want, but dude, there are white elites who would take freedom from white non-elites. Motherfucker.
That's all racism.
Okay. Western civilization has a freedom problem. They've never actually understood.
What type of freedom problem?
It's
thought.
Okay, motherfucker, do not interrupt while I'm thinking. It is literally dude, Marx gets it right.
In which way? Capitalism?
Okay, bitch, I will put you in the back if I must. Don't interrupt. let me elaborate. And then you can hear and respond. That's how this is going to work. Okay, John?
Appreciate you, Stan.
Someone should. Dude, the class problem, the elites dictating to the working class, that's actually America's biggest problem, but always has been. And then we get it confused with race, it intersects and all that stuff. White people, rich white people don't like poor white people. Did you? I hope you know this.
What is
This is where Be Brave gets dumb. This is why I think Be Brave is dumb. Motherfucker, elite, you are interrupting. Rich white people don't like poor white people. Tell me how I'm wrong.
Did I say you're wrong?
Motherfucker, I didn't ask. I only want to know. Don't answer the question with a question. Am I wrong? That's yes, no.
No.
Okay, good. Then you understand that part.
Yeah.
And I don't know why I need to go farther. That's all you need to know. Race is a problem in the United States when it intersects with class. But
economics.
Okay, understand what economics is, but what I need you to understand is
What is
white
class?
people don't. Okay, motherfucker, I'm not going to give you the college lecture.
I feel like I'm teaching you something tonight, Stan.
What are you teaching me, John?
What is class?
Motherfucker, that's a question. That's not teaching. Do you know the difference?
Well, what is economics?
Okay,
Is class not
motherfucker,
based off
you
economics?
said you're teaching me something.
You said
What are you
economics
teaching me?
has nothing to do with class.
John, we are not going to go back and forth on my panel. What are you teaching me, John?
No, I'm just saying. Like, do you not know that?
No, don't tell. Teaching me is not. Teaching me does not start with the word no.
Class and economics? You don't think they're related at all?
Tell me what you're teaching me, John.
Well, what form of government is not predicated? based off
Motherfucker,
class?
we're not talking government. Do you
Any
think government? Do you think government is class? Do you think that's the same argument? Do
I
you
think
actually
government.
see? This is the ignorant trying to teach something they're not capable of teaching.
No, but like
You
said,
have
class and
no
economics had
clue.
nothing to do with each other.
Where does class become government, John?
No, you said class and economics.
Oh,
Nothing
motherfucker,
to
you
do with
don't
each
even know what I said.
No, that's what you said, Stan.
Yeah. Let me get back to the
No,
road.
John.
All right.
No, John. John, the point I'm trying to make is that America is unique in that it intersects class and race. It cannot figure out. White people hate, rich white people hate poor white people. I can give you historical examples of it. Let's start with that part. White people don't like white people.
Yeah,
Would
that's
you
true.
agree with that, John?
100%. Can I add a caveat to that?
Okay, then, motherfucker, we can get to the race part, but let's not even
race, man.
talk. Okay, what I need you to understand is 1619 is a start of something, but there was 1607 to 1619.
What was
in Virginia? In Virginia, and then we can start. What folks don't understand is the Pilgrims came in 1620. 1607 happened in the Roanoke before 1607. Y'all don't understand. Y'all don't understand Proto-America
or
The
geography.
White people are
Or geography
really
if you have them conflated.
don't know why we must talk geography. The point I'm
Well,
trying
where
to
did the
make.
Pilgrims
The
land? And where
point
the fuck
I'm
did
trying to the point I'm trying to make, sir,
It's a bad point, Stan.
Motherfucker, you don't even understand my
They're
point.
completely different people. They had nothing to do with each
Okay,
other.
motherfucker, you
Parts
think
of
I'm talking
America.
about people when I'm talking about culture. Would you like to hear what I'm going to say, John?
Stan, that's what I'm hearing. Let's go. I want to hear it.
European culture they were the original problems. We have been, for quite some time, for centuries, taught to be Western culture supremacists. No, those motherfuckers were brutal. Go back and Americans, white, black, Hispanic, doesn't matter.
God bless. Okay. All right. I just wanted
to God bless the children who have been trained to think Eurocentrically, that European beauty standards, dude, we are fucked up. Make you say what?
Don't make me start singing, I said.
Dude, we and y'all are fucked up. We there's no way to actually think outside of Western civilization. There's no way to do it unless you are actually smart enough. And I'm not one of them. Dude, y'all think white people, okay, motherfucker. White people are our gods.
No, they're not.
Okay.
There's a small
I'm not gonna even go up against your no.
Stanley, there's a small group of every fucking group you can think of.
No, motherfucker, not in the United States.
All around the world. It doesn't matter.
Motherfucker, who is president right now? A white supremacist.
Donald John Trump.
Donald Trump is not a white supremacist.
Don Trump.
Okay, motherfucker, I need you to answer my question. Is Donald Trump a white supremacist?
Absolutely not.
Well, then you don't actually, dude.
Can I explain why?
Yeah, please do.
All right. I don't think there's enough white people that have enough money that Donald Trump.
Okay, motherfucker, I don't give a shit about money. And see, this is where
I think that's what all that matters.
Okay, dude, I will put your ass in the back because you're not me. Because you're not answering my question. My question is, do you think Donald Trump is a white supremacist?
No.
Then leave it there, because when you start explaining why you don't think he's a white supremacist, you literally sound dumb.
That hurts my feelings, man.
I don't give a fuck.
Sometimes
tough love. Donald Trump is like the apotheosis of white supremacy. Mediocre motherfucker with a bad haircut all of a sudden gets voted in by an overwhelming majority of white men.
Who did he replace? A junior senator that was involved in a gay sex scandal?
Dude, you think we're talking politics?
The governor that
okay,
was
motherfucker. Once again, you have no clue what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking American culture. If politics is downstream of culture, culture has nothing to do with politics. I'm talking culture. Can you keep up, John?
Who do you think better reflects it?
John, I didn't ask you to ask me a question. I asked you if you think you can keep up. If culture is upstream of politics, can you keep up with my culture argument? That's a yes, no.
Affirmative.
Well, you found a third way. Donald Trump is a product of American culture.
I concur.
It's white mediocrity.
Yeah.
America lost the sense of like we need. Let me tell you that an American president has not in quite some time been a part of the military. I think that's where we lost it. Nixon, Navy. I can't remember. You'll have to remind me. Lyndon Johnson was probably Army, maybe. Kennedy, fucking Navy. We have a bunch of motherfuckers who don't know how to be leaders at the basic level, and
Kennedy was the
that's where
start.
we've motherfucker Kennedy literally was a
first
war.
Trump.
Kennedy was literally a war hero,
Ah,
like an actual motherfucking war hero.
ah.
He led his men in the middle of the Pacific in dire circumstances. If you don't know the history, then that's on you.
Of course, and
He was
fought
John F. Kennedy, literal
100
war
lives
hero.
barehanded.
Motherfucker, I don't know why you have to overtalk. He's a literal war hero.
It's a folklore.
Look up dude, you need to read more and talk a
You
lot.
need to understand propaganda, Stan.
John F. Kennedy, genuine war hero. You think it's folklore?
You think McCain was a war hero?
Yes.
Why?
Because he was in the Hanoi Hilton.
I agree.
See, let me tell you where, dude, y'all motherfuckers who think that books can't be right. If I think the books are wrong, if I say, dude, y'all are the fucked up generation.
There's many books on
Okay,
one topic.
motherfucker, there are many idiots who don't read books too.
There's many idiots who write books.
I know as many idiots as I do books. And this is one of my main problems. Motherfucker, don't ever tell me, well, books, I don't think the book is right. Well, motherfucker, read more books. There is not one book on any topic ever since the Gutenberg Press. The Bible is not even the only way you understand Christianity, but dumb fucks are just like, oh shit, I don't believe that Kennedy was a hero. Motherfucker, go read.
Stanley, with all due respect, can I just say this? I've read many a manual that were wrong. Okay. So I'm gonna
Based on what, John? That you read a motherfucker that you read a book. Okay, all I need you to do is, how do you know the book was wrong?
Tell you like this then. If you ain't gonna, if you're gonna
Okay,
take
I need you to be quick and succinct. Okay. If you read a book and you think it's wrong, how do you prove it wrong?
The tide comes in and the tide comes out, Stan.
Okay, motherfucker, so does your understanding. You will read a book and disagree, therefore it's wrong? Motherfucker, you're not an authority.
You know what I am, Stan? I'm the devil's advocate.
I don't think you're a good devil. We need better
I'm
devils.
a horrible devil. I'm a good person, but like devil's advocate for the argument.
Okay, you know what the fuck I mean, dude. If you read one book and say, "Oh, it's wrong," you refute it by another book.
I can't even do bad shit, dude. Even though I know I'd win in life, but it's not worth it. You know, it's fucked up, but it will pay off someday. Just keep fucking pushing forward, even though you're a good person.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Does John Strives ever get boring?
Am I boring everybody? My bad. I don't want to fucking.
Well, motherfucker, you're talking about books that are wrong on your own authority.
Listen, I gotta find it. I swear to God, I know you've seen it,
motherfucker.
Like,
so you have how many books do you read in a year?
Who, me? I'll be honest with you. I'm more of a ebook reader, but I haven't.
Motherfucker, a book is a book. Ebook, physical book, audio.
The book I want to go into now, like I'll be honest with you.
Oh no! How many have you read in 2025?
I don't even think I read a book last year. That's where I'm fucked up.
Okay, well then, motherfucker, why are you talking about?
You know what's crazy, Stan? I bought like 12 books last year, and I just haven't read them. I'm just like I don't know. Like I've been trying to read the Fabian Freeway, trying to get a little bit more of a perspective on the what is a Fabian socialist, in which a lot of people should.
Do you even know what a socialist is?
No, I'm not talking. This is what I was trying to bring
motherfucker,
up before, Stan.
You're the one who said
you
socialist.
You understand what I'm talking about, right? You know the difference
I actually
between a Marxist
don't.
socialist and a Fabian socialist.
Okay, dude, you are overcomplicating a simple concept.
I know, because I'm
okay. Listen to what I'm saying. There's no such thing as a Fabian socialist.
You're a goddamn lie. You're a fucking lie right now. You gonna sit here and tell me that the Rockefeller?
All I have to say is there's Marx, and then there's everything else. Fabian is cute. Do the Fabian socialists play with Barbie dolls? Dude, there is Marx, and then there is everyone who wants to be Marx.
Why are you not even saying their names, Dan?
Oh, I can't think of them off the top of my head.
Do
I need to? Okay, if I say,
give me a synopsis.
Okay, motherfucker, you are literally not getting my point. There is Karl Marx, and then there's like bullshit.
Karl Marx is from where?
I don't care about Fabian. I don't care about any of that stuff. There is Karl Marx. Read him or don't.
I don't like the way you're reacting to this, Stan.
I'm not reacting.
Are you a Fabian socialist, Stan?
I have no clue what a Fabian socialist is.
Oh, now you're playing.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Now you're playing Stanley versus the
world.
No.
See, you think can you describe what a Fabian socialist is?
It's a wolf in sheep's clothing. I know that was their first.
I'm gonna tell you to go back. Yeah, I know you think you're making headway.
It's basically Keynesian economics, right?
Yeah, boring.
Well, I know.
If it's Keynesian,
I'm a fucking layman.
I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to help you out.
No, I know, but isn't that basically
if it's Keynesian economics, then just call it Keynesian.
Isn't that another form of socialism?
No, Keynes is not a socialist, motherfucker.
FDR's New Deal,
dude. It's a canard. Keynes was not a socialist, so
no, it was a public-private partnership. I'm all for that, but like a lot of people deem that as socialism. I don't think they understand what socialism is.
Okay, I'm not sure you understand.
I might have a more difficult perspective than you do on socialism.
I think you might have a boutique perspective.
Might be. It might be, a little shop in the corner. Fuck that.
Marx is Marx. It's not.
Douglas was a Marxian.
Who?
Frederick Douglass.
How would he be a Marxian?
Shared Marx's ideals.
Okay, motherfucker. No, he did not.
How about Lincoln?
No, they exchanged letters. No.
Do you think there was a reason why Marx was so infatuated?
Okay,
with
you motherfucking want to paint Marx as some overarching influence on
No.
America. Okay, dude, let me finish what I'm saying. Marx was not even dude, Marx was a letter to Lincoln. Marx was no influence on the Civil War or Frederick Douglass or Lincoln. Marx, they knew who he was. That was about it.
All right. Well, listen, Stan, my bad. How much is left in this video?
Who knows?
Let's finish
I
this.
forgot
We can get
now.
into the new year. We can put the countdown back on, and we can fucking pop the bottle.
Well, shit. It's 40 minutes till the
I want to
new
show
year.
you a song. I'm gonna release it.
All right.
You can't just do the same thing for other people. Man.
Okay, well, and Deacon Brave, and I'm calling him Deacon Brave.
That's fucked
dude. All I have to say, Deacon Dave, where the fuck are you when I need you? You need to counsel these people, Dave. You know what? The thing is,
Dave is
let
on
me
my
tell you why. You asked me a question. Let me tell you why.
I'm not doing it, bro. He got
Okay,
to talk
Savage,
this whole
you asked
time.
me a question. May I answer?
You can mute me. I'll put on some damn country music. I'm not about to listen to him running.
Yeah, this motherfucker
people.
is
And this is
butthurt.
why I don't deal with
Oh, I don't
niggas.
care. This is why weak motherfuckers should never come up against me. I laugh when you get weak. What you
don't
seem
have
to
care,
not
but this
understand
shows
is
you
you're
why-
not hurting me.
But this is why I'm not online talking about doing things or having a conversation is not useful.
Stanley, is you not? Yeah, of course, it's not hurting you because you like to do this shit. It's hurting my show.
Bingo.
That's what it's doing. And it's
Well,
hurting the
like I said, I'll be up here a short time.
Bro,
hey, why can't you just do that? Why can't you just do
I'm
that?
gonna
Bro?
respect your time, bro.
Everybody
hang
can
out with Stanley.
let you talk. Everybody thinks that you have the knowledge and let you speak. Why can't you do the same for other people?
Well, is that a question or is it a rhetorical question? Because I can answer it. Would you like me to answer it? Okay. He doesn't need to tell me what he said. I heard what he said. That's why I came up to begin with. I heard everything he said. And sorry. It comes off as defensive to me. Okay, if I say you're wrong, why not just ask me, why do you think I'm wrong? That's productive. Oh, Stanley thinks he's so smart, or Stanley this, Stanley that. That's not productive. Just ask me why I think that.
Is listening. It's very productive. You listen, wait, and then you can say what the hell you want to say. Like, what's so hard about that?
I think quicker than he does, apparently.
Well, then if you know that, you should think quicker, like don't talk. And wait for him to be done.
Right. Well, I respect your rules. That's why I'll be scarce on the show. Okay. People get their feelings hurt when they're told they're wrong. Instead of asking, why do you think I'm wrong? People just automatically get all defensive about it. Like I'm attacking them. If I say you're wrong, that's not an attack.
Well, somebody's wrong.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Savage. You don't even have to defend or have a conversation. I let this man talk. I attentively listened to everything he had to say. And the moment I had something to say, his feelings got hurt because his ego can't handle discourse. That's all it was a discourse. And the thing that I've learned, don't play the games with a fool. Interrupt them. Don't play with him. A fool is wise in his own ways. And I'm going to let him be wise in his own ways, bro. So it's your page, and that's why I'm respecting it. But I'm not going to listen to a man who's right but won't listen to what somebody has to say. Like anybody who's always right is always alone, bro. So
all my life I had to fight. My daddy, my uncles, my brothers. But I never thought I had to fight in my own house.
That's
all I have to say is, I'm sorry. All I have to say in response is, hey, if that's your way, that's your way. You don't have to listen.
You didn't have to get on here if you wasn't going to listen. You just came here to hear your mouth talk. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Listen, I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
So
and
I came up here to listen to myself.
Question why I don't watch the news is because I looked at the laws and I looked how news was changed, and they don't have to give the news out. And you may be faster, but guess what? I'm more intellectual and patient than you are, and I'm the one with the brain damage. So it just shows you how a waste of time you are, bro.
You're absolutely
either
right.
you're gonna help society or you're gonna be a parasite.
No, I'm not going to help society.
Then
It's
be a
not my
parasite.
job.
Be a parasite.
Oh, nope, won't be a parasite. I've
You are a
contributed as much as anyone on this panel. You want to challenge that?
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, well, no one's asking me. Just
conversation with, like, just because just 5 seconds of you speaking. Now I'm gonna give you 20 seconds of you speaking, Stanley. Change the whole.
Okay, here's the problem, and it seems to have been cut out. No, it's not my goddamn job to help people I don't know. These motherfuckers wanting to do a community solution to a community that doesn't exist.
Hello.
It's problematic.
Yo, what the fuck is going on, chat? About 35 minutes away from the fucking ball dropping. Stanley's gone.
Oh, let the chat be the chat.
I just came back. I don't know if this.
What's up, Yeti?
God.
The conversation, like, it was going well, and it could still go well, but just for you not letting nobody speak, and you, like, I understand you know what you talk about, but
See,
what you talk about
these motherfuckers, this is the most annoying thing. If you think I know what I'm speaking about, why the fuck are you interrupting me? And this is one of the more productive things. Dude, I can always come back over to my channel and talk about what the fuck I want to talk about. Dude, these people who think all perspectives are equal, this is the intellectual DEI, like, dumb fucks are equal to people who actually know some shit. This is anti-intellectual. These two motherfuckers, and Savage, you know, as much as I like Savage, in 7, dude, y'all are far right motherfuckers who have eaten the Trump cheese. Motherfucker, I actually know what I'm talking about. And if I don't, fucking counter my argument. This fucking ghetto mentality, I'm done with it. And I don't give a fuck who I piss off. It is New Year's Eve. Y'all are all ghetto and you don't know shit. Clip it, bitches.
Why can't it be that?
Oh, it can be that way.
Real conversations happen.
Okay, again, and let me just make one recommendation.
Fuck goodwill to all men, Kelvin.
That interruptions
That is
are
funny,
some
though.
mortal sin. If you've ever, and I always say this, and people always just kind of shake their head, I guess, but if you've ever listened to how they do arguments, and when I say arguments, I mean like intellectual arguments, not like a woman and a man arguing. Look, spirited discourse, something like a Supreme Court sort of back and forth, they're going to be interruptions. And if you can't handle the interruptions, I understand that you can't. I'll try and do better, but I'll also try and be scarce. Okay, I was in the chat, and as soon as I type something in the chat, all of a sudden I'm getting attacked in the chat. Okay, oh, Stanley, you know, it's bullshit. That's why I came up. I would have been perfectly happy to stay in the chat, but as soon as I say you're mangling history, people get all defensive. I wasn't talking. I was typing in the chat. I typed your mangling history, and then all of a sudden feelings get hurt. That's why I came up.
So you meant he was mingling history, or just
Yes.
7 was mingling history?
Mm-hmm.
By doing what?
Well, talking about World War I, World War II, and Nigeria and Venezuela, that's mangling history. What does World War I have to do with Venezuela?
His point.
I mean, if you can connect those dots, I'm interested.
All right, so are you willing to do that, 7? Because I think you are connecting the dots a certain way, and that's why you used the things that you use.
All I simply was saying, there's a thread.
What's the thread? I don't recognize
bruh,
I'm silent. What's
this
the
is why I'm
thread?
laughing,
I
bro,
don't recognize it.
My therapist says the art of listening is the most powerful,
For God's
strongest
sake. I
thing.
literally asked you what the thread was, and
you didn't even let me
Can
get
you
a sentence
connect
out my
the
mouth.
dots? Please, okay.
If
Maybe
you
if I say
would,
please.
here's the thing.
Please connect World War I and
simply
Venezuela.
saying
What's the
Donald
thread?
Trump
I'm listening. I'll mute and I'll listen.
Savage, all I simply was saying was Donald Trump could be here for 6 years. For what he is doing in Venezuela, and other countries. If he is doing what he wants to do, he's going to be here again. It was simply that. And all I was saying is from history, there were certain situations that have happened, like the Titanic. There were other things that were happening through history that drew Americans into a war that we didn't have to be in. That's all I was stating. I was not trying to be a historian. And I kept saying, I don't know I would have to go back, start researching it before we started having the conversation. That's simply all it was, bro. It was nothing deeper than that.
Let me know when I can respond.
I don't watch the news because it says media, broadcast companies. That is not a news station. CNN, Fox, all of these are not news, so I do not watch it. That's simply the reason why. Hold on, Stanley. My opinion. No one else's, just mine.
So tell me how the Titanic drew America into a war. Can you help me with that? I don't recall that history.
So it was documented several times that the Titanic
documented where?
The Titanic, amongst other ships that sunk in international waters, could have been avoided. But because they happened, it helped. Just like matter of fact, here it goes right back to it. Here it is. I said to Savage, if we're having this issue with black fatigue in America, and we can continue to mess with other countries, it would be easy for us to have a war because Americans wouldn't care because we would be easily fighting each other. That was my hypothesis. That was not that was going down the rabbit hole. We were having the conversation how I saw it with Donald Trump. If he were to have his way, these are the ways he would do it. And my argument with Nigeria, period, was throughout the history, since when do Americans get involved in the politics on the continent of Africa for the benefit for Africa?
Have you heard of AFRICOM? We've been involved in Africa for decades. Okay, and then I want to go back to the Titanic. The Titanic hit an iceberg. How did that draw America into a war? Now you're interrupting me.
I'm looking for it.
Yeah, please do look for it. I'm interested in that reference. The Titanic hit an iceberg. How did that draw us into a war?
That I said it was a part of the emotional feelings for Americans that drew us into war. And I'm pulling it up right now.
Please do. And as far as Donald Trump being in office for 6 years, doubt that. If he lasts that long, there is, what is it, 22nd Amendment? This will be his last term. He's going to have to go a ways to do an extra 2 years.
So can I ask you this question, because you would know better than I do. That you know better than I would. If we're at war and we are in a civil disobedience, could he not stay in office longer?
I don't see that happening. I'm not going to answer the hypothetical because I don't think that's likely to happen.
If it weren't hypothetical, could he stay in office? I'm just asking.
No, he there's nothing in the Constitution that says a president has to be in office if there's a war. The answer is no. You're muted.
No, I'm not. I'm actually doing
Savages.
See how easy that was, Stanley?
Oh no, it's not easy. Believe me,
it's easy. It's just you're not used to it.
Not to me.
You're not used to it.
And I'm not likely to get used to it.
I know you're old.
No, it's not a matter of old, dude. The stuff I know. Look, like I was saying in the chat, if you've got gray in your beard, I'm not going to have a whole lot of patience with people who don't know shit. Okay, you telling me, and not you, Savage, someone telling me that the news, CNN it's a media company, therefore it can't be trusted. That's crazy. You listen. No one's saying to listen just to CNN. You listen to a wide variety. The internet is full of news sources. Bounce one against the other, but CNN is not 100% wrong all the time. Usually the straight news is good. It's the commentary, and people get the two mixed up. Sean Hannity, for instance, just to pick on Sean Hannity, he's not a news source. He's an opinion journalist. I don't go to someone like an opinion journalist for hard news.
What would be hard news?
Well, Fox News is a good example. Reuters, okay. Reuters is German owned, if I recall. I mean, I'm not saying to totally trust any one news source, but if they're having an interview with the actual foreign minister of Nigeria, who's saying we cooperated with the U.S. because, we needed the help fighting ISIL, why would I not trust the guy who's actually in the Nigerian government? Maybe he's lying, but how would I know as a consumer of news? I have to trust it.
I got it right here.
But to talk about stuff that you don't know and then use the excuse, well, the news is corrupt, that doesn't work.
You don't think the news is corrupt?
You know what? I don't think it's corrupt because they've turned news into a business, a profit-making machine. But that means pretty much all the news is corrupt, left, right, and different. But what else do you do? Go to Umar? I'm sorry, I trust CNN more than I trust Umar.
That's not what I said.
I did not say that you said it. I didn't say Seven said this.
I'm
editorializing.
Dr. Umar said something that was very interesting.
Umar's a moron.
And that's your opinion.
Oh, it's absolutely my opinion, but it's the opinion of a lot of people. Before we let Umar derail us, you said you were looking up the Titanic and wars.
I'm doing that, but when you were talking about the news, I pulled up my research on what happened with Reagan and Clinton This is not my opinion or my facts. This is what made news a joke in America.
Okay, what does Reagan and Clinton have to do with the Titanic in Venezuela?
Hold on. You were saying that I don't trust the news. I was answering one question.
No,
specific.
I don't know that I used your name specifically.
I don't listen or use the news. So I was answering back to you on that.
Okay, and in my opinion, is that's crazy. Rather than making it up, you got to listen. If you don't like U.S. news sources, there are plenty overseas you can go to. Shoot, if you want, you can go to Nigerian news sources and see what they're saying.
I think the stream is skipping real quick. Hold on a second, yeah. I think Stanley, you were skipping for a second. All right, we're good now.
Am I still?
You can see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
Yeah, hear me?
Yes.
Oh, you're good now. Yeah, it's a little delayed, but
yeah. Well, I'm not at home. I don't.
Yeah, it's a little delayed.
It could be the internet in the house. I don't know.
I think it's all of us. I think it's my stream. It keeps cutting out on my end. But yeah. So what do you go ahead, finish what I was saying?
I'm done. I'm just waiting on. I was saying that if you don't trust U.S. news sources, and a lot of people don't, there's a world of news out there on the internet. If you're wondering what the Nigerians are saying about the strike, plenty of Nigerian news sources. I don't use them because I pretty much trusted, the interview that their foreign minister gave. If he said it, it's good enough for me. I don't care that much about it, to be honest. But I just don't think that someone can credibly get up on a panel, talk about news stories, and even, my opinion is listening to Umar. Why would you listen to anything he says? But if you don't trust U.S. news, for the 100th time, plenty of world news sources out there. Believe it or not, what is it? Al Jazeera is a good news source.
So you can see the back chat.
Let me
see.
It
just wasn't needed to be put onto the main chat, and this was fact checked.
Okay.
Okay, I don't care about any of that. My question was Titanic and war. That's really what I'm interested in.
We're going back to it, and it wasn't the Titanic.
Okay, I know about the fairness doctrine and all that. I don't care about any of that.
Doesn't matter whether but this is the interesting
it
part.
Actually matters.
Hold on, here's the interesting
you
part.
Asked me if I could see the back chat.
Part. You tell me to look at news or entertaining other people's version.
Sir,
of
I
news,
don't tell you to do anything.
I said other people. Bruh, just what's so magic that you gotta be like Charlie Kirk? Like, what do you get out of it? Like, it just makes you look like you just want to argue.
I don't care how I look. Do you actually care?
Why don't you care?
Do you
about
actually
your
think I care what people think?
I think you don't. But that's why you can see me on the screen and we can't see you.
You know what? Do that cam up bullshit. If you wanted to see me, go back to the show that Savage did. I did a debate cammed up. If you want to see me that bad,
you win. Bruh,
I just got up out of bed. I'm not gonna get all. I'm not gonna comb my hair just so you can see me.
Stanley, I want you to win. It makes you feel good. Win, bruh. Win. I think you need to win, and I think that's the thing. I'm not about.
This isn't winning.
You win, Stanley.
There's nothing to win on this panel, 7.
You win, bruh. You win. I think you win. You get the Heisman Trophy. You win. You are the smartest person in the room, and you should win.
My trophy for the win will be you explaining how the Titanic
Again, I was
drew
giving
us
you
into
the
a
fact
war. I'm still
about
waiting
it,
on that.
and I was correcting the ship. Again, I was correcting the ship, starting with the USS Maine explosion all the way
USS
down to
Maine
the
had
RMS,
nothing to do with the
Serenity, because-
Titanic. It
Bruh, I just
preceded the
told you it.
Titanic. The U.S. Maine
I'm
has
talking to a
nothing to do with
monkey,
the
not a
Titanic.
man, because you just don't shut up, bro. Just what is it? I was explaining myself, and then you go interrupt again. And I know you
My
don't
Lord.
care. Be bored, but then get up, but get off his channel.
No, it's the
Then get off his
making
channel
of
then, bro.
history. It's almost
Bro,
offensive.
who gives a fuck about a white man's history? You do, not me.
Okay, now it's the white man's
you
history.
do. Who writes history? Who writes history?
Why didn't you say so in the first
Who
place? It's the white
writes
man's media.
history? Who? But you parrot it all the time.
What
You-
black
and
media
you
source
said
do you
don't
listen
care
to?
about them. Here's the deal. I don't listen to anybody's news.
Is
bro.
it me or is your volume? See, this is what dumb fucks do. It's the white man's history. Like, we aren't living. Dude, this is the circular argument that these weak-minded motherfuckers want to do. John Galt, I could be talking to John Galt, and all of a sudden it's the white man's history. Dude, this is so goddamn sad. Low.
I don't listen to anybody's news. There's no reason to sit there and watch the news.
Okay, well, I figure if you're going to talk about news, might be a reason to watch
Your
it.
news, you're more interesting than the news. Like, you are the news.
Well, see, that is not something I want to be.
But you are the news. Didn't you say somebody who has gray in their hair, you don't have patience? You're the news.
Okay, well then
I've had
that would be your.
strokes, and I have more common sense, patience. and
Oh,
time
dude, I had
people than
common
you,
sense.
as a grown man who's older than me. You're
This is literally. I'm embarrassed for this motherfucker right now. Dude, don't capitulate. Dude. Yeah, motherfucker. You say I'm the news, and I don't want to be the news. But this dumb fuck insists that I'm the news. Dude, this is some weird bullshit. And I'm not sure I want any part of it. Maybe you don't understand the definition of common sense.
news. You are the news. You
Then
really are.
that is
This
not
is your show.
that's me being the news is not an example of common sense.
Yes, it is, because you don't care what anybody else thinks. I think you said that. You don't care what anybody else thinks. You
I
are the
don't.
news. That's what I'm saying. You're the news, bro. You're the news. You have to be perfect.
Well, I'm
It's
going
melancholy
to
and
accept that mantle of responsibility.
But you are.
Okay, if you
Bro,
say so,
know
you don't have
more
to.
about
You
other
don't have to
people's
say
stuff
it
than I
anymore.
do.
I
You're the man.
believe that you
You're the
believe
man.
that.
I believe that. I
you
really
believe
believe you're more interesting than CNN, Fox, MSNBC, whatever, Fox Network, Paramount. Like, you are more important and entertaining than all of them together. You really are. And I'm giving you that. Like, I'm really giving you that.
Well, thank you.
Give me your Cash App. I'll even send you a couple of dollars just to celebrate and support your
No.
agenda.
I don't do that on other people's show. This is Savage's show.
I think you should have it. I really do.
I have a whole show. You can do it when you're watching my show. Otherwise, all. Yeah, this is kind of sad.
What you mean? Fucking money.
All Cash Apps go to Savage.
Stanley booming. He's good. I was fucking with you, Stanley. Interesting. I had to go get a piece of pizza. My bad.
Oh, you good? You good?
Oh, I had chili dogs tonight.
You know, I haven't had a chili dog in a long time.
Oh, I
chili.
I made the chili and I made the buns.
You can cook, Stanley?
Oh, absolutely. As a matter of fact, I spent most of this weekend making sourdough bread for my father.
Nice.
He has decided he wants sprouted whole wheat sourdough bread.
You made it from scratch?
Yeah, I've been doing it for about 10 years.
Oh, shit. Yeah, yeast and all that shit. I don't know how to make bread. I'm a chef, but I don't do bread, or I barely do rice. Everything else I got.
I used to not like baking, but you know, it was kind of
I'd rather bake.
I rather cook, but you know, once you make homemade bread, you can't go back.
I want to make my own homemade bread.
No, it's worth it.
I don't have the machines needed.
Oh, I don't use. I don't.
With your hands though.
Do
right?
it all, but yeah.
Need the bread.
I want to make one point here, and I have no clue why Andrew Wilson's name keeps coming up. Other than apparently Andrew Wilson is the favorite white person of this part of YouTube. Andrew Wilson is uninteresting. He's literally why people think he actually is smart confuses me. So y'all keep loving him and I will keep ignoring him. The fuck? Why do people talk about Andrew Wilson in my chat? That is a curious thing too.
Right, all that stuff. I'm gonna try it one day.
Like I know who the fuck he is.
Because I'm definitely I love cooking, and I like making up different recipes.
Well, you know, one of the contributions I've made is my son can literally make a pie from scratch, crust and all. But he's, you know, he's good with processes, you know, going from point A to point B. You know, that's important in a young man. You know, you start something and you finish it.
That's definitely progress right there. Because there's a lot of people out there who just start. Because I used to be one of them. Well, still am kind of start something and then just don't finish it. Go on to the next thing. Don't finish that. That's how my brain works, kind of. I got that. Brain's all over the place. So now that now I'm doing this, I can put my ideas down on, you know, now that we have more technology and, you know, footnotes from books and stuff like that, I can put my ideas down and go back to them and finish them. Because I'm always thinking of things like this. Always. It's like sometimes I don't have the opportunity to write them down or structure them, so then I'll forget. And then I want to go back to it, and then I forgot half of the shit that I was, you know, came up with. So I'm working on that.
Yeah, it's important to write that sort of stuff down, you know, so like bookmark it basically. So yeah, you're right about that. It's easier to do it with technology.
Right. And that's why I'm doing. Oh, did you hear me, Stanley, when I was talking about doing a 5-part series on emotional intelligence?
Yeah, I subscribed. I hit the notification, you know, on all 5 of them.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna. I still gotta take a few notes, and I want to incorporate maybe a video or two. But I still got to get that going because the first show starts on Monday at 9. I'm doing all my shows at night. That's when a lot of people aren't on. And when I get time to do things. So.
You know, it's funny you bring this up. And it's a little bit off topic. But I was listening to Man of Tomorrow, who you may know or may not know, but he actually said something that struck home. He basically had words about these panels that do bounties.
Yeah.
Basically, when people start saying, stuff that someone doesn't particularly like, paying, whatever the amount is to drop them. He thinks that's unproductive to actual conversations. And I think I agree. I sometimes I'll in the past, I'll just drop somebody and just tell the audience, you know what, if you want them back, pay $20 to get them back. But it's usually not, it's usually just like on a Saturday, all that fuckery happens. Serious debates, even if it's a little contentious, even if it's, one person talking over another, that's a moderation problem. It's not necessarily, a messaging problem. It's how the message is moderated. And then the other thing, and I'm dead serious, I'm not being just, kind of churlish to use a word. People really ought to listen to how cases are argued in court, especially the Supreme Court. People get all bent out of shape, when they get stepped on in conversations. Now, you can go too far with it, but, if you're in the middle of a sentence and you're making a point that's just outright incorrect, I would expect to be interrupted, if I'm going that far afield. And people just, this bullshit about, oh, you got to be polite and let people finish. Because what people do is they filibuster. They will go on for 5 minutes saying the same thing over and over and over. And when you interrupt them, they get all bent out of shape. That happens way too much on the internet. Short and concise, simple and direct. Okay, either you know your shit or you don't. And a lot of these YNs, and I'm not talking about anyone on this panel, but a lot of people will get up and filibuster when they don't know shit, but then they'll get mad if you interrupt them.
Right.
Really annoying.
I agree with that when you repeat, because I see a lot of that when you repeat yourself. But there's a difference. If people do take the time out to listen, you can tell a difference between filibuster and then someone not being able to even say anything. That bounty thing, I remember when it first started. It started when people are just getting belligerent on the panel, just saying anything, just cursing people out and shit like that. And people just like, there's a bounty, drop them, or just doing outlandish shit. But now it's getting to the point where they're letting the chat dictate a lot of how things are going down on the panel. Like someone could just be sitting there barely saying anything, and they're like, I don't even want them on there no more. Boom, drop them, because it's for the money.
Well, I see Cellulite in the audience. Even the other day when MCB or Raw G, I like calling her MCB. I like the Mind Chaos Brew. I like that title, that phrase. But when she dropped me the other day, we were done with the debate. It was a little bit more fuckery, and I didn't even get upset. I was tired, and I didn't really even want to do the debate. So she probably did me a favor. She gave, believe it or not, I took a shower and went to bed and listened to the rest of the show and fell asleep.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are just. I dig it that people could make money off YouTube, and that's their main resource of money, and so they're trying every bit to get the dollars. And I'm be honest, I'm trying to get the dollars too, but I want a better understanding of conversation without doing all of that. You know what I mean? And I want people to be able to pay for
if that's
a good conversation. You know what I mean? Instead of just
I am starting to believe that there's no way to have a good conversation and Cash Apps on the same platform.
Pause this. Let's go back to the Times Square to say, let's go.
Okay.
Minute away. Where's young T? Where's the youngin?
Well, this could be a problem musically.
Oh no, mute it. We just need to watch the clock. That's all we need. Trying to figure out how to fucking.
Is she pregnant?
Who is this?
I don't know. Some video you recommended.
She's built like a Lord of the Rings character.
It's cold. Sometimes it gets cold
that.
up in Lord of the Rings territory.
Up in Elven land, I guess. I don't know. Order. Boom. They better put that fucking clock up there. Yeah, I think this is the wrong one. Boom. It's midnight.
Speaking that clickety clack.
Yeah, fuck that. She fucked it up. Happy New Year. What the hell?
Well, apparently it's midnight now.
Happy New Year.
Oh, Dawn. Oh, my Lord. Dawn, it is so good to see you, ma'am.
No bumpers, go straight.
Peace and happiness.
We are back live in Times Square. The world's gone mad for the fastest K-pop girl group to achieve 4 consecutive top 10s on the Billboard 200. They're here right now to perform 2 of their global hits, Spaghetti and Crazy. New York City, give it up for Les Seraphim.
Go in there. Go in there.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year, chat.
Huh.
Look at all the junk in that tree.
Oh my Lord. Well, I think we all know it's New Year now. And one of my favorite people, to hell with the city people, Dawn, Happy New Year. I'm gonna have to interview you one of these days. But it is such a thrill to have a star in this chat. So guess that's my New Year's message. Lisette Livingston. Oh, as I live and breathe. Lisette, you are another superstar. I'm glad you are here, ma'am. So Happy New Year. Hopefully we can talk more on this panel. Lisette is let's see if I can embarrass her now. Lisette, there are serious questions you and I are gonna have to talk about. So now Lisette is one of the smartest people I know.
Oh, I'm gonna be concretized right now. Oh boy.
Well, folks, I will be signing off real soon here. But one point, there will be no Hoppin' John this year because last weekend I wanted black eyed peas and Walmart didn't have any. So so our version of Hoppin' John will be black beans with chicken bouillon powder, onions, fresh onion, half a serrano pepper. Let's see what else is in there. Cilantro, of course. Must have cilantro.
Everything.
God damn it. I just kind of black pepper, fresh ground, salt, onion powder, fresh garlic, a couple cloves smashed. So and then I had a leftover some sort of steak that I cubed. So it's essentially gonna be some sort of black bean stew. And I made dinner rolls, like yeast rolls to go with it. Whew, I am a cooking fool. So
Well, I made it to the ball drop, so I'm ready to go down. I got work in the
yeah,
morning.
me too. So I want to say this is so awesome. Lou, happy New Year's to you too. Dawn, such a dear person. And Lisette, man, seeing you two, seeing all these folks, it is a good New Year. I had a great Christmas. This New Year is awesome. And John, of course, you as co-host, that's always a treat.
I had to
So
bring it in right.
I'm not sure I'm going to do a show tomorrow. I will probably get bored. I have a show title picked out, but each and every one of you, Yeti, Lisette, Free Zone, Lou, Dawn, man. So anyway, Black Knight. Y'all just don't know how special you actually make, some of these boring days. I get to fuss and fight and, probably be too much of myself. But what can I say? I am privileged. So Kimmy and Stan Autry and John, there will be a meeting of minds. This show should probably step off the effery. I do it too much, and this is a privilege. I get to have artists, like actual creative people, in the chat every now and again. So we go. So I am out. Possibly we'll do a show at 2. It's not scheduled yet. So Happy New Year, everyone. It's been a pretty good 2025. Donald Trump has given me a lot to fuss about. So I imagine there'll be more to fuss about in 2026.
Happy New Year, Stan. Happy New Year, chat. Here's to
Salute,
one
John.
more year.
Salute everyone in the chat. And this, by the way, y'all stay tuned for this. I haven't been able to put it into an adequate closing theme, but this is something Portia did with AI, and I can explain it, but this is like the best. Sometimes people kind of get me, and so see y'all tomorrow or the next day. Friday show will be a definite. Tomorrow, more than likely around 2 p.m. or so Eastern time. But this is what Portia put together.